And then Janine Laurel has joined. If you were able to go ahead and elevate her to co-host.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, fellow board colleagues. Good morning, everyone. I'm Joaquin Esquivel, Chair of the State Water Board. Today is Wednesday, January 20th. It is 11 a.m. and I'd like to call this meeting back into order. I'll quickly begin by introducing my fellow board colleagues here. With me today are Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Tam Doduck, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and Board Member Sean McGuire. With us today are also our Executive Director, Eileen Sobek, our two Chief Deputies, Jonathan Bishop and Eric Oppenheimer, our Chief Counsel, Michael Loffer, and our Clerk of the Board, Janine Townsend, and assisting her is Margie Argel. Quickly, I'll pull up actually my script because today is a continuation from yesterday's board meeting, and today's item is actually, we are now holding a public meeting to consider adoption of the proposed resolution on the California Environmental Quality Act mitigation negative declaration for general waste discharge requirements for winery process water and the associated general order, or as what we would shorten it as the winery general order that we'll be adopting today. The procedural matters here before us, this is a public meeting and it is being held in accordance with the updated public notice for the general order. I want to acknowledge and thank everyone for being flexible and delaying today's hearing by a couple of hours so that we could all attend virtually the inauguration this morning, and glad we all had that time and opportunity to do so. So this meeting is being recorded. There will not be sworn testimony. We will have a staff presentation followed by public comment. I will call speakers in the order I have received the virtual comment cards. I will try to allow public officials and representatives of organizations to speak first. When you provide your comments, please state your name slowly and identify the organization that you represent, if any. Time limits may be imposed on oral comments if necessary to allow all participants the opportunity to be heard. A LIRIS email notice was provided explaining that virtual speaker cards should be emailed to the board clerk before the meeting today. If you did not submit a form or send an email already, please do send an email then. And you're also observing here either one of three ways through our just feed on the Cali PA website or on the YouTube streaming page. And but if you intend to provide public comment, you should be here on the Zoom platform with us. And so if not already, please do email as soon as you can to commentletters@waterboards.ca.gov. Additionally, the instructions are at the top of today's agenda. So again, you cannot speak unless you're here on the platform with us. I will now turn it over to Jonathan Bishop to start the item, and then Scott Couch with the Division of Water Quality, who will proceed with the staff presentation and introduce the rest of the staff. I'll note we have a couple of panels, I think, to begin with there soon after, and then we'll dive into the comment cards again as in the order received. Mr. Bishop, good morning.
Good morning, board members. Before we move to the staff presentation on the winery order, I wanted to take a minute to remind everyone why we're here. The proposed order is expected to cover 1,500 wineries that discharge industrial process wastewater. The remaining approximately 2,000 wineries either do not discharge the waters of the state or discharge less than 10,000 gallons per year, the lower cutoff for the order. Of the wineries covered by this order, Most are in tiers 2 and 3, discharging between 10,000 and 1 million gallons per year. A number of the tier 2 and 3 wineries use subsurface discharge without nitrogen treatment. You have and will continue to hear concerns about the cost of nitrogen treatment. Adding nitrogen treatment comes at a cost to the wineries. The estimates of the cost range from $100,000 to $1 million, depending on the volume, the strength of the waste, and the source of the estimate. Staff is very cognizant of the costs, which is one of the reasons the proposed order includes an extended time frame for wineries to come into compliance, up to 8 years for existing facilities. But not requiring nitrogen treatment also has a cost. The board spends hundreds of millions of dollars every year helping communities whose drinking water has been impacted by nitrogen contamination. All facilities that discharge nitrogen are contributing to this problem, including wineries. I will now turn it over to Scott Couch to kick off the staff presentation, and thank you for allowing me this time.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop, for that context. Very helpful.
All right. If we could pull up the presentation, please. I see it there. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Scott Couch. I'm the Section Chief for Groundwater Protection in the Division of Water Quality. The meeting today is regarding the adoption of the winery general order. The formal name is General Waste Discharge Requirements for Winery Process Water. We will be referring to this today as the general order, the proposed order, or just the order. Slide 2, please. The presentation provides a project overview and timeline, a summary of the stakeholder comments and staff's proposed changes in response to those comments. Changes include the ones in the December 2nd revised public draft, in addition to changes we made after December 2nd in response to ex parte communications with the board members, which are reflected in change sheet number 1. Next slide, please. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the project team who've been working very hard to get us to this point. Starting from the top left, Jennifer Chen is the lead engineer and the lead author on the order. She is on leave and can't be with us today. Melissa Gunter, our technical advisor from the San Francisco Bay Regional Water Board, and special thanks to the San Francisco Bay, Lisa McCann, the AEO there, and the others in management who loaned Melissa to us for what turned out to be a much longer time than what we thought it would be. So thank you to them. Stephanie Torres is the lead author for the CEQA documents and the tribal consultation documents. Shala Faranak is the executive liaison and the regional board executive management coordinator. That's me with slightly more hair. Tim Regan is our attorney with the Office of Chief Counsel. And Laurel Wardrop is the senior project manager and the project coordinator who's been juggling all the requirements and going above and beyond to keep us on track.
Thank you for those acknowledgements, Scott. And maybe that was you at the start of this, this process.
Could be. Next slide, please. So the item today is for the board's consideration of a resolution to adopt the CEQA mitigated negative declaration and the associated general order for winery process water along with change sheet number 1. Next slide, please. The order is intended to be the primary permitting mechanism for wineries in the state. The Wine Institute estimates that 2036 of the 3,612 bonded wineries in California will be subject to the order. There are currently 589 wineries, or about 16% of the bonded wineries, that are permitted by the water boards through either general waste discharge requirements, individual waste discharge requirements, or a conditional waiver of waste discharge requirements. The 1,576 that are not expected to be subject to the order may be discharging to a community sewer system or utilize a tank and haul system where processed water is containerized and disposed of at a wastewater treatment facility. Existing wineries and new wineries that begin operating after adoption may be required to obtain coverage under the order. The regional boards may keep or enroll a facility under an individual WDR when more protective of water quality, or current waivers for smaller facilities that are not eligible for the order as appropriate. Next slide, please. So this has been a multi-year project, and most recently, staff released a draft order on July 3rd, 2020 for a 30-day public comment period, which ended on August 5th. On December 2nd, 2020, staff released a revised draft order and CEQA mitigated negative declaration incorporating changes in response to the public comments. Change sheet number 1 was circulated on January 19th, 2021, with changes in response to recent ex parte communications with the board members, and we will touch on this in a few slides. The next phase of the order, if adopted, is implementation, which includes the development of frequently asked questions, a fee workshop, guidance materials, outreach, and the data submittal process, which we discuss later in the presentation. Next slide, please. And now I will turn it over to Stephanie Torres.
Thank you, Scott. Since 2016, staff provided many outreach and meeting opportunities to discuss the proposed draft requirements and stakeholder feedback as the order was developed. State Water Board staff met with the Wine Institute, consultants, and winemakers numerous times prior to the release for public comment, and most recently discussed the order in August, September, and December of 2020. The Institute has provided several rounds of comments on this order. Staff met also with the Coast Keepers in June, September, and December of 2020 and January of 2021 to discuss comments on the order. The State Water Board staff and San Francisco Bay Regional Board met and discussed comments in September 2020 and followed up most recently in January 2021. Many changes have been made in the order in response to comments. However, the changes are balanced with necessary components to gauge compliance statewide, such as effluent limits, monitoring, design standards, etc. And staff also held several meetings with the regional water boards and fostered ongoing communication on this order. Next slide, please. As we mentioned earlier, the public comment period was from July 3rd to August 5th of 2020, and we received 449 comments from 36 commenters. And we thank everyone sincerely for the work that went into those public comments, and we have taken them into careful consideration through the changes to the order and initial study and response. We know that everyone's time is very valuable, and we appreciate the feedback. The comments generally that we received fell into the 10 categories that are shown on the slide. Staff also provided this project to the State Clearinghouse for a 30-day public comment period for the CEQA initial study, mitigated negative declaration. The revised order and CEQA initial study was provided publicly on December 2nd of 2020 and included the track changes in response to comments. Subsequently, a significant amount of ex parte communication with the board members took place between December 2nd, 2020 and January 12th, 2021, and staff made these forms available on the website, provided the attached materials via the liars list, and emailed them as requested by stakeholders per the website instructions. A change sheet was circulated yesterday before this meeting with additional recent proposed changes to the order in response to additional stakeholder feedback. The next few slides summarize all of the above changes in response to stakeholders. Next slide, please. And now I turn it over to Melissa Gunter with the San Francisco Bay Regional Board.
Thank you, Stephanie. Order conditions align with a tiered classification based upon the annual quantity of winery process water. The proposed tier structure is depicted in the table with the tier number on the left, which increases as the process water volume increases. The proposed range of winery process water volumes in gallons per year are listed in the center column. The right column includes the estimated quantity of wineries in the state per tier, represented as a value and a percentage of the total expected order enrollees. The counts in the table were estimated by the Wine Institute as of January 5th of this year. Many comments were received on the tier structure and approach, the exempt or lower cutoff value, requirements for smaller winery tiers, and the method for determining the tiers. So based on these comments, Tier 1 was revised to include minimal requirements for the smallest wineries covered by this order. Also, the Regional Water Board can enroll exempt wineries, which correlates to less than 10,000 gallons per year, into Tier 1 due to water quality issues, or if the winery is located in an area with a high density of wineries that discharge to land. Staff expects the 15 million gallons per year cap accommodates most existing wineries statewide, with the larger wineries appropriately covered by the Tier 4 requirements. Wineries larger than this range need site-specific waste discharge requirements to account for waste characterization, siting and design, monitoring, and groundwater impacts. Staff also clarified the criteria for determining which tier a winery is in. A winery can be permitted up to the design flow and cannot discharge more to land than the permitted limit in the notice of applicability for enrollment under the order. An order finding was also included to address the conditions under which a winery's tier classification could change, such as wineries under the exempt status enrolling as Tier 1 or a Tier 1 winery enrolling as Tier 2. Such factors include order violations, threats to water quality, or location in a high-density winery area. Next slide. We also received comments on the cost of compliance, which included the timing of the order, the monitoring and reporting program, pond requirements, irrigated lands regulatory program overlap, required technical reports, and when a California licensed professional engineer is required for report preparation, and tank and haul of high-strake waste. Comments were provided on the economic impacts of COVID. However, the wildfires came soon after the close of the public comment period. So staff acknowledged the economic impacts on the wine industry due to these significant events. Industry estimates that the revenue losses from COVID could be up to $4.2 billion and up to $3.7 billion over the next 10 years due to the 2020 wildfires. At the July 22nd board workshop, staff listened to feedback from stakeholders on the proposed order costs and understand the serious economics for wineries at this time due to COVID and wildfire impacts. Staff have reevaluated the order requirements through a review of cost data from industry and current regional board orders, and through additional discussions with stakeholders and regional boards. In doing so, we have responded to comments through these changes and taken the cost of compliance into consideration. Next slide. I will now turn it over to Laurel Wardrop.
Thank you so much, Melissa. We'll now go over some specific items addressing costs, which were addressed in many ways, starting with the pond, waste disposal, and monitoring and reporting requirements. The pond liner and storm design requirements were revised for all Tier 1 ponds and existing Tier 2 ponds. The Regional Water Board can require additional pond specifications if necessary, and we go over this in a few slides. The waste types allowed to a subsurface disposal area now include the combined disposal of separately treated domestic wastewater and process water. Clarifications were made to prohibitions for process water treatment discharges to land, where the prohibition is now only for water softener brine. The order has a fixed dissolved solids threshold and criteria to address loading from other sources. For example, ion exchange or reverse osmosis processes. The monitoring frequencies were clarified to be higher only during a crush or processing period and when there is a discharge to land. Some of the constituents with higher monitoring frequencies are necessary to have enough samples to assess compliance with applicable loading and effluent limits. Staff also streamlined duplicative monitoring and made changes proportionate to a winery's tier. Examples include revisions to the Tier 3 groundwater monitoring and the restructured solids monitoring. The changes in the monitoring were focused on ensuring the right data collected at the right time to determine compliance and did not result in a collection of unnecessary data. The report requirements were also revised, including the Tier 1 annual report requirements, which were simplified, and the Tier 4 groundwater monitoring reporting frequency was moved to semi-annual. Staff revised the requirement stating all technical reports must be approved by a California licensed professional engineer, by stating work required by a specific license must be conducted by that licensed professional. We replaced the Tier 4 specific requirements for a spill plan and submittal of a standard operating procedure with spill procedures for all tiers. Next slide. This slide goes over the groundwater monitoring requirement changes in response to comment. Groundwater monitoring is closely related to tiers. Comments were received along a spectrum of criteria for requiring groundwater monitoring and requests to require all dischargers to monitor groundwater. This order balances the use of loading limits, effluent limitations, and monitoring, including groundwater monitoring, to assess performance of wineries covered by the order. Groundwater monitoring can have the benefit of demonstrating the site is protecting water quality and is a trade-off between additional stringent effluent limits to ensure protections. The order requires Tier 4 wineries to conduct groundwater monitoring and has been revised to include alternate risk assessments of groundwater for land application areas and ponds. Staff added a Tier 4 land application area siting option and a new land application area option for area-wide groundwater monitoring in lieu of on-site groundwater monitoring. Tier 4 ponds at less than or at 1 million gallons in capacity can apply for an exception to groundwater monitoring. Next slide. We received comments on the enrollment and compliance schedules along a spectrum of too much time to delay the order adoption. Existing wineries do need time to invest in upgrades for order compliance, especially due to COVID and wildfire impacts, whereas new wineries can be built with compliance in mind. Clarifications have been made to the following. The existing wineries with waste discharge requirements, termed WDRs, when it comes to these wineries, the regional water boards will be reviewing existing individual WDRs for wineries and determining if this order is applicable. As regional orders are rescinded or expire, eligible wineries will be required to enroll under this order. Existing wineries without WDRs, if they're eligible for the order, are required to apply within 3 years or sooner if required by the regional board. A compliance schedule up to 5 years can be proposed in the notice of intent for regional board approval. New wineries are required to enroll 180 days prior to opening, and the order does not put deadlines on the design or build schedules. However, the expectation is that the new wineries are built to comply with the order. The order also provides additional compliance schedules for specific requirements such as pond upgrades and technical reporting. Keep in mind, enrollment is not expected to begin until after fee development and an application process is defined. Next slide, please. Comments were received on the applicability of effluent limits for subsurface disposal, the definition of agronomic rate and crop uptake, and the loading limits for land application. Changes in response were made as follows by staff. We removed the instantaneous BOD loading limit. We believe the 100 pounds per acre per day averaging is sufficient for over an irrigation cycle to prevent nuisance and odors. We revised the definition of agronomic rate, which in summary is the rate of application of nutrients in amount necessary to satisfy the plant nutrient demand or crop uptake while minimizing the movement of nutrients below the plant root zone. We clarified the 100 pounds per acre per day BOD loading limit exceedance is over 3 consecutive samples. It's not an instantaneous limit. And we removed the confusing word weekly for the subsurface disposal effluent limits. And we made clarifying changes that the exceedance is over 3 consecutive samples. Staff also made it clear that the land application area loading requirements apply to landscape irrigation using winery process water. Next slide. Packaged wastewater plants are pre-manufactured treatment facilities used to treat wastewater in small communities or individual properties. Please note GPY equals gallons of processed water a year. The costs shown on the slide are examples and are for packaged treatment plants units and may not include all other costs for installation and operation. The Wine Institute did not provide the full Kennedy Jenks budget proposal, so staff cannot say that the evaluated costs are all parallel. Treatment costs are highly site-specific and variable based on a particular winery. All systems evaluated claim to remove nitrogen and nitrate, and some can even be installed after existing septic tanks or other tanks in the treatment process, which are necessary in some cases for solids processing. There seems to be a large range of package system wastewater treatment costs depending on the flow rate in gallons per minute of the facility or winery, complexity of the treatment system, siting factors, and influent quality. Next slide. This slide covers tank and haul activities and spills. Comments were received including claims that the order would increase need for tank and haul. For example, requirements on the definition of high strength waste and setbacks proposed for the land application areas. And comments were received on requiring on and off-site tank and haul activities to comply with the order and controlling spills. Staff addressed these comments by adding the requirement for all tiers to have on-site spill management and control procedures, response measures, and staff training to address on-site spills from activities such as tank and haul. However, tank and haul operations after they leave the winery are not covered by the order, but clarifications were made that these operations must comply with applicable local regulation, and if wineries are found to discharge to land, they may be required to enroll in the order. Next slide, please. Pond requirements. This was a very popular comment category. Comments were received on pond liner and sizing requirements. For smaller tiers, monitoring and performance testing requirements. Staff addressed these comments by clarifying the applicability of pond requirements in the new tier structure. Tier 1, when it comes to existing, new, or expanding ponds in compliance with the order and Tier 1 specific pond requirements, are not required to meet the hydraulic conductivity standard or storm design standards if the information provided in the notice of intent is approved by the Regional Water Board. The Regional Water Board can also direct the discharger to enroll as a Tier 2 or upgrade ponds to meet new Tier 2 pond requirements if discharge poses a threat to water quality. Tier 1 is also not required to meet the 100-year flood inundation requirement, and Tier 2 existing ponds are not required to meet the hydraulic conductivity standard or storm design standards, unless information is provided to the Regional Board, and the Regional Board may direct dischargers to upgrade those existing ponds to meet new conductivity or sizing standards if the discharge poses a threat to water quality. When it comes to Tier 2 new or expanded ponds, those must meet the hydraulic conductivity standards and storm sizing standards. For Tier 3 and 4, existing, new, or expanding ponds, these must meet the hydraulic conductivity standards and storm design standards. They're also required to conduct ongoing performance testing at every 5 years. We do acknowledge some existing Tier 3 and 4 ponds may need to include tank systems as part of their process water storage system to ensure storm design capacity to meet the standards in this order. Next slide, please. Staff made proposed changes to address comments on the general horizontal setbacks. Comments include concern with siting restrictions for existing features and concern with vine removal in land application areas. The revised general setbacks for winery, pond, and disposal features are 50 feet from a water supply well, which includes a drinking water or agriculture well, not monitoring wells, 50 feet from a surface water or surface water drainage course, and a general setback from the property line at 25 feet, with an added exception for land application area setbacks from property lines to accommodate irrigation, which is set at 5 feet, and discharges offsite are prohibited. When you look at the statewide general and individual orders for wineries, the setbacks range from 100 feet for water supply or surface water to none. And this order seeks to find middle ground for these setbacks, given the prohibition to discharge offsite, and that the Regional Water Board can impose different setbacks based on site-specific factors. Next slide. Staff also revised the 5-foot separation from seasonal high groundwater for the bottom of ponds and subsurface trenches to allow a smaller separation at a minimum of 2 feet. This has to be approved by the water board, the Regional Water Board, and only if it's infeasible to do the 5-foot and its site-specific conditions indicate the smaller separation will not pose a threat to water quality. Next slide. This is related to the disposal of domestic wastewater and processed water. And the slide shows, is attempting to show what a split treatment system could look like as a graphic. So you have the processed water for wineries being separately treated than the domestic wastewater. Comments were received requesting discharges with commingled domestic and wastewater systems to be covered with the order. Staff have included provisions that allow the commingled disposal of combined domestic wastewater and processed water if the treatment is separate and is conditional upon Regional Water Board approval. Keep in mind, fully commingled systems are not prohibited. They're just not covered under this order, unless within 3 years of the notice of applicability issuance, the discharger does one of the following. They obtain a separate regulatory coverage for the system from the Regional Water Board or local agency, and that's accepted by the region. They modify the system so they're separate and only the processed water system is regulated by the order. Or they modify the system to separate the treatment and the discharges through the combined subsurface disposal as shown on the slide. Next slide. Thank you. Comments received on the order, and this slide includes the main other comment areas. One category was to provide additional order compliance pathways in response to exceeding the fixed dissolved solids threshold, effluent limits, or loading limits. Staff have clarified the use of the Central Valley salts, sustainability programs, and salt and nutrient management plans for order compliance. We clarified that the Central Valley salts language per edits from the Central Valley Regional Water Board and the implementation of the salt and nutrient management plans are a discharger driven and an option and one mechanism the Regional Water Board can consider accepting instead of a site-specific plan. We clarified the requirement for local agency oversight programs to implement the general order and the discharger reporting requirements related to that program. Many of the implementation details for the general order local agency oversight program will be provided in the Regional Board's approval and memorandum of understanding. Changes were made to acknowledge this process and the local agency spill and annual reporting requirements and the discharge requirements for data submittal and the revised finding to support the roles between regional water boards and the local agency. The main California Environmental Quality Act comments were requesting the template to be updated to include expanded discussion on the transportation and Caltrans right-of-way, tank and haul activities, wildfires, and ponds. The only mitigated category is for tribal cultural resources. Next slide. Thank you, and now I turn it back over to Scott Couch.
Thank you, Laurel. I'll try to get through these last couple of slides before the leaf blower person gets too close. So the staff recommendation is to adopt the resolution for the CEQA mitigated negative declaration, the associated general waste discharge requirements for winery process water, along with change sheet number 1. Next slide, please. If adoption should occur, implementation begins. The December 2nd, 2020 draft will remain posted on the website and any subsequent change sheets from this meeting. Due to web accessibility requirements, staff will make the official adopted PDF versions of the adopted order, initial study, and mitigated negative declaration and post them on the program webpage. Staff expect that enrollment will be in a phased approach, but will not be immediate. Existing unregulated wineries will have up to 3 years to enroll, or sooner if directed by the regional board. Staff will be working on providing training for the regional boards and regulated community and implementation guidance. Staff will work with stakeholders and the State Water Board fee unit on developing a fee schedule for the board to consider. The public workshop for the fees is currently scheduled for March 9th, 2021. We will also be working on electronic data tools to assist in the application process and support the reporting of water quality data, technical reports, and compliance tracking. Next slide, please. Thank you for your time today, and this concludes our staff presentation. We welcome your questions, and now I turn it back over to Board Chair Esquivel.
Thank you, Mr. Couch, and thank you for the entire team. Thank you to the entire team. This has been, I know, a years-long effort, and appreciate also the engagement from the wine industry and communities impacted here. I know and want to acknowledge that the vice chair, and I know board member Doduk and others took several tours as a part of the development of this order through the years here. And I think that interaction with the industry has really served well to help hone and craft what I see here as, again, quite an effort, and really strikes the right balance to my mind. But we'll continue to hear here from folks during public comment, but I open up to any fellow board members for any questions or comment here before we turn it over to, I think we have a couple of panels and then a series of folks, I think about 15, 16 or so individual commenters.
I have some questions. Thank you, Chair, but also want to start off by just acknowledging the multi-year effort that this has brought us to, and just really appreciate all of the stakeholders, staff, and the really good dialogue that I had many opportunities to be a part of, and want to also acknowledge the NGO community. They've been very helpful as well. And so I think that we're pretty close to striking the balance. I continue to have just a few concerns, but really focusing on how to best sort of thread that needle on the protection of water quality, and at the same time looking at some of these cost issues. And so I'd like to take a look at slide 15, if we could. This is the slide that included the Wine Institute's estimates on subsurface disposal, and then also had some additional estimates in there. Okay, great. So could you go through, staff, could you please go through, Laurel or Scott, some additional, I know that the Wine Institute will be speaking, so we can ask them about that middle category referred to as Kennedy Jenks package. But if we could get some additional information about 1 and 3, Earth Tech and Nitrex, and where this information came from. And Laurel, I appreciate that you indicated that the Wine Institute did not provide a lot of detail, but I'm going through the letter that they submitted, and on page 3 of the Wine Institute's letter, they do go through the treatment train that they believe is necessary. And so there's several bullets that they've included in their letter as to what they think is considered to be the way to meet the standard. And so just want to know if you agree with the components that would be required for the treatment train, and if so, were those components included in Earth Tech and Nitrex estimates?
So thank you, Vice Chair Diadamo. and I think that treatment varies depending on the winery. I don't have any question that what Kennedy Jenks put together is one method and a good method for doing nitrogen removal and treatment. However, for some of these small wineries, there are combined package plants that can do some of that treatment all in a different way when it comes to having a tank with baffles and how the treatment process goes with the aeration and how long it is retained in that tank, and then it goes to filtration. So I looked at, and these were technologies that were available and had cost calculators online so that you could, assess kind of the ranges that they were looking at. So I think our main point on these is there's a range of costs, and that they claim that they can meet some pretty low nitrogen removal rates for wastewater. But the treatment systems, they can have multiple tanks with sand filtration and then go through a biomembrane reactor, or they can have one tank that kind of does a different process based on retention time and then what goes in after that. What I appreciated about EarthTech and Nitrex was the option to put them in line with existing infrastructure at a facility so that you could kind of use some of those costs that you've already incurred for pre-treatment before you go into this secondary stage of treatment and before you discharge to the land.
And that's for nitrogen treatment.
Correct.
So I think, and I don't pretend to understand what would be required here, but I think that again, we can ask the Wine Institute when they come up, but I think that my sense in reading through their comments is, in fact, I'll just read from, it's the bottom of page 3 of their letter, that the treatment train complexity is primarily driven by the requirement to meet the nitrogen effluent limit while simultaneously meeting effluent limits for BOD and TSS. So what I'm gathering from their letter is that it's more complex than just nitrogen removal, and that the combined effluent limits create some additional challenges. So
yeah, and I think that, so this was for the package plant for nitrogen treatment, and so it assumes, for the ones that I looked at, it assumes that you would have some type of pre-treatment tank. I know we're talking about pre-treatment, but pre-treatment to the package plant to reduce solids, so that when it goes through the package plant, there already is reduced solids that have more of the BOD and some of the other concerns with the subsurface, like total suspended. Those should be things that fall out before you get to this plant, but they do acknowledge that they can treat for some of that. But like John said, and I back that up, is that treatment is expensive, but it is very site specific. And so it depends on the size of the winery, what their influent is looking like, and what their end goal is with the treatment to meet the limit.
okay. And then the other question that I had is that Wine Institute in their letter suggested that instead of imposing the limits, and I appreciate what Mr. Bishop said earlier, and that is that not having nitrogen treatment comes at a cost. And I would agree with that statement. But I don't know that I would agree that all facilities are contributing. And so I think that what I want to better understand is there an option that's out there along the lines of what Wine Institute is suggesting, or maybe something else, where instead of automatically imposing the limits, that there would be monitoring over a period of time in the early years, and then implementation of these effluent limits where there are issues. And so I just want to get your thinking on, well, the response, and you probably have this, in your documentation already, but on this other approach, not to do away with it, but to have some monitoring and then have a trigger for what's being required.
Well, maybe I could explain what happens currently in the proposed order when they exceed. and it's a multi-year process after the first exceedance. So they're allowed to put together a proposal that up to a year later to demonstrate what they're going to do to address the exceedance. So it isn't like a violation. It's actually an opportunity to put it together a site-specific report to determine what they're going to do in response to meet the limit. They can join a salt nutrient management plan. They can also join a sustainability program that has controls on an industry base that could control the nitrogen. So there's a lot of options already, I would say, to what happens after you exceed the limit. But in condition of that, you know, delaying the effluent limit may, we could talk about that, but we were looking more at options for alternative ways to demonstrate compliance for nitrogen, maybe through some shallow groundwater monitoring or lower groundwater monitoring instead. But I maybe defer to Scott if we want to talk about that now. I guess it depends on where the item goes, this part of it.
So I'll jump in a little, and then Scott can talk. Is that there is a, as you alluded to, Vice Chair Gianama, there is another path, which would be to have the limit apply in the groundwater as opposed to in the effluent. That requires a site-specific groundwater monitoring for the subsurface disposal, because that's what we're talking about with this treatment. And that would be our estimate, significantly lower cost to put in the groundwater monitoring system. You need a minimum of 3 wells and maybe more, depending on your situation. So you have up gradient and down gradient. And you need to know the gradient. So sometimes that's why you need more, because the gradient's different than you think when you first put it in. And so you have to add more wells to make it down gradient. So there's some risk involved there. But there is also the risk that if you're discharging waste with high nitrogen, the soil treatment is low in subsurface discharge. The most area that you get nitrogen removal in the subsurface is in the root zone, and subsurface disposal is below the root zone. So you're going to get less of that. So you have a condition where you may put in an investment in groundwater monitoring to show that you're not causing or contributing to degradation of the groundwater, but it shows the opposite, and you are. And at that point, then you're also going to need to put in the treatment system to address that. So that is not in the order today, but it could be considered by the board as as you say, a way to show that for some wineries that they aren't causing it and they don't need the treatment.
Right. And I think that, you know, of course, it's not just site specific as to the winery, but as to the other conditions that are going on in the area. And so there's, you know, of course, some information that the Wine Institute's presented in Napa and Alexander Valleys, where nitrate levels at this point are not high. And so presumably, if that option were available, wineries that are in areas where they think it might be worth the installation of groundwater monitoring wells, such that they wouldn't then have to dial it back and then undertake what is currently being proposed. I just want to get your thinking on that. Is that how it would play out?
So there's a couple of things to think about, and is that yes, there is a potential that their existing pre-treatment, though higher than the limit, discharge higher than the limit, is low enough that the soil treatment would reduce the nitrogen concentration so that it's not impacting groundwater. And then that would be that ongoing monitoring that they would have would be less expensive than putting in a nitrogen treatment. But I should say that regional groundwater contamination takes a long time. And so it may well be that the shallow groundwater is impacted and isn't showing up in any drinking water wells and may not for many years. And so it's not a clear indication that if the drinking water system hasn't been affected yet, that there's not any contribution. We've learned that over many years in many basins in the state. So I'm not arguing against it. I'm just making sure that people understand that it's not a guarantee that if they're in an area that doesn't show nitrate contamination in their drinking water supplies yet, that that means that they're not causing or contributing to groundwater exceedances.
Yeah, and it would be, if we had it in there as an option, it would be a business decision as to whether or not they want to undertake that option, because it may change.
Right. And we have done something similar so that you have some context in the composting order. There was a lot of concern about the pads and compaction of the process working area, and that that they didn't need to do that they weren't causing or contributing to groundwater. So an option was put in to either do that or to put in a groundwater monitoring system. Our understanding to date, and it hasn't been in place that long, is that no one's availed themselves of the groundwater monitoring approach. But that option was there, and it's still there. And so that's some context for you.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. That's all I have.
Can I add a question just along this line? I agree with Board Member Diadamo's lines of questions on here as it relates to the subsurface discharge system, and that the costs that we're seeing here in that slide might represent a little bit of apples and oranges, and it really is site specific. I appreciate the caveats that may not include construction costs, may not include the full treatment train, and those are some concerns that came to mind when I saw those cost comparisons as well. So I think it's just really important that, hopefully other board members here or just keep that in mind when you're looking at those costs that really may not represent truthfully what you'll see in the real world if a winery has to install treatment.
Yeah, I would agree totally, Board Member McGuire, that the cost estimates that the staff got were for the packaged treatment plants, which doesn't include the whole build out. So you have to assume that those are low. I would also say that our history in looking at costs of treatment is that the affected parties choose the highest treatment train they can find to make sure that the board understands what that maximum might be. So I would take both of those with a grain of salt as saying it's somewhere between those.
I think that's fair. Yeah. And if there are a number of wineries that have to go down this path, I think there's opportunity for ingenuity here and creativity in terms of looking at the types of treatment that might be most effective. I think the monitoring approach is interesting, and so I do definitely would like to keep that in mind as an optional pathway. But my question that I just want to add on here just relates to the effluent limit itself. There was an acknowledgement that there's some treatment in the soil. We don't really know what that is, and so the effluent limit has been set at total nitrogen as opposed to nitrate, which is what we're mostly concerned about here as it relates to public health protection. So I was just wondering if you've considered perhaps setting initially other limits other than total nitrogen, because that just reflecting on the uncertainty, really the lack of solid science and understanding that we have here as to what happens in the soil profile.
Yeah, I totally understand your concern, and we discussed it a lot. In many of our orders, we look at nitrate, nitrite, and ammonia, and set our limits using those three as kind of the combination of nitrogen that can, in the subsurface, do some conversion. So the problem with just setting a nitrate in the effluent is that we need to understand how much of this is in a form of nitrogen that can be converted by the soil bacteria to nitrate, and what of that nitrate is absorbed or converted out. And that's a very waste specific. There's a lot of information on that on human wastewater subsurface, so you can make a better estimate. We're at a little bit of a precautionary by using total nitrogen, because it's two things. Some of that total nitrogen is removed, converted by the soil treatment, and it's not 100% nitrate to start with. And so there is a conservative assumption going into that. The other approach would be to identify the major constituents of nitrogen that are in the wastewater and set limits appropriate for each of those, as opposed to total. But that gets expensive, confusing, and more technically difficult to do both at the wineries and for us. So at a minimum, and we would have to talk within staff, but I generally would say that nitrate, nitrite, and ammonia need to be all separately monitored for, and limits associated with those if you wanted to go down a path of changing from total nitrogen.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just think it's an area that I think we should keep in mind as we're thinking, have we we're balancing these costs, right? The trade-offs of costs with water quality protection. And to the extent there is still some uncertainty there, I think thinking of different pathways, whether it's in the target or in monitoring, groundwater monitoring, or in treatment pathways, I think these are all, for me anyway, just elements that I am keeping in mind here as we continue with our discussion.
I appreciate that, board member. I'd say I'm trying to keep those things in mind as well. It might be helpful also to remember that we are talking about tier 4 facilities at this point here that have subsurface disposal going on, I believe. No, not the case. Okay.
No, it's all the tiers that have subsurface disposal. So there's
Oh.
tiers 2, 3, and 4.
That's fair. That's fair. For me though, it is really resting on more of a precautionary principle, because you're eliminating any root and otherwise processes that remove the nitrates. And I don't think here the science is necessarily so fuzzy, or the request is too great, I think. So.
Yeah.
And just to add one thing, we are much more comfortable with the disposal to a land application area because of that soil profile and the interaction. We're learning more as we work with CDFA on our Healthy Soils initiative, that the healthier your soil, the more it would be able to have the biological activity to treat the waste. But when you dispose, you go below that soil profile in the roots zone, you're not getting much benefit of that same type of treatment. So I would say, just in general, we're more concerned with the subsurface disposal than with the land application of the waste.
Mr. Couch, do we know how many facilities generally we're talking about then?
With subsurface disposal?
Right.
I can
Yes,
help
we
with
do.
that one.
Maybe I could get a lifeline on that one.
So, and these are numbers based upon the number of wineries that the Wine Institute gave us per tier. So what we estimate, and then they put some of these numbers in their letter. So it was really helpful to understand some of the scope of impact. But for example, in tier 1, which has no effluent limits for subsurface, there might be 400 of them that have subsurface. It's very common the smaller you are. And then for tier 2, there might be 504 of the 500 or 757 in that tier. So there's a large number that could be in a large density that have subsurface disposal. 85 out of 158 in tier 3, and potentially less than 10, maybe 9 in tier 4, where the costs are the most.
Thank you. That's helpful.
I think
Sure.
one thing, and I'm curious if staff looked at, like, with the ponds, new or expanded systems, because my own observation is that, well, in tier 4, as you noted, Laurel, there's not that many, but in tier 2 and 3, there are more that use subsurface. And I think that the challenge for a lot of these medium to small size wineries is that they don't have the land mass to put in a pond. Or, their system already exists and they don't have a pond, and there's just not a lot of acreage. And then it's really not much of an option in areas where it's expensive, several $100,000 per acre. So to set aside a land mass for a pond is challenging in those areas. And so just wondering if there was any consideration for, either new or expanded systems. And maybe with a combination of something that either Board Member McGuire suggested or what I was suggesting on groundwater monitoring, and then triggers for existing systems, and then maybe a requirement for a new system.
So today, the subsurface disposal, grandfathering in of existing system hasn't been considered. And but as the board's thinking about things, if they want us to consider a groundwater monitoring trigger for existing and just a requirement for the treatment and effluent limits for new, that's a possibility that could be, we could work on language on.
Okay.
Thank you, board members, for the good discussion. Let's move on to our two panels. Unless actually, I do want to provide other board members don't mean to move quickly to panels if there is further discussion or question. Board Member Firestone?
Yeah, I'll just ask a quick question to staff, and I really appreciate the balancing and around cost of compliance and sort of engagement that folks have provided to help ground truth and work through flexible options, and staff that have been working through that as well. One thing just I think, especially in the presentation as we went through, was that struck me was just why, maybe I misunderstood this, but my understanding is we actually reduced the requirements around preparedness for flood and inundations. And it just struck me, given that we know that there will be more frequent and intense flooding and inundation because of climate change. And so my understanding is it's up to the regional boards how they assess that risk, but really just a question to staff around what the thought process was in doing that.
No, that's a good question, Laurel. So it was only for tier 1, so the really small, up to 30,000 gallons per year. So we felt that existing wineries at that level, or new wineries, they're going to have to meet local codes, and those local codes can, when you build a facility, before you even, I know that there's some permitting in place that make sure that it complies with this order, but we're not going to be overriding flood controls and flood local requirements, especially for a tier 1. They can just go through those local processes, but the other tiers must meet those for structural flood, structural infrastructure needs to meet those flood requirements.
Thanks.
Thank you. I appreciate the discussion so far and look forward to hearing from the stakeholders and some additional deliberations by my colleagues. I will just say, one thing right now, and that is I have always been very concerned about cost of compliance, and appreciate the steps that staff has taken in modifying their proposals in order to address some of those concerns. The challenge with looking at cost of compliance and only cost of compliance is we so seldom have information on the benefits in terms of economic benefits of what staff is proposing, especially on when we're considering precautionary steps like protecting groundwater. I think we all know of examples throughout the state and throughout the nation, for that matter, where contaminated groundwater becomes extremely costly to remediate, if it's even possible. And that kind of quantification of economic benefit is not something that we readily have available. So it's always challenging when we try to balance these proposals, these regulations, especially during these tough economic times, when, yes, the cost data is, even though they're estimates and even though they have a wide range, is always more readily available than the things that we're trying to protect. So I know you're all aware of that, but I'll just toss that out there as something to keep in mind as we have further discussions after the stakeholder comments.
Good thought and comment, board member. Thank you. Okay, well, let us move to then the two panels. And I'll say, you know, I believe each have requested about 15 to 20, 25 minutes. And so we will try to get through these two panels, and then we'll break for a little bit of a late lunch here for probably about 30 minutes. And then we'll come back and start making our way through the individual commenters. So I'd like to call up our first panel, which is Caitlin Kalua and Don Mickenhill from Russian Riverkeeper.
Good morning. I do not know why my video is not starting, so you have my voice.
Oh, but that works just fine as well. Good morning.
Good morning. Really, before I begin, just really appreciate the already robust discussion. I mean, this is quite an endeavor that you and your staff have undertaken. So with that, I will begin. Good afternoon, Chair Escobar, members of the board. My name is Caitlin Kalua. I am the policy manager for California Coastkeeper Alliance, which represents local waterkeeper organizations throughout the state. With me today is Don Mickenhill, Executive Director of Russian Riverkeeper. Next slide, please. Overall, we do support the adoption of this general order to even the playing field for those already regulated by a WDR and ensure facilities that have the potential to degrade water quality and do not yet have a permit are in fact regulated. Today, our comments center on the following topics that require further attention to strengthen this general order and ensure water quality is protected statewide. Next slide, please. California's 9 regions are extremely diverse and hydrologically unique, with significant diversity within each region. We appreciate this inherent tension in issuing a first of its kind statewide order to promote strong requirements and statewide consistency alongside the need for regional board discretion. Despite the overarching need for regional board discretion, the general permit should impose strong protective requirements given the risks associated with wine wastewater, a waste that contains salts, bacteria, high-strength BOD, total suspended solids, abnormal pH, and nitrogen that, as was discussed, can contribute to degradation of groundwater, as well as can contribute to harmful algal blooms if it does reach California's surface waters. It is also worth noting that concentrations of salts and debris from grape crushing and pressing operations can be 15 to 25 times higher than untreated municipal sewage, which can then require pre-treatment if this waste is to enter a wastewater treatment system. Next slide, please. Some regional boards have already set a low threshold for a waiver for wine wastewater. On this slide is an excerpt from the North Coast region's waste discharge requirements, finding that winery waste discharges may affect waters of the state and are inappropriate for a waiver if they are either commercial operations or operations producing over 200 gallons of wine per year, which equates to roughly 1,600 gallons of wastewater produced each year, depending on the facility. The threshold for wineries to fall under this general order, however, is 10,000 gallons per year. For this reason, we support the new clarifying language that facilities with design flows less than 10,000 gallons per year are only exempt from permit enrollment, provided they comply with the discharge prohibitions and specific management practices outlined in the order. And further, that these facilities may be required to enroll as a Tier 1 facility if deemed appropriate by the regional board. This is especially important given that, as was seen in today's presentation, that 556 of the over 1,400 eligible wineries, that is over a third of the wineries proposed to be regulated under this order, fall under the exempt category of 10,000 gallons of wastewater or less per year, a threshold that is already far greater than was used in some regions to determine eligibility of a waiver. Next slide, please. Port Cologne applies to any incidental or intentional discharge of waste to land or water that could affect water quality, not on whether a discrete discharge actually pollutes a water body. Waste discharge requirements are further intended to prevent potential water quality pollution and are not intended to respond to a discharge of pollutants after the fact. Port Cologne explicitly lays out this intent by stating that pollution prevention should be the first step for managing waste. The Water Board must apply this pollution prevention principle when imposing requirements under this order. Next slide, please. This slide outlines the groundwater monitoring and pond requirements for each tier, as was in the December draft. Currently, the draft order only requires a one-time finding that a pond, whether lined or unlined, meets pond performance requirements for Tier 1 and Tier 2 facilities, and only requires that a periodic leak test be done for a Tier 3 facility 5 years after an NOA issuance or other qualifying act. No such leak test is required for Tier 1 or Tier 2 facilities. Given waste discharge requirements are intended to prevent potential water pollution and are not intended to respond to discharge of waste after the fact, it is unacceptable that any tier be allowed to install and operate a new unlined pond. Further, it is well established that essentially all ponds leak to some degree, and then we see it unacceptable that existing ponds for either Tier 1 or Tier 2 not be required to meet the hydroconductivity standard. And with increased atmospheric river events, as was previously discussed very briefly, we don't find it acceptable that any pond be allowed to operate below a peak design standard, even if they are in the lowest permit tier, and should not operate smaller than a 100-year, 24-hour peak storm design. Of course, then given there are local permitting and flood control considerations there. Further, only Tier 4 facilities, those required to have lined ponds, are required to conduct groundwater monitoring and may be even subject to a new groundwater monitoring exemption. We do not agree with the change sheet that allows Tier 4 facilities, being those facilities that produce over 1 million gallons of wastewater, to conduct area-wide groundwater monitoring in lieu of on-site groundwater monitoring. Area-wide monitoring, as outlined in the change sheet, should instead only apply to smaller tier facilities if, again, groundwater monitoring is imposed. I do want to flag one more clarifying question. Actually, this is, I guess, more of a discussion point. Looking at the change sheet and then again watching the staff presentation today, I'm a little unclear of the actual threshold of these tiers, if it's the actual flow versus a design flow. There is language in the change sheet that suggests this is the flow design of these facilities, and that's the permitted size of these facilities versus what is actually done. And so that's a clarification I would just appreciate. It was not necessarily made clear in today's presentation by staff. Next slide, please. California courts have further found minimal monitoring programs, not only non-existent programs, as we see with tiers 1 through 3, are ineffective to determine compliance with water quality standards. Without groundwater monitoring data, we simply do not and cannot know if and to what extent tier 1 through 3 discharges affect groundwater quality. Absence of data is not evidence of no impact. Essentially, without monitoring data, facilities can't prove that they are not adversely impacting groundwater quality, especially given the long-term range of whether we actually detect changes in groundwater quality. Next slide, please. Ultimately, the requirements of this order mean virtually nothing without adequate monitoring to assure that wastewater does not degrade water quality, especially when ponds are used or waste is otherwise distributed to land. Without requiring monitoring of any frequency for tiers 1 through 3, the draft order fails to require adequate monitoring and reporting to ensure the protection of groundwater beneficial uses. And this is why we ask for the following actions listed in this slide: that new or expanded ponds must be lined, a leak test be performed by all tiers at least once every 5 years, groundwater monitoring be required for all unlined ponds if unlined ponds are allowed to operate under this order. groundwater monitoring be required for all land application areas and subsurface disposal sites unless otherwise certified by a qualified professional in accordance with the Business and Professions Code. And at a minimum, Tier 3 groundwater monitoring requirements be reinstated as was seen in this summer's previous draft. Lastly, Tier 4 facilities should continue to be required to conduct on-site monitoring, and that area-wide groundwater monitoring only be allowed for smaller tiers. Next slide, please. The draft order also includes a new groundwater monitoring exemption for the only tier required to do that monitoring, being Tier 4. While no groundwater monitoring exemption should necessarily be granted for facilities of this size, we do ask that conditions that give rise to a groundwater monitoring exemption be verified by a qualified professional in accordance to Business and Professions Code sections outlined by your staff in other sections of this order. Next slide, please. Finally, effluent limits are critical to meet groundwater quality objectives and to protect groundwater beneficial uses. The use of effluent limits and WDRs issued to manage winery wastewater is not new and is already done by some regional boards. Maximum daily limits are needed to ensure that discharges to land do not degrade groundwater quality. However, effluent limits are only imposed to tiers 2 through 4, and if these are to operate as actual limits, should apply to all discharges subject to this order. We appreciate that the change sheet that dischargers with demonstrated impacts shall rather than may be required to prepare a nitrogen control plan, yet remain concerned that the order only imposes this requirement on tiers 2 through 4, leaving out Tier 1 discharges, that is any facility smaller than 30,000 gallons per year, despite a finding in the order that smaller facilities are more commonly to use subsurface disposal systems. The change sheet also requires a sodium substitution unless quote unquote technologically or economically infeasible. We encourage this qualification be limited to technological feasibility rather than economic. And finally, the change sheet includes a new average daily flow to measure the flow of Tier 3 facilities rather than continuous flow. This average daily flow is defined as the flow, quote, estimated during the first 7 days of the discharge occurring each month. And we encourage that any average flow should be measured in a way that captures actual operation of a facility and not be arbitrarily based on the first week of each month. And before I pass this presentation to Don Meckenhall, I also seek clarification that the new MOU language in the change sheet for local agency oversight programs do not usurp Water Board enforcement authority. So apologies as I kind of included change sheet additions onto this slide, but with that, I'll pass it on to Don Meckenhall. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Caitlin. Good afternoon, members of the board and chair. This picture, I'm sure a lot of people heard about the wine spill earlier last year, a year ago, in the Russian River. This picture is taken well downstream, good 4 miles downstream of where it entered the river. As you can see, still is quite visible. We really appreciate the inclusion of the spill containment requirements for all tiers, and the spill prevention and emergency response plans be required for tiers 3 and 4. However, planning really leads to prevention, and certainly we encourage these plans be prepared at all tier levels. And I think the industry has some great examples that can be duplicated. While spills and unauthorized discharges are prohibited under the general order, there's no explicit BMPs really to contain spills or process wastewater. And there certainly doesn't seem, we still have yet to see any repercussions for this in the form of fines to kind of encourage good behavior. But there's nothing in there in the form of a penalty scheme for any failures to contain spills that reach our river. So certainly we recommend that proper site-specific BMPs be in place to prevent accidents and spills from reaching our river and aquifers for all the wineries regulated under this general order. And specifically, we'd like to see sufficient setbacks from the embankment where there is no room for proper containment measures, certainly looking at the capacity of a facility and what happens if there's an accident is really important, because we saw that we weren't able to keep it out of the river. Looking at site-specific things like slope, soil type, and storage, looking at where is that water going to go if it overwhelms the capacity, and trying to direct it in the less harmful directions, and also addressing things when there are rain events, which makes it an even tougher job. And certainly it would be helpful that these plans be made available to the public so that people living nearby are aware that there could be a problem and what's going to happen. Next slide, please. And looking at the setback requirements, the draft order gives a broad discretion to regional boards to impose site-specific setbacks rather than minimums. This is really smart because what's really going to protect our coho salmon up in the Russian River is probably going to be overly draconian in some areas where they don't have such sensitive resources. The 2020 in December, the two drafts last year, each had setbacks to water supply wells, surface waters, or water courses and property lines. Those are really helpful as a best practical control measure to create buffer zones to avoid discharges and mitigate against any impacts on water supply wells and potential for reaching surface water. These setbacks are also critically important to safeguard against potential spills, protect against flood risk. We've had a lot of flood events overwhelm some winery footprints, especially in the Laguna. This is an area that trying to build in and all that planning, what's going to happen. And do we need to update our setbacks if we're in a floodway that's been redesignated? And certainly looking at setbacks in areas that are habitat for coho salmon makes really appropriate sense for that regional board discretion. In the instance that a site's too small, then certainly processed wastewater being transported off site or a portion of it to get within appropriate limits makes perfect sense. So we certainly appreciate the discretion, but also note that the regional boards also can cut setbacks, and we just want to make sure that we are biased towards protecting the resources, which is the whole point of the permit. We think that setbacks, without making changes to the setbacks based on comprehensive risk management, we'd love to see us go back to the July 2020 draft language on setbacks to grant that broad authority to set those site specifics with that local knowledge of the regional boards. And the next slide, please. In the Russian River, like some wine producing regions, we have a high density of small facilities, and we encourage and support staff's consideration of cumulative impacts of these small exempt or tier 1 facilities that are all concentrated in small areas, and appreciate the clarification made in the change sheet to make sure these are eligible to enroll in the WDR as a tier 1. Regional and localized assessments should be conducted to identify the facilities that may qualify as a cluster of wineries and cumulative impacts associated with larger tier wineries. Identified clusters should then be subject to the appropriate tiers based on cumulative volume of that processed wastewater managed and discharged in a relatively small geographic area. As currently drafted, the draft order properly authorizes a large geographic concentration of tier 1 wineries be required to apply for tier 2. The draft order, however, does not explicitly extend this requirement to tier 2 or tier 3 facilities. Given that there's no fact sheet stating the water board's intention of that a large concentration of exempt facilities may qualify as a threat to water quality and may result in coverage of a tier 1, or concentration of tier 2 or tier 3 may give rise to a higher tier, we urge that this language be explicit in the final order to ensure the intent is clear and that regional boards are granting discretion to impose higher tier requirements. And I will let Caitlin take the next slide.
Thank you. And I do want to note, I believe we're a bit over time at this point. So just to flag at this point.
And say that it is perfect timing, because with that concludes our presentation. We are available for further questions or comments.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Kalua. I appreciate it. Any questions from fellow board members at this time for the panelists?
I'm wondering if staff might respond to some of the comments, especially the one about setbacks and regional water boards flexibility.
Yeah, so we we ran through kind of quick in our staff presentation. When you look at the current adopted individual orders with land application areas or other types of disposal for very large facilities, and then the general orders that are more related to smaller wineries, they sometimes have 0 setbacks specified all the way to 100. The 100 is more related to domestic wastewater, and in the context of the winery general order, we allow the separate treatment of domestic and processed water, but the disposals combined and treated more like processed water. So those are really stringent setbacks given the precedents we have here in existing orders. And to put the 100 feet in per the commenter, it would put an undue burden potentially on the region to then justify additional setbacks for almost every winery potentially that comes to apply for the order. So we picked the middle road to give it kind of the basis of a minimum that we think is appropriate, where it can go up or down from there.
Thank you.
And then, I'm sorry, board member Dodick, did you have another, you had another part to your question. It was the setbacks and then.
I think that was the one that stuck out the most for me. Thank you.
I was wondering if, Laurel, since you're here, if you could just clarify the question that was brought up by Ms. Kalua on the tier setting and whether that's actually set by the design flow or the average, because I actually had that same question. So.
And I appreciate the opportunity. So the winery order that you saw in July was based solely on design flow, which is what they're permitted locally, and you can only, it's designed up to producing that much wine and that much processed water. We heard a lot of feedback that some wineries are designed to a long-term build out. So what they would like to eventually produce over the next phase or years of the winery life. So what we put in is the regional board can approve if based on 5 years of historical data or an alternate method to determine that they actually can permit the winery in this order as a lower flow from the winery based upon that information showing that they historically do not produce as much wine as they're designed to produce. They cannot, however, permit a winery for over the design flow. That's a big concern because they're not designed and don't have the appropriate capacity to do that. So I hope that that helps. It's not what's discharged, it's what's produced.
That helps me. Yeah, thank you.
So that does, if they're permitted into a, let's just say they're permitted into tier 2, they have a design capacity for that would put them in tier 3, but they produce at tier 2. They have to continue producing at tier 2 levels unless and until they reapply for a change in their status. It's not okay to get in because your last 5 years you were less than the limit and then you start discharging greater than the limit. That's a violation of your permit conditions.
And so in that case, would it be incumbent upon the winery to then go to the general, to go to the regional board rather and say, I need to move up the tier in the general order? Okay.
Yeah, and
Or
there's
is there some other mechanism that would kind of provide that sort of check-in?
Yeah, the monitoring and reporting, it has the design, it has the daily flow or an estimate of that. So the regional board could look at that over time and see if it's just out of the realm of what you'd expect for the tier the winery is in.
I have another follow-up question unless, sorry, Scott, were you going to add something?
I was sorry. I was just going to answer Ms. Kalua's other question, which is if the region develops an MOU with the local agency, it will not usurp the authority of the regional board for enforcement at all.
Thank you for that. board member?
Yeah, I was just going to ask about staff about the recommendation for that was put forward in the presentation about requiring essentially signing off from a certified professional for groundwater monitoring exemptions. If you could just say more about either why that's not required or what, how it seems, you know, just looking at the, yeah, just how we would ensure that that we're able to meet those qualifications for exemption applications.
I'll jump in, Laurel. Scott, correct me if I'm misunderstanding, but my understanding is that the order requires that activities that require a professional interpretation or license be conducted by those people. If you're making decisions about groundwater hydrology, which this would be, you need to be a certified hydrogeologist or civil engineer to do that.
And the second part to that is the new area-wide groundwater monitoring proposal. It points to the technical specifications for installing a groundwater monitoring well already in the order. So I think it's just a matter of reading, taking that new language and getting familiar with it, and then looking back at those existing provisions for the design and implementation. They do require professionals already.
Great, thanks.
Thank you, everyone, for the good discussion and questions. Next, we'll go to our next panel here then. We have Noelle Creamers from the Wine Institute and Ashley Engelhoff from Honig Vineyard and Winery. Good afternoon, Ms. Creamers.
Good afternoon. Noelle Creamers with the Wine Institute. And I want to thank the board for the good discussion this morning and for the long-standing discussion. This has been in the works for quite some time, and I appreciate the changes and engagement of staff in working with us to develop this order. That being said, we still have significant concerns, and I think it's important to take a step back and look at why this order was being developed. And it's our understanding that this was developed to make sure that wineries were permitted and permitted consistently throughout the state. We have never been provided information showing that wineries are causing significant degradation to groundwater and that a specific environmental concern was the driver behind the development of the order. And I really appreciate the conversation about it takes some time for degradation to show up in drinking water wells. But I think the establishment of wineries, particularly in specific regions of the state, point to the fact that it's unlikely that wineries are significantly degrading groundwater. Now, if there are specific instances, we absolutely want to make sure that that's addressed. But I do think it's important when we're thinking about costs and looking at costs of implementing the order that we balance that against what we see potential environmental impacts from the industry. Next slide, please. So as staff did a great job going over the number of wineries and the number of wineries that we expect will be subject to the order, I do want to just remind the board about the industry. 36,000 people are employed directly at wineries, which means that that is an average of 10 employees per winery. The wineries that are subject to the winery order are likely to have 5 or fewer employees. So these are small businesses that will have a Herculean task in some cases to implement the order. So it's just important to recognize the size of the businesses being impacted. Next slide, please. California wineries have made significant investments in sustainability, and I think it's really important for the board to think about our role in sustainability and the holistic nature of that we need to look at all of the implications when making decisions. So our efforts towards sustainability really started in the mid-90s, and there's been investments in creating a number of certification organizations to document those efforts. We're excited that 80% of the wine produced in California comes from a certified California sustainable winery. We've also been recognized for our efforts in sustainability. California Sustainable Wine Growing Alliance, or the Wine Institute, have received 3 Governor's Environmental and Economic Leadership Awards. Our efforts are real, and we want to make sure that folks remember that. Specifically in the area of processed water, California Sustainable Wine Growing Alliance has invested resources towards helping wineries improve the effluent that is coming out of them by development of the Sustainable Water Management Guide for Small Wineries, Comprehensive Guide to Sustainable Management of Winery Water and Associated Energy. And currently they're developing the integrated tool for winery water quality management, which will be a specific tool to help wineries reduce impacts through their winery discharge. Next slide, please. I really appreciated staff's mention and recognition of the economic factors that wineries are operating within, and really all businesses in California these days. We expect $4.2 billion in losses from COVID-19 and an additional $3.7 billion in losses from the 2020 wildfires. And the wildfires it's really important to recognize that those losses aren't just from from 2020, but those wineries that either are not making a 2020 vintage or are reducing the amount of wine that they're making in 2020, that means later on they won't have wine to sell. So as this order is implemented, that's the time when they may not have wine to sell to cover the cost of some of these additional requirements. Next slide, please. Now to get to the costs of the order. So we estimated that one-time implementation costs would reach $778 million across wineries subject to the order. Our proposed changes that we would like to see, specifically around the effluent limits for subsurface, would save an estimated $581 million. That would still leave almost $200 million in one-time implementation costs. So it's not like this permit somehow becomes cheap for them to comply with, but it does save significant money. And that savings then allows wineries to continue their efforts. We have plenty of wineries that work towards creek restoration efforts, salmonid habitat improvements. And so money that is saved from the order can continue to be directed towards sustainability efforts. Next slide, please. Now, to talk specifically about subsurface disposal systems. The order's proposed limit, we've heard a lot of discussion already about total nitrogen. Despite the discussion around subsurface systems being below the root zone, we did have a tour in 2020 with the new staff who were writing this permit. And it was on Google Earth because it had to be virtual, but you could see the difference in the vines growing above a subsurface system. So there still is treatment occurring in the soil. It's also important to recognize subsurface systems are generally used in smaller wineries that are space limited. And then these are the example costs which staff presented. I want to talk more specifically to answer some of the questions that came up. So the costs that we generated were from a number of different vendors that have real world experience with California wineries. And those costs include everything that it would take. So it's the installation, the engineering, everything. So they are higher than what staff presented. And I had members who were emailing me and texting me. They went online and looked at the online calculators that staff used of those companies. Neither company mentions food or beverage producers as clients. So one question is whether or not they have any experience installing these systems in at a winery. The other issue is it does not include installation costs. So those figures were really an apples to oranges comparison. And we think it's unfair to say, well, you can purchase this, but then when there's hundreds of thousands of dollars of additional installation costs that aren't accounted for, we just want to make sure that the whole picture is considered. Next slide, please. So our proposal is that the effluent limits would change to targets initially, and they would change from total nitrogen to nitrate with an increase in BOD limits and keeping the TSS limits the same. Now, we appreciate staff's proposal that has that recognizes that if you're out of compliance, that you're given an opportunity to develop a nitrogen control plan and implement that plan. The problem is the order requires that you submit a compliance letter anytime you exceed the effluent limit. And those compliance letters then are posted online as violations. So our proposal of switching from a limit to a target means that we're not asking that the winery not have to improve their effluent and create a plan, but instead, while they're creating the plan and implementing that plan, they're not looked at publicly as being in violation that whole time. Then the effluent limits could take effect at 5 years, so that then they've given the winery an opportunity to implement that. So the other point, and I appreciate the vice chair bringing this up, but the wine regions, longstanding wine regions like the Alexander Valley and Napa Valley, their wells are not showing high levels of nitrate. And so we're just concerned about the cost that the effluent limits are creating and the requirement to install the pretreatment systems when there was not, that we don't have the data to show that wineries are causing that problem. I think I was intrigued about the conversation about possible trade-offs, maybe observation wells. There are wineries that install observation wells with their subsurface systems. Maybe that's an option to make sure that there's not problems there, but we are very concerned about the cost that the effluent limits create. Next slide, please. Now, our other major concern is the groundwater monitoring requirements, because the costs around there, and we appreciate the changes that have been made. We think that groundwater monitoring really should be tied to risks, and that the current proposal is overly broad because you're not looking at the true risks. So if you have a winery that is applying less than 50 pounds of nitrogen per acre per year, that's not contributing a significant risk to groundwater. Or you have a winery that has a very large pond, and most years that pond holds all of the processed water. So it's only maybe every 5 years that water is even land applied. So rather than having just a blanket, if you are in tier 4, you need to monitor your groundwater, that there be more flexibility. We appreciate the flexibility that's been offered for land application areas, and I'll talk further about that. But we would like to see an increase in the total treatment pond capacity to 2 million gallons, so that wineries with under 2 million gallons of a treatment pond capacity would be eligible to apply to the regional board for an exemption for groundwater monitoring. Next slide, please. So here's an example winery that would benefit from that 2 million gallon exemption. So they have a pond that's 1.4 million gallons, and you can see that they generate right around 1 million gallons. So they're at the bottom end of tier 4. And so this is a winery that, by not having to monitor their groundwater, could continue to contribute toward the stream restoration and salmonid protections that they've been doing, and would benefit from that. Next slide, please. on the regional groundwater monitoring piece, we appreciate the inclusion of that approach in allowing land application areas to be monitored in that way. We do have concerns with the language in the change sheet that requires that all wells be that all land application areas have a groundwater monitoring well within 1/4 mile. We understand the need to have the wells be representative, but we would like some more flexibility in determining what's representative. So we think that there is real value, and this just talks about Region 3 and Region 5 through their irrigated lands programs have existing groundwater monitoring systems. Region 1 is in the process of developing and prioritizing groundwater monitoring and within the basins. And we look forward to being able to figure out how to gather this data in a more cost-effective manner through regional groundwater monitoring. Next slide, please. So our last major concern is with the tier structure. So this is the current tier structure, and I know that I'm driving staff crazy right now with the inclusion of the case numbers, but the only reason cases are in there is just so that you can see kind of an easier way to understand the size of the wineries. I think people understand cases more quickly than gallons of wastewater. So if you look at tier 4, currently going from 1 million gallons to 15 million gallons, that's a huge gulf in size. I mean, we did some back of the envelope analysis of kind of the different revenues between those, and a winery at the top end may have 15 times the profit of a winery at the bottom end. And so what's being asked of them is very different in their ability to absorb that. Next slide, please. So our proposal was to move tier 3 up to 3 million gallons. Still is a wide difference, but much less wide. And we think that would more appropriately regulate that top tier, both for the requirements of that tier and then also for future fees.
May I ask a quick question? When it comes to 3 million, what is the sort of justification there? Is it pegging it to threat to water quality, or what's the feeling there around 3 million? Knowing that tier 4, I think for us, and knowing that the tiers are kind of built backwards, right? The flexibility is as you move up, and yes, your tier 4, the greatest sort of differentiation here is obviously the groundwater monitoring. But 1 million gallons is not an insignificant amount of waste to be produced, but where, I guess again, what's the justification for 3? Where does that come in a bit?
So our justification is more based on economics, but I will say we've asked what was the original justification for 1 million gallons, and it's not clear to us why 1 million gallons was selected. So we don't know if 1 million gallons was based on a specific water quality concern. So it was economics to have that tier be based more narrowly on the larger wineries. So next slide, please.
Actually, I saw Laurel pop on. I don't know if she wanted to maybe respond as to the justification on the staff side.
I can do it later, whatever's more appropriate.
That works. Yeah, may as well.
So the 1 million is kind of where the regional board, like the Central Valley Regional Board waiver runs out at 1 million. And so it was obviously a cutoff from even having a general order waiver. And so in all of the individual orders that I've seen, they're over 1 million, but we don't have a lot of justification between 1 million and 10 million for at least the cutoff, but it's between the waivers and the individual orders historically.
That's helpful. Thank you, Laurel.
So next slide, please. We really appreciate the conversation that's happened and urge a balancing of the costs of this order with the environmental benefits that are created, because we really want you to think holistically about the impacts of the costs and the order. We do have additional technical changes that we've included in our comments and appreciate the discussions that we've had with staff. And I know other folks will bring up some of the additional concerns. But I just want to reiterate the three main concerns that we have are the effluent limits for subsurface, the groundwater monitoring requirements, and so increasing off ramps there, and the tier structure. And we urge that you make changes to those before the order is adopted. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Creamers. Oh, Ms. Engelhoff, I apologize, you're on mute. You should be asked to unmute here in a moment. Your audio is a little off. Perhaps if you try to select a different microphone. Regrettably, your voice comically high-pitched. Next to the mute button, there's a small arrow that if you click on, you might be able to select a different microphone. Maybe that'll kind of kick it off. Sounds like it's just some technical bug on your side, unfortunately. Here, we'll try to. Yeah, there you are. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Sorry. So my name is Ashley Egelhoff. I'm the assistant winemaker at Honig Vineyard and Winery. Honig is a small family-owned and operated winery in the heart of Napa Valley. We produce 120,000 cases a year, which generates approximately 1.2 million gallons of processed water in an average year. So to put that into perspective, we generate approximately 4.2 gallons of processed water per gallon of wine produced. This is on the low side of what is typically estimated for wineries. Under the current draft general order, this would put us in tier 4. However, 2020 was a much different story. Due to wildfires, we will be bottling about 42% of our normal case production, all of which will be Sauvignon Blanc. This leaves us without a 2020 vintage of Napa Cabernet and all of our other smaller labels that are sold through our tasting room and wine club. Not only does this have the long-term financial impacts of losing most of a vintage and the subsequent revenue that vintage would generate, it puts us in an awkward position with respect to the general order. Remember, wine has a long inventory cycle. Red varietals are not typically bottled or released for at least 2 years after harvest, and the wines most impacted by wildfires are red varietals, which have a significantly higher retail value. We would still be performing all the requirements of a tier 4 facility while operating at the capacity of a tier 3 facility. The time, labor, and cost burden of this discrepancy would be difficult to reconcile, especially with respect to our size. We have a total of 10 employees who work in production-related jobs. We do not have an environmental compliance employee or even a department that much larger facilities in our same tier would have. Instead, we would either need to allocate employee time away from their assignments to work on compliance with the order or hire an outside consultant. Adjusting the tier structure to capture wineries with 3 million gallons of processed water per year would help alleviate some of this burden. It would put wineries on the lower end of tier 4 with wineries that are more their peers in terms of available resources and costs. It would also prevent overregulating a winery whose production declines significantly when unforeseen events occur, such as wildfires, which are likely to continue to occur in the coming years, unfortunately. Another area of cost concern to us revolves around SDS compliance requirements, particularly in regards to effluent limits. As a tier 4 facility with a subsurface disposal system, monitoring and reporting is estimated to be at least $50,000 annually, and this doesn't include other costs such as one-time enrollment fees, labor or outside and consultant costs for compliance, installation of groundwater monitoring wells, or a pretreatment system for our SDS to meet effluent limits. To meet the low effluent thresholds, we would need to either use more water, which is not an option, or install a pretreatment system, which has been previously discussed, would be over $1 million for us. One additional point I'd like to make before wrapping up is that environmental stewardship, including the protection of groundwater, is very important to us. Sustainability is and has always been a key tenet of our identity and focus as a winery. We practice water conservation in both the vineyard and winery. We have actively participated in multiple sustainability programs and efforts, including the Rutherford Reach of the Upper River Restoration Project. However, with the burdensome costs that come with the order as written, we would find ourselves in the position where we would have to invest in compliance to this order instead of continuing to invest in sustainability projects. Our goals are not diametrically opposed to the goals of this order. We just want to make sure that the order adequately and appropriately characterizes and addresses the risks that wineries may or may not pose to water quality. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you as well for your time. Really appreciate the good comment. Board members, further question? You know, I know before us here is always perpetually the balancing that we're called to do to Board Member Dodek's point on the benefits as well as ultimately the costs. And so I know Mr. Bishop has provided, you know, maybe at least when it comes to taking a little more of a risk-based approach and allowing for there to be monitoring in lieu of actual meeting of discharge requirements to show. And then if there is demonstration of harm, then needing to then spend doubly at that point then for not just monitoring, which I know we're trying to give flexibility on here for tier 4 requirements, but, you know, as a way of providing some flexibility, you know, would be open to further discussion here again about allowing for there to be monitoring in lieu of meeting requirements, but then if showing harm from the subsurface discharge systems, then needing to then move swiftly at that point to address it. But I think let's have further comment. I'm open to just the thought around what that might do to help alleviate some of the costs while still being protective ultimately of water quality. And I think that's where my mind goes to most. And, you know, this is, there is something of a precautionary principle here. And it's also acknowledging that in many of the cases and many of these instances, we simply don't know what the impacts are or what the quality is to shallow groundwater. And so, yes, appropriately here, we're again needing to balance the benefits and the need here to protect water quality and particularly groundwater in this case. But yeah, open to further discussion here amongst us. And we still have folks to hear from individually. But is there any other discussion from board members or thoughts here after hearing from Ms. Creamers and Ms. Engelhoff?
I have some questions, and I'd like to just start in my own mind thinking of some of the options that we talked about earlier on subsurface and maybe further refining them. Not that we're going to write these changes out right now, but just wanting to get a better sense. So Ms. Creamers, you heard the discussion that we had earlier with Mr. Bishop and others from our staff. And then you described an alternative instead of effluence targets, and then creating a plan, and then the effluent limits would actually kick in if the triggers are not met, the target's not met. And I just, I think you've been doing this in greater detail than I have. And so I'm wanting to just get your sense as to how you've described the alternative and where that in your mind fits in with what Mr. Bishop was describing. I just want to see if we're on the same page as to what the potential options might be. And Mr. Bishop, please feel free to chime in.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Chair. So what I heard Mr. Bishop talk about was that if there was so one of our proposals was changing from total nitrogen to nitrate. And what I heard Mr. Bishop say was that if it changed from total nitrogen, it would need to be nitrate, nitrite, and ammonia. And I also heard him say that there may be an opportunity to offer a winery the choice of installing a groundwater monitoring well to determine if there was contamination prior to the requirement of installing a pretreatment system. I also heard a statement that perhaps the effluent limits could be in the groundwater rather than prior to discharge. Let me make
No,
sure.
those two are the same. The groundwater monitoring would then apply the nitrate and nitrite limits that are already in groundwater basin plans. So
okay.
The first option I'm not really recommending, but I did want to bring it up, which is the idea that you would have effluent limits that took the different species of nitrogen and provided limits based on that instead of total nitrogen. The concern I have is that's difficult to do with ammonia without knowing what the conversion rate is. And we don't have those kind of studies. So I'm a little concerned about that. But, you know, but the other would be a combination of groundwater monitoring where you would apply the limit as a receiving water limit in the groundwater as opposed to an effluent limit. But I would caution, you said one well. I don't think that's possible. You have to have a groundwater monitoring system that gives you enough to give you direction of flow, and you have to have down gradient wells, depending on how it's described. So if you already have groundwater monitoring that gives you the direction, then you could potentially put in one well that represented down gradient, depending on the size of the subsurface disposal area. But if you don't have it, you're going to need 3 just to get that.
And then that kind of goes to the issue of a business decision as to whether or not you want to invest in those monitoring wells to monitor the groundwater quality, which is, you know, what we're all about here, water quality, providing some additional flexibility, but recognizing that if those limits are exceeded, then you'd have to go into the more expensive treatment after you've already installed, you know, made the investment.
May I ask 2 questions?
Sure.
So one question is, I think there are some wineries that have already installed observation wells that would be able to look at shallow groundwater. And so I guess one question is whether or not those would be considered an option. And the second question is, if the choice is given to either monitor groundwater or install a pretreatment system, if you're monitoring groundwater, is the effluent limit then what the basin plan says, or is it what's currently in this order?
So I think that's something we would have to discuss, but it would likely be, since it's we're in the groundwater, it would be the MCL or the basin plan limit for that groundwater.
Okay.
Because it's no longer a effluent limit meant to protect that objective in the groundwater. It is the actual exceedance or not exceedance in the groundwater of the objective.
And then the observation well.
So it would depend. I can't answer that question because monitoring wells have to be designed to actually function as a monitoring well. If it was built so that it had the right kinds of screens and the right kinds of place, then yes. But if it wasn't, then no. So it's not an answerable question in the general. It would be that there's monitoring wells that are there is a well that is screened appropriately and located appropriately to detect changes in groundwater quality associated with the subsurface disposal. It's not the name of it, but it's how it functions that matters. I did have one question.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Just to make sure I understand what we're discussing here. And that is, we're moving from a preventative measure to a concept where monitoring wells is put in place to detect actual contamination in groundwater that is exceeding the basin plan limit, and then requiring mitigation and treatment in order to address that level of contamination. Is that the shift we're discussing?
Yeah, but I would put it slightly different,
Okay.
Board Member Dyak, which is that we are putting in early detection of potential exceedances of the groundwater. If you find a detection of that in the shallow groundwater early, you're not in the position of contaminating a groundwater basin or impacting a drinking water well if you detect it and stop it. And so it is a signal of exceeding the groundwater in the uppermost zone of the groundwater at first contact, essentially. That would be the premise of it. So it is a detection of an exceedance, but not a reaction to a polluted groundwater. I would say if we were looking at existing drinking water wells and waiting for them to show contamination, that we would be in the position of allowing degradation before we reacted. So I think,
and with the, I'm sorry, and with the detection constitute a violation? Would it require
yes,
an actual
consider a
enforcement action? Would it actually require the board, state or regional, to take an enforcement action in order to require further treatment
No.
and cleanup?
No, it would be if we were going down that path, it would be this would be the if it was detected above the limit in the groundwater, it would mean that they need to now move to treatment. That's the way the order would be written. It wouldn't require a subsequent enforcement action to cause that.
Thank you for the clarification.
I do have a question for you, Noah. You had mentioned an option of the effluent limit being a trigger for 5 years and then going to compliance. So are you talking about where are you monitoring that? At the effluent as before it goes into the subsurface? And so if it's exceeding the you use the nitrate, but whatever limit. So would that mean that all current wineries that are exceeding that would automatically be going to building some sort of treatment to address it? They'd have 5 years to address it, but our program already gives them 8 years. So I'm not sure where that helps people.
So it's our expectation that, so yes, it would be measured prior to discharge as effluent. It's our expectation that the shift from total nitrogen to nitrate and the increase of the BOD level would allow more wineries to be able to treat to that level without having to install the membrane bioreactor pretreatment system. The concept is they would, if they are above that with the averages, so that they're above the target, at that point, then they have to do the nitrogen control plan and implement measures to reduce it, whether or not that is installing a pretreatment system or if they can make other changes that help bring their effluent levels down. They have that 5-year time frame to do it. It's really important because I think staff's expectation that is what the order requires now. But the difference is under the order now, because it's a limit, you have to submit a compliance letter. And when that compliance letter is uploaded into the system by the regional board, the winery, it shows up as a violation. And so we don't want to have the winery be showing as violating the whole time they are trying to develop and implement their control plan. So that is the difference there isn't that it's changing what the winery has to do. It's just they're not viewed as being in violation the entire time they're working to fix the issue. Does that answer your question?
Well, yeah, and somewhat. And so you believe that there is little nitrate in the discharge, that 400 total nitrogen discharges is not exceeding 10 for nitrate? I find that hard to believe.
So I am not saying that if you change from total nitrogen to nitrate, that no wineries will exceed that. That was not the point of that shift. Nitrate is the constituent of concern. Typically, winery wastewater is much higher in total nitrogen levels because it's much higher in organic nitrogen than it is in nitrate. So since nitrate is the constituent of concern, our desire was that the limit be, or the target, and then ultimately the limit be focused on the constituent of concern. Will that mean that all wineries now meet that? No, there still will be some that will be exceeding that level and will need to take action to reduce it. But that was the thinking behind the shift.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll say, when it comes to the additional flexibility perhaps that we're contemplating for the subsurface disposal systems, and to Board Member Dodek's point that it does feel something of a pivot from a precautionary principle to one of, just not allowing, but perhaps appropriately here as we discuss some flexibility. I just want to make the point that the only way that really works as an option, I think Mr. Bishop has said this a few times, is that the monitoring actually be representative of the discharges happening from the subsurface system. And that means it has to be appropriately spec'd out for that purpose. And that is also a cost, perhaps. And here is where Vice Chair Diadamo's point is important. It's a business decision because it's perhaps not as costly as putting in the pretreatment or meeting the standard up front. But it could well be an additive one down the road if it turns out that there are harms happening and then the additional costs still being burdened. But I think, again, it's important that if we're going to consider this, that again, the monitoring actually be representative of the discharges happening because we're not looking to wait for degradation and damage to happen to water quality, and then pay the costs to clean it up, which we know only grow with that time. So again, appropriate discussion and balance here ultimately for us. Want to hear more, and I think we'll continue to hear more. And so just appreciate the good discussion.
Thank you.
Anything further here from folks?
Esquivel, I wonder if I could make a point on this.
Of course, yes.
Yeah, and I'm sorry if this was covered earlier. My internet connection blacked out for a couple of minutes when you started talking about Board Member McGuire's questions on nitrate versus total nitrogen. And I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood we've got fairly extensive findings in the order that have been reviewed by a team of technical experts, from engineers to geologists to environmental scientists, that explain that there's very little nitrate in winery effluent, but there are high concentrations of total nitrogen and ammonia, which are then converted potentially to nitrate in the soil as it migrates down to groundwater. That's why the draft order doesn't have an effluent limit for nitrate, but does have effluent limits for total nitrogen to take that situation into account. If we replace the total nitrogen effluent limit with a nitrate limit, it wouldn't protect groundwater from that process happening, the conversion of total nitrogen or ammonia to nitrate. So I think that's a really important point.
Thank you for that.
May I add something to that?
Yes, please, Ms. Creamers.
So we recognize that, Mr. Reagan, but there is literature that we shared with the board to document higher levels of nitrogen loss in the soil than is accounted for in the findings. So and the findings seem to have an expectation that there is no treatment occurring in the soil, which is not the case. So I do think it is important to recognize that there is some treatment that occurs and some nitrogen loss that is occurring.
So, well, just had a thought, and this is just for you to consider. So, you know, at least in wastewater, the big concern is ammonia converting to nitrate. So if we had a combined limit of nitrate and ammonia less than 10, that would make the conservative assumption that all the ammonia converts, but it wouldn't include all the total nitrogen. I need to talk to my folks about that, but I'd like you to think about it also.
I appreciate that. And my college chemistry, which was some years ago, it needs to be dusted off. So I also would want to talk with experts on that point as well.
Thank you all.
If I could, while we're still on this panel, I just would like to switch gears briefly to one of the other topics, which was on the groundwater monitoring. And it's really a question for staff about the monitoring, the regional groundwater monitoring provision, and the need to have a monitoring well within a quarter mile. The change sheet was just released yesterday. I really, I went through it, but it's, some new information in there. So I was hoping you could just explain a bit more the rationale behind that.
So I'll give you the overview, and if Tim or Laura wants to go into more detail, we have, to be blunt, we've lost in court on having regional monitoring that doesn't represent the discharge associated with a facility. So the regional monitoring must be able to detect impacts associated with the facility. It was, I believe, professional judgment that said that you get more than a quarter mile away, you're not going to be able to make that assurance that you've detected it. Tim, Laurel, if you want to add anything.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. In the Agua case, the court in that case found that a monitoring well, I'm sorry, it was a water supply well that was a half a mile away, was not a representative monitoring point. So when we were talking about the option of area-wide monitoring for this order, we were trying to come up with something that would be in compliance with the Agua decision. So we talked about what is a shorter distance? What's the longest distance we could have and feel comfortable that it would be representative of the discharge, yet not so far away that it would offend the principles outlined in the Agua case. I think if we were to go farther out than the 0.25 miles, it might be consistent with the Agua case if we put some kind of limit on it, and it would have to be run past our technical staff, maybe a half a mile at the maximum, but with a qualification that the monitoring well is screened in the same interval as the first encountered groundwater under the subsurface disposal system. But that's a technical issue that DWQ would have to evaluate.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I don't think I don't know what the right answer is here, but I'll just say that in my experience, working with some cleanup sites, contaminated groundwater cleanup sites, large sites, the approach there was more of protecting the drinking water wells and actually establishing sentinel wells within a proximity to the nearest drinking water well, to know that there would be adequate buffer there to actually indicate that that well is protected. So I don't know if that's the right way to look at it here. But
I would say no, because what we're doing in a cleanup is we know we've got contaminated groundwater that we're actively pumping and treating or remediating with some sort of, this order doesn't contemplate allowing nitrogen to impact groundwater to a point where we would then need to treat it and with that before it reaches a drinking water well. So I don't think that's the right analogy.
Yeah, that's fair. But likewise, I'm not sure that a quarter mile, when we're thinking about a regional program and whether it is adequately protective of groundwater quality, whether a quarter mile is that right number. So I guess there's some uncertainty there, just trying to think of, what is that appropriate distance, perhaps?
Yeah, Board Member McGuire, frankly, I'm not real comfortable with a quarter mile. We had a lot of conversation about this, and You know, I've been a consultant as well, and I really wouldn't base characterization of more of a point source on a well that was a quarter-mile away. What we were trying to do was look at what could be the maximum distance that if you were doing area-wide monitoring, that could potentially be used to characterize groundwater. So it's not a perfect number, but we were looking at it more as what is the maximum possible distance that could potentially be okay. They would still have to submit the monitoring program to the regional board for approval, and it wouldn't be a blanket just go a quarter-mile out and put your wells in there. If there was no, this is if you had an existing well that was within a quarter-mile, it would be evaluated to see if it was appropriate.
Okay, I appreciate your concerns, and I'll give this some more thought. But obviously, there's just I want to again, given that this was sort of I appreciate the incorporation of a regional groundwater monitoring provision here and the accommodation for that. Just thinking through the nuts and bolts is, I guess, what I'm still considering a bit.
Yeah, thank you, board member. And thanks for the acknowledgement of actually the addition of this. I know this was a recent addition ultimately, but with discussion, I know amongst folks, an appropriate one, and one that hopefully does save costs by aligning with the irrigated lands regulatory program and the salt and nutrient management plans therein, and the regional monitoring networks that were contemplated and can be a replacement for some of these individual permitting requirements, if appropriate. And to your point, I think that's the challenge in some of this. We know, obviously here, at least from previous precedent, that it's under half a mile. It seems here, again, the comfort for staff was at a quarter therein. And I guess we could go back and forth with, between half a mile and a quarter mile, where we land. I think, we'll have further discussion. I think at this point, I'm somewhat comfortable with where staff have landed, knowing that I don't think there is a perfect number there still, and it is going to be somewhat specific to the site that we're talking about there, and that a quarter mile is already perhaps, a good amount of distance. Any questions from other board members or thoughts, discussion around some of the things, the themes I think that we've been circling around here, which is I think definitely coming down to a finer point on what is a good amount of flexibility that has been demonstrated through the years of discussion here, the fine tuning to ensure that we're really striking this right balance and being protective and also mindful of the costs and considerations that we're asking for from what is an innovative industry within California. So I want to acknowledge that. Further discussion for this panel, and at this point, let's, we're already approaching 1:30, so I apologize. Let's give ourselves a 30-minute break or so, and perhaps come back at 2. But before we go on that break, any thoughts, anything to leave folks with from fellow board members, questions that you're wanting particularly, or other things that perhaps the 30 minutes can help inform the conversation thereafter.
I appreciate that. And just to flag that I'm interested in looking into some adjustment on tier 4. And I know in our discussions with staff, there was some discussion there as well, up 1.5 or up to 3 million. And for me, it's an issue of not just economics, but really wanting to see if if we sacrifice any of the water quality benefits that are embedded within the existing tier system. So if there's a way to, and I don't want to overcomplicate this, but if there's a way to make an adjustment and at the same time have, maybe some additional triggers or guidance for regional boards so that they could bump wineries back into, tier 4, then I'd be comfortable with something like that as well. So I look forward to us talking about this more, but I just want to flag that so that as staff breaks for lunch, they can be mulling over that, you know, as they're chewing on their sandwiches.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Sorry, that was my first muted moment, I think. Any other thoughts from fellow board members as to things that they would like to flag for further discussion, or things that folks, our colleagues in the program, should be thinking about as we return?
Well, I'm sure there'll be other commenters and a lot more discussions after we return, but I would just flag right now that I'm a bit uncomfortable with where we're starting to move towards. You know, obviously there's still a lot to discuss, but having been through this process for the many years that it's taken to get us here, I am very mindful of all the changes and accommodations and compromises that have already been made to get us to this point. And while I respect that this board has always has the discretion to discuss, to voice our opinions, and of course to make ultimately whatever changes we want to what the staff is proposing, I'll just flag right now that I'm feeling uncomfortable. I appreciate the need for flexibility. I appreciate the concerns about the costs associated with this, but just wanted to share my level of discomfort at this point.
Thank you, board member. I appreciate that. That helps us here as we're discussing and balancing and further considering how we want to proceed on this vote and on the proposal and the order. So thank you. That very helpful. Board member Firestone, anything? Okay. Well then, and board member McGuire, I'll check in as well, just to make sure there's nothing further direction-wise. Okay. Well then, good. Well, let's go ahead and take a 35-ish minute break, and we'll go ahead and come together here at 2 o'clock then. And I thank you for everyone's patience. Those that particularly are here looking to comment, will quickly be able to start to get to your comments and help inform further this discussion that we've had. Thank you, board members, for good discussion though, and look forward to seeing everyone after the lunch here. So we'll see you at 2 o'clock, and thank you. Hi, everyone. It is 2 p.m. I think we can start to gather back. Unless there's any thoughts that came to mind to fellow board members during the lunch, we can start to make our way through the comment cards. We actually have, and I'm sorry I hadn't refreshed my my comment card spreadsheet here, but we actually have about 30 speakers. Some of you have indicated only speak if necessary. So as we call you up, feel free to indicate at the top of your comments whether or not you still wish to speak. That being the case, I think we can start to make our way to our first commenter, who will be Annalisa Moe. And as you can see, those of you here on the Zoom platform, and even I think on some of the streaming, we have a clicker, a ticker here, if you will. We're going to go ahead and leave it at 5 minutes for now. Feel free to not use the full 5 minutes. Again, there's 30 of us here. You can imagine how long it will then take us to get through these. But I want to provide everyone equal opportunity and time here to address the board on this really important program and vote that we have before us. All that being said, Annalisa Moe, good to see you. And thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. And good afternoon, Chair Escobar and board members. For the record, my name is Annalisa Moe, speaking on behalf of Heal the Bay. I would first like to thank board and staff for taking this important step to fill the regulatory gap in winery wastewater throughout the state of California. I actually grew up in Sonoma County, which is an area that's very well known for its wineries. I was not, however, aware that there was such a thriving wine culture in Los Angeles as well, but I found out quickly once I moved here. Heal the Bay is an environmental organization based in the Los Angeles area, so we have a vested interest in this general order because LA has several dozen wineries that will benefit from the protective regulatory practices under this order. As you are aware, winery wastewater contains harmful pollutants such as salts, bacteria, total suspended solids, abnormal pH levels, and excess nutrients. These threaten the health of California surface waters and groundwaters. And these waters cannot support their intended beneficial uses, including drinking water supply, habitat, recreation, if they are impacted by these pollutants. We therefore agree with the California Coastkeeper Alliance that groundwater monitoring should be required across all tiers, unless a facility is able to certify that there is no threat to water quality. The draft order as proposed fails to require adequate monitoring and reporting to ensure the protection of groundwater beneficial uses, particularly for tier 1 through 3 facilities, which do not have required monitoring at any frequency. Now, as Caitlin Kalua mentioned earlier, the absence of data is not evidence of no impact. And without groundwater monitoring data, we cannot know to what extent groundwater quality is impacted. I very much appreciate the discussion among board members earlier today concerning the cost of not monitoring that groundwater quality. I would simply like to reiterate that concern and encourage further consideration of those possible long-term costs, as well as the benefits of water quality protection. I would also like to note that permitted design flow is the preferred approach to setting thresholds for this general order. However, if the tiers are to be determined by actual flow, this determination must be based on the most current information available and confirmed on an annual basis to ensure facilities are operating under the proper tier requirements. Additionally, given that all ponds leak to some degree, the general order cannot allow for the construction of new unlined ponds. And further, looking at effluent limits, particularly those related to salinity and nitrogen, these must be applied to all tiers, including tier 1, to uphold the integrity of California's groundwater. And with a couple of minutes left, just one final note. The state board already determined that facilities producing over 1 million gallons per year is an insignificant amount of waste, and in fact, is considered a high risk volume of waste. The state board has already updated tier 4 from including all facilities over 1 million gallons to limit this highest tier of 1 million to 15 million. So this is leaving, considered mega wineries to enroll under individual orders. Any further breakdown of tier 4 requirements is not appropriate, especially given the relaxation of tier 3 requirements. because we do recognize the wide range in the size of these Tier 4 facilities. A further breakdown or distinction between the facilities that fall under Tier 4 is a matter of financial analysis that should not only be considered when considering fees associated with this order. And with that, thank you very much for your time and for the opportunity to comment today. I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Mo. I appreciate your good comments and contribution to today's discussion. Thank you. Next, if there isn't, and board members, as always, feel free as we go through commenters, if there's anything that's being brought up or you'd like further discussion around, just interject. But we'll move on then, and thank you again, Ms. Mo, to Suzanne Zishiel from the Jackson Family Wines, and apologize if I butchered your last name.
Hi. You're not the first person to say that about my last name. So let me introduce myself. And also thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Suzanne Zishiel, and I'm here in two capacities. First, as the Director of Environmental Compliance for Jackson Family Wines. And we have wineries in almost every tier. I'm also co-chair of Wine Institute's Water Working Group. And I have to say, I truly appreciate the discussion today, the questions, and the attention to stakeholders' concerns and comments. Noel from Wine Institute suggested 3 modifications to the order, and I'm in agreement with Noel and would like to restate that the modifications are not so much concessions as necessary adjustments to create a more workable permit that balances economic viability and environmental protection. Before the break, member Diadamo asked to revisit the floor of Tier 4 and whether it should be 1 million gallons, 3 million gallons, or something different. From the onset, we've encouraged a tier approach, but tiers based on environmental risk. The order currently equates size with risk, and staff stated this morning that the 1 million gallon cutoff is taken from the Region 5 waiver. But I'm still not clear on how Region 5 arrived at 1 million gallons. Is it just a remnant, some sort of historical holdover? In this context, I hope you consider the tier adjustments that Noel has presented, but also, again, note that environmental risk is more appropriately tied to effluent quality, land availability, local hydrology, climate, and the rest. This morning, several people, I think, mentioned that the order has been in development for a long time. But I'm not sure if that's really a fair assessment, because from my perspective, this permit really kicked off in January of 2020 during a pandemic punctuated by wildfires and an economic downturn. Yeah, the winery order has been in progress since early 2017, but the original permit writers, as you know, were replaced with a new team and what feels like a new approach in early 2020. So all that knowledge and understanding conveyed over the previous 3 years left with that former staff. The new permit team jumped in without an opportunity to fully absorb the diversity in winery operations and then the opportunities to manage winery waste. I have to say, though, I'm really impressed by staff. They have poured themselves into this permit, and that effort shows. During several remote sessions, I certainly gained a great respect for them. They're smart, inquisitive, very intuitive, and ask tough, very tough questions. I walked away with a better understanding of their challenges and needs for certain elements in the permit. However, these COVID remote sessions did not allow for the same insights as in-person winery wastewater tours that were provided to the previous permit writing team. The July 2020 draft and the revised December order could have probably benefited from the staff having those in-person winery tours. And most of the suggestions and concerns raised by Wine Institute today may have been avoided through some additional in-person involvement. Lastly, I do want to echo again what Noel and Ashley from Honig said regarding financial choices facing wineries. In previous years, my company, Jackson Family Wines, has spent millions of dollars voluntarily on fishery restoration and replenishing streams, solar panels, and healthy soils. And a shout out to Scott, who mentioned the Healthy Soils program, but I only wish this order accounted for that increase in treatment that comes with participating in the Healthy Soils program. Over the last 18 months, and using science as a guide, Jackson Family Wines has established some significant resiliency initiatives to address carbon emissions, carbon sequestration, and to deal with the impacts of climate change. And that includes projects that improve water quality, quantity, and efficiency with the goals of enhancing and protecting our local watersheds. As some of you know, we work very closely with local agencies, NGOs, and the regional boards on these initiatives. And I am very concerned that the dollars previously earmarked for these projects will be redirected to comply with this order. Real environmental concerns are a priority for Jackson Family Wines and the rest of the industry. But given the limited funds, we constantly think about potential costs and potential trade-offs with other projects that provide an environmental benefit. And I want to close by saying I completely agree with what Ashley said. I believe she said our goals are not in opposition. We just want the order to appropriately characterize and address the risks that wineries may or may not pose to water quality. And as Noelle said, this order is not in response to any specific concern. Thank you again for this opportunity to speak, and thank you so much for the very robust and considered conversation you're having this afternoon.
Thank you, Ms. Ezekiel. Appreciate your comments. Next, I'd like to call up Jessica Meyer.
And Chair Esquivel, we did have a brief adjustment of the presenters, and so you should be able to consult the speaker roster or the scroll to see the current adjustments, because we had some folks who had to go to other meetings.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
So Ms. Meyer, you should be live now and can go ahead.
Great. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. For the record, I am Jessica Meyer with St. Michel Wine Estates. And I wanted to echo a lot of what the Wine Institute presented, what Ashley presented, what Suzanne just presented. St. Michel feels the same about all of those topics. What I wanted to do today was paint a picture of one of our wineries that is located in Napa Valley, and kind of give you an idea of what we're facing at this particular winery due to the tier structure that is involved. This winery is called Con Creek Winery. It's located off of Silverado Trail, and it produces just over 1 million gallons of wastewater in a typical year. This past year, it was under 1 million due to the fires and COVID-related issues, but wineries that produce 1 million to 3 million gallons of wastewater aren't typically large wineries. They don't have the same financial resources and personnel that wineries that produce greater amounts of wastewater do have. This winery, Con Creek, employs only 6 employees, and it discharges wastewater to a process water pond, which then is discharged to either a subsurface disposal system or a land application in the vineyard next to it. Not all wastewater is discharged to that subsurface disposal system, as mentioned, so not all 1 million gallons are going to that system. We have done quite a bit in the sustainability side of things as well. We're proud to be Napa Green certified, and we work really, really hard at protecting the environment and continuing our sustainability. So because we do produce over 1 million gallons, that kicks us up into the Tier 4 requirements. And we are also required to have groundwater monitoring at this facility. What costs we will incur just because we are in that Tier 4 structure include monitoring well installation work plan done by a professional engineer, groundwater sampling and analysis plan performed by a professional engineer, and monitoring well installation report performed by a professional engineer. We will have construction and installation of 3 groundwater monitoring wells. We will also have to purchase 2 composite samplers, one for our land application and one for the SDS system, and those run about $2,500 a piece. In addition, we will have additional monitoring and reporting that Tier 3 do not have to incur. Our groundwater monitoring reports, we will have to perform semi-annual reports. Tier 3s only have to do annual reporting. We will also have weekly effluent monitoring for discharge to our land application area and weekly effluent monitoring for discharge to our subsurface disposal area. In Tier 3, that's only bi-weekly. We will have to perform quarterly groundwater monitoring for 8 analytes, and it's required for all 3 wells. And we will have to perform annual groundwater monitoring, 3 analytes required for 3 different wells. This is in addition to the over $1 million we're going to spend upgrading our system to meet the requirements in the general order, because we do have all 3, SDS, LAA, and a pond. So we ask you to consider what has been asked by previous commenters. Please consider moving wineries that produce 1 to 3 million gallons into that Tier 3 category. It would be such a huge help on the financial impact of things. And we've had a pretty rough year, as has been mentioned, with COVID and the fires. And I don't believe that the impact to groundwater for 1.2 million gallons is going to be significantly different than it would be for 999,000 gallons. So we really appreciate staff's flexibility and staff's willingness to work with us these past couple of years. And again, thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Ms. Meyer. I appreciate your comments. Next, we have Michael Martini.
Good afternoon. My video is not working because it says the host isn't letting me. Oh, the host says I can start. I don't know that anybody really wants to see me, but thank you for that. Good afternoon. My name is Mike Martini, and I'm the majority shareholder and general manager of Taft Street Winery in Sebastopol, California. The wine community is an incredible in its diversity. There are large, medium, and small producers. All of them are making fine wines and can coexist only because the consumer appreciates the variety. Large producers, however, have resources and staffs to comply with federal and state alcohol regulation and the many other regulatory agencies. For smaller operations, these all fall to the ownership, who realize how hard it is to remember that their job is to clear the swamp when they're up to their ass in alligators. In fact, many small producers, I would suggest, aren't even aware of the action that you are considering here today and will come as a surprise to many. This past year has been especially hard on smaller producers as the country has been devastated by the coronavirus. Restaurants' accounts have been closed or severely restricted. Tasting rooms have been closed, both of which are the lifeblood of small producers. Many are hanging on simply based on the support of loyal wine clubs. Taft Street as a brand is small. We started in a garage in Oakland in 1982. We now lease space in an old apple processing plant. We produce about 10,000 cases of our own brand and provide processing services to a few other small producers. We would fall into Tier 2. We generate a little bit over $2 million in annual revenues each year, and we have 13 employees. We've reviewed the proposed statewide WDR for wineries with our engineers and have been advised that it will cost us approximately $500,000 to become compliant. This is a challenge that small producers are facing, just as many other small businesses across the country are struggling to hold on. We're seeing many businesses close. This is, I believe, a tragedy, as small businesses provide so much to local communities. And that's not to say that big producers are bad, but there is a special contribution by small business. As we've seen in grocery and other retail, mom and pop operations are closing in the face of big box national chains, as they cannot survive the economic challenges. The pressure is on for wine production as well, as smaller brands either sell out to larger producer or just call it quits. This is the unintended consequence of adoption of this order. Smaller producers do not have the resources to comply, and wine production in California will continue to flow to larger operations because they can provide the resources and the staffing. And also understand that your actions do not operate in a vacuum. And while you're considering the adoption of this order, there are dozens of other state and federal agencies that are adding to the regulatory environment impacting all small businesses, not just small wineries. The solution to preserve the smaller operations is to ensure that your description of the tiers are based on science and that the real risk posed by small producers is analyzed and addressed. My ask of you is to consider the suggestion of sorts of Vice Chair Diadamo. Small producers are incredibly creative and innovative. Allow existing small tier 1 and tier 2 producers time to identify the extent of any problems. Monitoring a 1-year cycle of processing will identify what components need to be addressed. A system can then be designed to do the treatment necessary for it. Or more importantly, we can be making changes in how we process the fruit to limit the very things that you're looking for us to do. I understand that there's an 8-year allowance to get us in compliance. I would urge that we work together to find ways, one, identify what the problem truly is at each individual site and address that problem rather than a blanket solution for all. Thank you very much for your time on this item, and I look forward to your decision.
Thank you, Mr. Martini, for your time and your comments today. And would note, as I understand the order, that flexibility in time does exist, that it is not a overly prescriptive order ultimately, and provides for some measure of flexibility. And again, up to 8 years, 3 years to first file for the permit, and still then 5-year compliance window thereafter to take the time, understand the challenges for that particular facility, and to figure out where best the investments can be made. So thank you. Next, Mr.
I was wondering if I could, Mr. Martini. Yeah, thank you. Mr. Martini, you had mentioned that your estimate for improvements or for compliance with this permit would be about $500,000. And I was wondering if you know what the big ticket items are there. Do you have an SDS system, or is there some other element that is going to cost a significant amount?
So as I mentioned, we are in an apple processing plant that was designed and originally built in the late 1940s. It's a pond system that we have been utilizing in our discussions with engineers that we've used on other water issues, specifically the firm of Brelgy Race here in Santa Rosa. When we took a look at it, I asked him to look at bringing the system up to date and compliant with it. And he came back with the estimate of $500,000. Most of it would be in revamping the collection system and certainly the fixing the ponds, or at least altering the ponds to meet current standards.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you both. Next, I'd like to call up Mr. Bob Gore. Good afternoon, Mr. Gore.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. I'm at Davis High School. I'm about to teach a class in athletic strength and conditioning. If you hear pinging, it's because the batting cage is right next door. I apologize for the distraction. I'm from the Gualco Group. I'm here on behalf of the California Association of Wine Grape Growers this afternoon, and we fully endorse what Noel and the Wine Institute have promulgated. We've worked closely with them and with staff, and our members, as you can see, are heavily engaged. Groundwater management, quality, and supply are undergoing historic regulatory initiatives right now, just entering implementation. These measures must be, and we urge them to be, precisely coordinated with the winery general order. As the chair has pointed out, SGMA, ILRP, CV salts, wetlands are just a few that come immediately to mind. The wine grape growers have been engaged in this for more than a decade when they pioneered ag groundwater management with a third-party certified sustainability program, as Noel noted. It is worth recalling that sustainability as a tenet includes economic sustainability. At a time when rural communities and wine grape growers are hammered by pandemic and adverse trade conditions, as well as wildfires, a compassionate and cognizant regulatory hand is essential. Governor Newsom recognized the urgent needs for both rural economic recovery and ag regulatory coherence in his proposed 21-22 budget. He outlined a special interagency effort to coordinate and reduce the regulatory burden on growers. We support both, of course. And let's be sure to be mindful that impacting wine grape growers and winemakers impacts a California icon, an economic engine that draws visitors and admiration. COG represents 6,000 wine grape growers. There are more than 110 varieties being grown in 49 of the 58 counties. Wineries and growers, just to go high level, employ 325,000 Californians, most of them in rural counties, and they generate about 58 billion in economic activity. And we have 23 million visitors every year. So we hope to work with you and further calibrate the fine effort staff has made. We thank them for that, and we thank you for the opportunity to talk today.
Thank you, Mr. Gore. I appreciate the comments today. Next, we have Danny Merkley from the California Farm Bureau.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. Danny Merkley with the California Farm Bureau. I've been working on this order for several years, along with Wine Institute and COG, since your staff first rolled this draft out. We align ourselves with the comments from the Wine Institute and from COG. I'd like to touch on a couple of key points. It's been a complex and very technical and difficult issue, especially during this last year. It's been a learning experience for everyone, including your staff. There's still a lot of work to be done, but we've come a long way to achieving significant improvements for a workable order. And I'd like to thank staff for that, previous staff and current staff. The impacts to our membership is really found in tiers 1 and tier 2s, the smallest wineries. These are also the most vulnerable because of their limited resources, their limited staff, and during the pandemic and recent wildfires, their finances. We recommend that there be an appeal process if a tier 1 facility is deemed to be in high density area before they are just automatically moved into tier 2. Working with the water board for the past, I guess, 17 years on staff, as well as from this position at Farm Bureau, I'm very aware that there's an appeal process or a process by which to petition the state board for decisions made at the regional board. Still would like to see this a little more formally in the order itself. We ask that more consideration is given to the cost-benefit ratio to implement measures in tier 2, and specifically the subsurface disposal system effluent limits need to be changed. We're not asking you to turn a blind eye on potential environmental impacts. Rather, we ask, are some of these costly measures aimed at real or perceived impacts, especially when these smallest wineries are struggling due to COVID and the wildfires? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Merkley. I appreciate your good comments today. And it's the first I've heard of a request, or actually, thinking back, it may have come up before, but of a separate appeals process here to some of these determinations. To your point, one exists by default, but yeah, just something I think I'll just need to think further about, but appreciate that comment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Merkley. Next, we have up here Margaret Wild.
Do you mean Maureen Daggett?
Oh, I think I do. I apologize. I keep going off of sometimes a different call list
Close.
than we see here. And yes, Maureen Daggett, thank you.
Okay. Thank you for this opportunity. I do not know how much time was allotted to speakers. Can you tell me
You
how much
have,
time I have?
by default, I've given folks 5 minutes.
Okay, very good. What I'm asking the board to do at this time is not to adopt this draft order, and instead to pull it back and reconsider the necessity, the content of this order, primarily because it violates several existing statutes and regulations, starting with the notice of the hearing. In that notice, we were directed not to submit, we would not be allowed to submit written comments to the board. That actually violates Title 23 of the CCR, Section 647.3, which states that the Water Board will receive written comments, and it does not provide for any qualifications on that expectation. In addition to that, through the ex parte disclosure, several written comments were submitted to the Water Board. And I guess violation or contrary to the prohibition established in the meeting notice. On top of that, I actually made a request via email to review the public comments, heard no response from staff regarding that request, and later found out that selected interested parties were given the opportunity to view the public comments submitted. The problem with all of that is it places everyone else who did not enjoy those considerations at a disadvantage if we're limited to just oral comments. The next issue is Appendix F of the permit. Appendix F is the mitigation measures for tribal cultural resources. This violates both the CEQA guidelines as well as Title 23 CCR 3720, which adopts the state guidelines. This permit stipulates that this order is not subject to CEQA, it is exempt from CEQA, and that the exceptions to that exemption do not apply. Yet, the CEQA this was performed. The result of that was Appendix F. The guidelines do not allow for arbitrary application of CEQA. Consequently, Appendix F is invalid. Next on the list is the Health and Safety Code, Division 37, which is regulation of environmental protection. There's two provisions of Division 37 that this order violates. The first is the requirement to have an objective risk assessment and or evaluation performed on any effluent limits, any technical or scientific element of the order. During this discussion, I've heard staff state that they've done a tremendous amount of in-house technical review. None of that has been provided to the public for review. The discussion on, for example, monitoring wells 1/2 mile versus 2.5 miles from a potential source. What is that based on? Health and Safety Code Division 37 obligates an agency to provide that in an objective evaluation, actually performed by a third party, and that has to be made available to the general public for a review and comment. The other provision on Health and Safety Code Division 37 is the requirement to do an alternatives analysis. Is there an alternative to this proposed rulemaking that is less costly and will achieve the same objective. I think the Wine Institute has already presented sufficient data that demonstrates indeed there is alternative to what is proposed in this order. And then finally, Title I, CCR. This order does not satisfy the regulatory review components under this title. There's a requirement to do an assessment on the impacts to small businesses. This permit did not do that, this rulemaking has not done that assessment, or certainly has not done that assessment in an effective and objective manner. Sections 10 and 11 require the necessity of the rulemaking to be justified. There's nothing in this order that is being called out that isn't already being done by either the state or the regional boards through an array of applicable water quality programs. In fact, throughout this conversation, every task or action is being referred to or deferred to the regional board. This is a regional board responsibility. At best, this order should be a policy, not a permit. How am I doing on my time?
You've reached your time, Ms. Daggett. So if you don't mind finishing up your comment.
Okay. Basically, this order, as developed and as written, violates a whole host of existing statutes and regulations. I would encourage you to pull it back and rethink it. There's more effective, efficient ways of making this happen. This is not the means by which to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Daggett. I know there were a number of items that you brought before the board here. I don't think we're going to address each one of them, but Mr. Bishop, if you'd like to generally and or Mr. Loffer speak to some of the comment we heard from Ms. Daggett.
I was just going to ask that OCC respond, because I think there's some confusion between regulation and permit.
Yeah, there are a few different things going on with respect to Ms. Daggett's comments. Let me see if I can work through them. In one of them, I may need to turn a little bit to either staff or otherwise, because I wasn't quite following one of her comments. First, with respect to the notice, clearly there was an opportunity here to provide written comments. As is customary and as has been upheld by the courts before, the board can set reasonable timelines for the submission of written comments. And in this particular case, the deadline did run last year. The board has certainly considered those, as have staff, and they've led to significant changes in the draft order. There was some confusion, and I actually think it's something that this board needs to think about moving forward, because in the last, approximately 5 or 6 years ago, the legislature did pass an amendment that added Water Code Section 13287. Up until that point, in general orders like this, which are adopted pursuant to Water Code Section 13263, Subdivision I, the board and judicial decisions had determined that they were administrative adjudicative proceedings subject to the ex parte prohibitions. And we worked with the Brown administration, and a special provision was added to the Water Code to allow ex parte communications subject to disclosure whenever the board is considering general orders. In this particular case, what 13287 authorized was the board to put in place a blackout period for ex parte communications in the run up to the board meeting, so that they could be disseminated, so that those communications could be both disclosed and disseminated prior to the board action. And I think what we saw here, 13287 clearly covers both written and oral communications. And we saw several parties put in fairly detailed written communications, which were designed to reflect what they were communicating orally with board members in those permissible ex parte meetings. clearly this is, the legislature has authorized this exception, and that means we do have to accept sort of those written memorializations of the ex parte communications. However, at the same time, there is a little bit of a tension here. I think it's important to recognize that anybody who's taking advantage of the 13287 ex parte communications provision does lose the benefit of having those communications fully considered early on in the development and the recognition of those comments in prior revisions to the draft order. But there's certainly nothing violative of the law in that the board did exactly what it's supposed to do under Water Code Section 13287. With respect to the CEQA concerns in Appendix F, certainly the board has prepared a mitigated or an initial study, and the resolution that's before the board allows it to proceed as a mitigated negative declaration. This is where staff may need to follow up. And Tim, I don't know when I finish up if you want to come back, because I was not quite following Ms. Daggett's comments with respect to Appendix F, but certainly the actual action before the board today is a project subject to CEQA. Ms. Daggett's next concern was with respect to Division 37 of the Health and Safety Code, which concerns scientific peer review. By definition, those scientific peer review provisions only apply to a rule, which includes state policy for water quality control plans, or regulations. The action that's before the board today, and there's nice symmetry with this prior conversation about Water Code Section 13287, is not a rule or a regulation. Instead, it's a general order authorized by Water Code Section 13263 subdivision I. And for the same reason, when Ms. Daggett raises concerns about there not being compliance with Title I of the California Code of Regulations, what she's referring to there is the Administrative Procedures Act regulations governing rulemaking proceedings. And pursuant to Government Code Section 11352, general orders that the board adopts pursuant to Water Code Section 13263 subdivision I are not subject to the rulemaking provisions of the APA, nor are they subject to the rulemaking regulations that the Office of Administrative Law has promulgated and that are codified in Title I of the California Code of Regulations. And finally, I'll just conclude by, clearly the legislature has given the board the authority, the state board explicitly in Water Code Section 13263 subdivision I, the opportunity to develop general orders such as the draft order you see before you that have the ability of establishing waste discharge requirements for a particular category or class of dischargers. And in this particular case, of course, it's the winery order. So unless, Tim, you wanted to add anything on the CEQA Appendix F issue, I don't believe that any of the legal procedural issues raised by Ms. Daggett warrant any modifications to the board's approach.
Thanks, Michael. All I can really add is that the Appendix F dealing with tribal cultural resources is required by AB 52 as memorialized in the Public Resources Code. We did consult with the tribes. They did have recommended mitigation, which we're required to incorporate unless we find to be infeasible. Some of their suggestions we did find to be infeasible, but all feasible measures were included in the draft order.
Thank you both for the very thorough response to Ms. Daggett's issues that she flagged and concerns and thoughts. So I appreciate the thorough follow-up. Next, I'd like to call up Margaret Wild from Kennedy Jenks Consultants.
Hi, I had no questions, just here to help answer questions if necessary.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Ms. Wild. Likewise, Stuart Childs, did you wish to speak or just if needed?
Am I unmuted?
Yes, you are.
I did want to say that regarding subsurface disposal systems, many small systems, winery systems, have systems that have been upgraded by more modern technologies, shallower drain lines, dosing the land application area, adding a sand filter that will nitrify and denitrify. Those people will need time to be able to test their systems out. So I know the time is available there, but I think you need to preserve that right for wineries already doing it, and wineries who will do that to have a more affordable solution than full treatment. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And again, do appreciate that there is, I feel, a good amount of time built in there to allow for that calibrating ultimately of a response at a facility so that it is at least cost, but again, protective of the standards and discussions we're having here. But thank you. It is an important thing to note that it takes time to test out that system and understand what further might be needed, at least cost, again, for treatment. So thank you.
Thank you.
Next then, and I apologize, I'm trying to make sure I use the names up on the streamer here, but I'm also referring to my list and sometimes they can be out of sync. But Kim Withrow is who I have next year.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. We have no comments at this time.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for your participation nonetheless and being here today. Next on the list then is Devin Jones.
That sounded like a no.
I was going to say, Chair Esquivel, Mr. Jones doesn't appear to be currently on.
Okay. Yep, thank you.
Wait, hold on one second. He's now calling in, so bear with me.
And we can always move to Mr. Schmelzer, if helpful.
Bear with me one second.
Of course. No, thank you, Mr. Lawford.
Mr. Jones, you've been invited to unmute if you'd like. It should be, I believe, *9 on your phone.
I should be unmuted. I did hit *6. Can you hear me?
Sorry.
Okay?
There you go. My regrets, Ms. Jones.
All right. Thank you so much. Devin Jones, I'm the Executive Director of the Mendocino County Farm Bureau. And we've been involved in this process for several years now, so we appreciate the consideration of additional comments. Our 80+ wineries here in Mendocino County practice sustainability, carbon neutral practices, biodynamic and organic farming, and innovative approaches to minimize our impact. Mendocino County Farm Bureau has been engaged with the Water Board staff, Wine Institute, and local winery operators. As this order has been developed, we support the comments submitted by the Wine Institute and have signed on to the latest comments that were submitted. Since several components of the order will most likely lead to existing treatment process infrastructure needing to be altered or new systems completely installed, there will be financial ramifications for Mendocino County wineries. Several comments today have discussed the need to balance impacts to benefit. We encourage the board to continue to be cognizant of this balance, especially if there are discrepancies that are seen between the estimated costs provided in the proposed order versus what will actually be applied as this order proceeds. We appreciate, again, you working with winery interests in the development of this order and for the consideration of the comments submitted today. Thank you so much.
Thank you as well. I appreciate your comments today. Next, we have Tim Schmelzer.
How are you doing?
Doing well. Good afternoon.
Noel has been ably representing Wine Institute at this point, so I will pass on comments and look forward to deliberation and hopeful very serious consideration of our recommendations.
Thank you. And thank you for your long engagement in this work as well.
Thank you.
Then next I have on my list, Joel Peterson.
Hello. Hi. Thanks for having me. I just wanted to say thanks so much for the discussion and dialogue you guys have been having. Part of this not only this entire day, but this entire last year and beyond in terms of this water order. I'm Joel Peterson, the Executive Director of the Pastoral Wine Country Alliance. We represent about 200 member wineries here in San Luis Obispo County. Our member wineries are 95% family owned with strong connections here to the community. Agricultural in San Luis Obispo County is significant economic value, a total of nearly $2.5 billion in the latest report from our County Ag Commissioner. Of this, wine grapes are our #1 contributor, including direct employment of nearly 4,000 workers. In our county, it is not only about the value we bring to the economy, but the history and the stewardship of the land as well. In order to maintain the agricultural way of life, our members operate in responsible manners, which includes respecting water quality and acting accordingly. We understand your charge to protect our state's precious water resource. However, we ask that you not place onerous or costly requirements on our Tier 2 and Tier 3 wineries, which hamper their ability to operate. We are especially concerned about the restrictive effluent limits of subsurface disposal systems, which require the installation of expensive pre-treatment systems. We request that you adjust the effluent limits to apply to nitrates rather than total nitrogen, and to increase the BOD limit to 500, to allow for an averaging of samples to give time for developing a nitrogen control plan before the effluent limits take effect. In conclusion, I want to highlight one of the members that the point that you made earlier today about how we have to appreciate tying that thread of that of the needle between protection of water quality and cost. It's a huge deal here for obviously not only our wineries here in the Paso Robles region, but across California as we try and navigate this system of protecting our water and making sure we have high quality water, but at the same time making sure that businesses can stay open, especially in this uncertain economic time that we're in right now. So we thank you for your stewardship and your shared water resources, and we ask that in conclusion you allow us to operate responsibly without additional needs for costly and unnecessary equipment and staff. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Much appreciated. Next, we have Bob Schroback. And Mr. Schroback, you did note that it was a speak if necessary, so feel free to indicate either way.
That's correct. I no need to speak at the moment.
Okay, great. And thank you as well. Next is Joanne Kipps.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great. Well, hi, Bob Kroback. Long time no hear. My name is Joanne Kipps, and I'm a former staff member of the Regional Water Quality Control Board in the Fresno office. And I'd just like to counter the argument made by Noelle of the Wine Institute that I think she made an assertion that there's no evidence to indicate that there's any kind of problem with the discharges of winery wastewater to land. And I'd like to say that's not accurate. And in my experience, 12 years working with the regional board in the Fresno office, I've had dealings with many, many, many wineries, some of the largest wineries in the world, mind you. And for me, and I think I mentioned this at the public workshop, the groundwater degradation that is more of a rule and not exception for winery waste discharges. However, I believe that the general order by imposing this BOD limit of 100 pounds per acre per day will go far in lessening that impact. And also the requirement that the ponds be lined is a big step forward. I have to really commend staff on that. The effluent limits for the SDS are totally appropriate. Any kind of suggestion that an effluent target or limitation for nitrate does not make technical sense whatsoever. Nitrate is usually low in winery wastewater. You've got other forms of nitrogen in the winery wastewater that ultimately transforms into nitrate that then can cause supply wells to be contaminated and rendered unusable. Nitrate removal in supply wells is devilishly difficult and usually results in just the abandonment of the well and the necessity of supplying alternative sources of water. So it's much easier, much more cost effective to prevent the problem than to just say, wait, we don't have enough data that shows there's a problem, so let's just get the problem there and then we'll deal with it. Once it's there, it's too late. And so I applaud staff in attempting to implement the state anti-degradation policy, in that if you are discharging to high quality waters, the state anti-degradation policy requires a discharger to implement best practicable treatment or control to make sure that that degradation is minimized to the extent feasible. And for the longest time, in my opinion, for some reason, food processors and wineries were like ignored in terms of the application of the state anti-degradation policy. Maybe they thought it was just too hard for these processors to implement treatment and control, and they relied on land treatment. Well, if the Wine Institute or other consultants have data, actual data from groundwater monitoring from smaller wineries that actually show that there's no degradation from their discharges, well, please compile it and send it to a peer-reviewed journal so that we can all review it. So I just wanted to let you guys know that there is the potential for impact, and you are doing the right thing by imposing these requirements, and you are giving them a lot of time to develop the necessary methods and means to achieve them. A couple of comments that maybe can be handled with the late revisions is that I urge you to break out your effluent limit for your SDS so that they're numbered somehow, so that when poor staff have to go and log the violations into CWIX, they can actually identify a separate section so that we know dischargers having nitrogen problems or they're having BOD problems, you know what I mean? And then also, I think there needs to be an effluent limitation for flow. There's nothing like that. You have to have some sort of requirement that the discharge flow cannot exceed that which was identified in the notice of intent. I mean, it's just a simple thing. And for that matter, you know, when you look at effluent limitations, there's really only one effluent limitation in the order. You've got the one for the SDS system, and all the other ones that you have in there is discharge specifications. So it's a little clumsy. I wouldn't have written the permit like that. It makes it hard for dischargers to figure this out. And I think it could be more streamlined. It could be improved. And I urge you maybe to table it for a while and maybe have another run at it. That's my comment. But good job, staff. Thank you.
I really appreciate your comments and contribution to our discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call up Kim Stemler.
I just have a quick question for staff and follow up to one of those things, if that's okay.
Yes, of course, remember.
So just on the point on design flow that I think was just brought up in terms of enforcement. So the I guess if staff can just explain how the permit allows for enforcement of exceedances of flow from what the tier was, and you know, if there's, it seems like there's annual reports and what's possible and appropriate in terms of those changes.
So there's a couple of things. First, when you sign up for the permit, you indicate your flow, your design flow that you can't exceed that design flow. That's a violation of the permit. That's a and so it doesn't need a flow limitation, since you can only discharge up to what you're permitted allowed. So I just agree
and that's reported in terms of the actual flow in the annual reports.
There's ongoing. Oh, sorry, John.
Go ahead. I was just going to say, Laura, you could give the detail.
Yeah, so the discharger with their notice of intent, they also include a technical report that includes the flow that they want the regional board to permit, and it cannot exceed their design flow. They're also going to provide to the regional board their production volume of wine to kind of cross-check and make sure that makes sense to an engineer. And then the other thing is there's ongoing effluent and source, like supply water flow. And so you can ongoingly kind of check back in if you're the regional board or the public to see and ensure that it makes sense still from what they reported when they initially applied.
Sorry, so I think what I'm confused about is we're basing the tiers not on design of capacity, but on the actual amount of flow or discharge. I got, I'm not using the right term, but and so as that changes, you know, they can't go above their design capacity, but if they're issuing their notice of intent, saying that they should be in tier 2, even though the design capacity is up to tier 3, for example? How do they, what is the point at which, or the way that there's the ability to enforce if that's exceeded, that it should go up to tier 3?
So if they're discharging above the tier that they applied for and are, then they're in violation of their permit because they're not following the requirements for the volume of water that waste that they're discharging. So they have the winery could, I think what you're saying is the winery could have a design, for 400,000 gallons of per year of wastewater. But in this point in their process, they're only doing 150. And so they would be in tier 2, not in tier 3. And as long as they're within their that tier, they're fine. But if they're heading towards a higher limit, then they start discharging larger than that. They're in violation. They need to be cognizant of their flow and the requirements. And if so, the sensible thing would be if they're moving towards that and they're projecting next year to process more wine, that they need to then go to the regional board and say they need to move to tier 3 because they expect to now be producing more. If they just ignore it and start discharging more, they're in violation.
And so they would have, I guess the two questions I have are, would they have to do, they'd have to do a new notice of intent and kind of permitting process? What's the amendment if that's needed? And then secondly, is the actual volume discharge provided then in the annual report, or is there a way that the amount is reported on as to the extent that this changes and is still within the design capacity?
Well, they have to report the amount that they discharge, and so that's the key. And so they do have to do that, but it's really not the regional board's responsibility to check on everyone. I mean, our system is a self-reporting system, and it includes reporting violations. And if they are violating their permit by discharging more, they need to report that.
Yeah. And then, sorry, what's the process, the first question, the process on if they do project that they're going to exceed the original NOI amount, they issue it, they submit a new NOI, or how does, what's the process for that? Just in terms of, I think I'm just understanding in terms of workload, or like, do they have to amend their permit?
They have to amend their permit. They have to get an amended permit from the regional board. So they have to submit the change in operations. I don't know if it's a full new NOI, but anytime a permittee operations change from what they submitted, they're required to notify the board of those changes. And the board then can, on a general permit, would issue the appropriate conditions for that change. Flow is one. Well, they may change their method of disposal. They may change, processes. So there are lots of ways that a permittee needs to notify the board when there are changes in their discharge.
Thanks for walking me through that.
Thank you both. Appreciate it. Next, now we have Kim Stemler.
Hi there. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Kim. I am speaking on behalf of the Monterey County Vintners and Growers Association, and we really appreciate your patience and ability to sit through all of these comments and presentations, and also to listen to us. And ultimately, what we want you to do is to seriously recognize and incorporate the recommendations from the Wine Institute. Monterey County cultivates approximately 44,000 acres of wine grapes, about the same as Napa Valley. and has 72 operating winery licenses, of which 92% are family owned. Our wineries and vineyards are committed to their land, their employees, and their community. And this includes protecting Monterey County's water quality. Sustainability is a guiding operational principle in our county. Sadly, we were also a site of one of this summer's wildfires. Our total loss from these fires could be as high as $450 million. This loss, combined with the losses from COVID, really need to be considered when asking wineries to take on any additional fiscal burdens. I'm particularly concerned about our tier 2 and 3 wineries. There are many paths to monitoring wastewater discharge and water quality. We request that you support a leaner process that appropriately addresses the risk and ensures that cost and monitoring justify the benefits of the regulations. Also, as a regulatory body, please understand that we want you to coordinate your activities within your agency and with all other regulatory bodies to streamline and increase regulations, effectiveness, and efficiency. If you're a small business, it's very, very, very difficult to have the capacity to track all of these different regulations and to know every little thing that you're supposed to be doing. And I really think regulatory bodies, it's been a long day. Regulatory bodies need to be aware of that on the smaller businesses as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you as well. And I will just note that I believe here it's definitely a goal for all of the board members that we continue to improve the way we look at the economics, not just of cost, but and to board member Dodek's point earlier, of benefit as well. That we have to, this balancing that we are called to do as board members is best informed by understanding these costs and benefits ultimately and the trade-offs there. So always looking to continue to refine that and get better at it. And we only do so through the transparent engagement with everyone in this discussion. So just appreciate that. And thank you. Yeah, thank you for your comments, Ms. Stemmer. Okay, next we can move to Billy Grant.
I think I'm here. Here we go. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Billy Grant. I'm an owner of a couple of wineries, and they're small, and I'm part owner, and I pay attention to a lot of the financing sides of what we do and how clients of mine on the consulting side conduct their businesses and try to make sense of this business. And I've been in it about 15 years, all the way from the very beginnings to exiting one. So I've seen the challenges the business can have, especially for a winery that is between 2,500 and 5,000 cases to a winery that's between 10,000 and 100,000 cases. I think that as you take a look at these things and you make, and you have this challenge ahead of you, which the presentations were excellent, a lot of education here, a lot of know-how on this board of folks that I'm looking at. It's complicated. That's probably I've made a lot of notes in the last 4 hours, and feasibility I have here in capital letters, and complicated I have here in capital letters. I also echo what Mike said earlier from Taft, that he bets that hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of wineries just don't have a clue that this conversation is happening today, and that what's potentially on the board, whether it be 3 years or 8 years from now, is this impactful to the cost of their winery. I echo what a few people have said. Joanne from the Central Valley, I believe, said it. Because it's so complicated and it's difficult to present and to get buy-in and have made sense of, that putting it off for a little bit to create a more user-friendly presentation of what it is you're trying to accomplish and what exactly it is you want a mom and pop winery, and they're of all shapes and sizes. There's still a lot of considered mom and pops. Honig was a great example. Her chat there was very eloquent, very well done. And I think a lot of us in the industry can relate to that and their plight. But I think that we just need to do a lot more to create a presentation of this that is going to be a little more user-friendly, is going to help a person see step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is how this works. This is how this goes out over 8 years. Because if this is going to be happening even 3 to 8 years from now, I need to start thinking about how I'm going to finance it now. And that's probably one of the things about the industry that some people don't get. We affectionately call ourselves a debtors club. We have parties at our banks buy us wine, they buy us lunch because we owe them a lot of money. And the scrutiny under which we are looked at in order to see if we are able to repay it is very, very meticulous, especially in this day and age, post 2008, 9, and 10. And I can tell you there are wineries that are in these ranges of 2 and 3 that are going to have an incredibly difficult time financing a $500,000 project, even a $200,000 or $300,000 project. There are wineries that go out of business because they can't build a turn lane on the road that they're on because it's $350,000. It's just not, it's not feasible. So although it's well-intentioned, and I understand it, and you're dealing with a group of people who, you know, are putting in solar all over the place, moving dramatically to sustainable farming. You're dealing with a very, very environmentally conscious industry for the most part, especially when you get into these tier 2 and tier 3 wineries. So it's not falling on deaf ears that water is important and good drinking water is important. It's that they're listening and we hear it, we want it. We don't know the process in which of how we get there as a small winery is complicated. And I think that you guys need to really develop a presentation and a story that you can help people see how they're going to get there. How are you going to help them get there? The Wine Institute made a lot of great points. You know, one of the things they didn't mention is that we're under tremendous pressure for competition from overseas. Unbelievable. And we're, like many, many other things, we can inadvertently wake up one day and say, wow, we started down a slippery slope and now we've outsourced wine in America too. It very, very much is a working man's, working woman's game in this business. We finance everything. We put up our houses. We sign personal guarantees on everything and put it all at risk to be in this business for the most part. And even the very large wineries have tremendous financing risk. And I think that that's one of the things that's sometimes a little bit overlooked when we're looking at regulations and things that are going to cost a lot in our industry, is that it's perceived that everyone's wealthy. No, everyone works really, really hard, and everyone decides to bet the family farm, basically, to the fact that they're going to be successful. So I think it's complicated. I think you have to slow down a little bit. Potentially, I know that you say there's 3 to 8 years. I don't understand that. That would be more understandable if you said it had phases. Like number 1, how much water do you use? I'll bet you a lot of the wineries that you're talking about, they don't know how much water they're using, period. You know, they're on well water a lot of them in rural areas. I think that phasing it in and saying phase 1, we want you to understand this about your water. Phase 2, we want you to understand about the next step. How much are you discharging? What are you doing with that discharge? You know, is it feasible to have wells on your property that monitor your water? I don't know. Nobody described, and maybe someone here can. I mean,
yeah, thank you, Mr. Grant. You are a bit over your time at this point.
Yeah, okay.
I thank you for your comments.
You know, that's part of the expenses. I mean, wells are expensive. They're not cheap, for instance, even just to monitor. So I think you got to put it on hold. And I think it's a little too complicated as a subject matter right now for you guys to be able to disseminate it and have people understand it. That's my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. I appreciate that. Next, we have Lad Calhoun.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the board. My name is Lad Cahoon. I'm an attorney with Edgecombe Law Group in San Francisco. I'm speaking today mostly on behalf of the concerns of smaller wineries. As you know, these are small businesses, many of which are family owned and operated. And while everyone on this call and elsewhere has been impacted by the COVID pandemic and the resulting economic dislocations and the record-setting wildfires, small wineries have been impacted far more than most. To quote one family winery that I work with, we're hanging on by a thread. So we should be absolutely sure that the obligations we're imposing actually meet a real world need and not just a theoretical concern that's real in some places. So for example, nitrogen controls, they're clearly appropriate and even necessary soon where aquifers are impacted. No one disputes that. But that's a small fraction of the state's wineries. And nitrogen controls may also be appropriate where the science suggests that aquifers could be impacted in the foreseeable future. But the order doesn't adequately provide that science. It's just not there. That connection's not made. Instead, these obligations are imposed across the board without any allowance really for local conditions. I'm an environmentalist. I'm a former employee of the EPA Region 9 and National Wildlife Federation. Environmental concepts mean a lot to me. I fully support pollution prevention and the precautionary principle. Those are laudable goals and they need to be implemented where potential problems are grounded in science. The draft order and the findings do a good job in describing the nitrate problems in some areas and describing and providing the information to understand the range of nitrogen loads that wineries can generate. But the order doesn't make that connection. So we would prefer and propose deferring imposition of some of the order's more expensive measures until the science supports it. Along those lines, one way to start making that connection would be to adopt the Wine Institute's proposal for monitoring of groundwater in lieu of imposition of effluent requirements. Where monitoring can identify extremely local impacts, effluent limitations would be imposed automatically and ensure that regional aquifers are protected. Getting back to small wineries, I have a specific request. While we acknowledge and appreciate the adjustments that have been made from prior drafts of the draft order, specifically for Tier 1, and apparently made mindful of the relatively small, even potential impacts that very small wineries can have. So at least at this stage, the additional burdens that are being imposed by the draft order on Tier 1 are not draconian. But another need of small businesses is certainty. The order as it's currently written allows for later board action to move Tier 1 wineries into Tier 2 under criteria that are vague and undefined. So it's apparently possible for small wineries to face untenable costs based on criteria that are not clear at this point. Look specifically at section 14 of the findings. It says, therefore, such high density Tier 1 facilities or Tier 1 facilities that are determined to pose a threat to water quality may be required to apply for general order coverage as a Tier 2. Certainly the latter clause, if there's a determination founded in data that there's a threat, a future threat to water quality, that makes sense. The portion of the finding citing Tier 1 facilities that may be in a high density area is undefined anywhere in the order. And it's not clear how a regional board or the state board would interpret that at a later date. My suggestion again would be to focus on quantifiable science-based threats and to leave out the provision about high density Tier 1 facilities from that provision of the draft order. Beyond that, I would point out that the findings in the draft order, specifically with requests to section 13287 of the Water Code, which requires balancing of costs and burdens, I believe and would assert don't quite meet the intent of the Water Code. The case law isn't as well developed in this area as it should be, but essentially Section 95 of the findings states that there are certain estimated costs for the reports required, and those costs are reasonable. That's not analysis, that's fact and conclusion. In order for those costs to be determined reasonable, it has to be put into a context and it has to be thought through. The findings don't make that connection, and I would assert need to be reworked. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Calhoun. Just a note, you are at time at this point, so if there are any finishing thoughts, please do provide them.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the comments. Next, we have Park Hafner.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, you can. Good afternoon.
Great. Thank you, Chair Escobar. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to talk to you today. I'm a partner. My name is Park Hafner, and I'm a partner in our family's vineyard and winery operation, Hafner Vineyard, located in Alexander Valley. My parents bought this property in 1967, 54 years ago, when land could be purchased by those of moderate means. That is no longer the case. Our property consists of 225 acres, 100 of which is planted to grapes. The remaining acreage has been maintained in its natural state, oak woodlands. In 1982, almost 40 years ago, we built our 5,000 square foot winery, and in 1995, we added 5,000 square feet of caves for barrel storage. We produce about 12,000 cases annually, which are sold directly to customers across the United States and to restaurants in California. 3 generations of Hafners are part of the team at our business. My 95-year-old father continues to provide guidance to myself and my brother, who, along with my wife and daughter, oversee the production of this operation. Unfortunately, my mother died 4 years ago when we celebrated 50 years in business. In addition, our business supports 15 other families. Our business has always been predicated on sustainability, even before that term became so common. What that means for employees is that we pay them well, provide health insurance, retirement program, paid holidays, vacation days, and personal days for both vineyard and winery workers. On the property, that means protecting the land for future generations. We have been certified sustainable by CSWA in both the winery and vineyard for several years, and we are certified as a fish-friendly farming operation. I mention these things because we feel this is the right way to operate, but it also adds expense to the operation. Recently, our business has been challenged by many things, not the least of which was the Kincaid fire in 2019, which caused us to sell off 75% of the Cabernet wine we made that year in bulk, rather than bottling it under our name, which will amount to an income loss of around $900,000 over the next few years. Operating a business in California with its regulations and costly permits is extremely challenging financially, as evidenced by the fact that so many businesses choose to leave the state. The proposed winery order, if approved, would add a very significant financial burden to our business. I request that the Water Board not adopt the winery order at this time, but instead reconsider the need, the terms and conditions of the general order through a transparent and robust public participation process. In closing, I would just like to say that it is my hope, my dream, that our vineyard and winery business will continue in our family for many generations to come, which is only possible if it remains profitable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hafner. Next, I'd like to call up Bruce Fenton.
Good afternoon. My name is Bruce Fenton. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay.
Yes,
Thank
good
you.
afternoon.
Good afternoon, board members and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon. I'm a professional engineer with RSA Plus Consulting Engineers based in Napa, California. We work on many winery projects here in Napa, and most of my comments, I think, were addressed in the some of the document changes that occurred yesterday evening. But I really would like to support the local agency having as much oversight or management of the implementation of the order as possible for processing. There's a lot of efficiencies for us in being able to work with local agencies here in Napa. So, one aspect of that in particular is there's a use permit phase where we do a feasibility report typically rather than a full technical report. And that is part of a use permit entitlement process. And that I think is something the local agency is very well equipped and very familiar with. I also support the changes to being able to retain commingled systems. I think that's an important change that's been made, and I'd like to say that separating some systems will be very technically would have been very technically challenging and expensive, quite expensive. And the third thing is the setbacks for land application. I think it's important that with well-managed irrigation systems that we're able to irrigate as much land area as possible to make beneficial reuse of treated processed wastewater to reduce our impact on groundwater. I think that's one of the moves that's been made by the wine industry and by the consulting and by Napa County to make as much use as possible to reuse treated processed wastewater as beneficially as possible to reduce our impact on groundwater, which is another very considerable environmental issue at this time. I'd like to thank you for listening to my comments.
And thank you for your good comments, Mr. Fenton. I do appreciate the acknowledgement as well of the changes made in benefit to some of what folks were looking for. So thank you. Next, we have Gina Giacconi.
Thank you. Yes, Gina Giacconi. I too am a consulting engineer. I work for Summit Engineering, and we work with a lot of the wineries throughout the state. I too want to thank the committee for providing additional flexibility with the draft that was issued in December. There were a lot of improvements and good changes to allow for, just to accommodate different facilities, different ranges of production, their unique situations and whatnot. So I appreciate that. I am in alignment with the comments that Noelle brought up with the Wine Institute. I think she brings up a lot of good points. And I think that while we've spent quite a bit of time, or the committee has spent a lot of time and putting good thought into the regs, that we don't want to, rush to the finish line. We want to get this as right as possible. It'll never be perfect, but I think making sure we have good science behind what the order says is really important to consider before adoption. With that said, a few points that I wanted to make. One of my concerns is some of the overlap of various general orders. There is the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program, and there are others out there. And when you have overlapping orders, it adds a lot of, there's just additional financial means that these winery clients are going to have to support, and it creates a huge burden on them. So if there is a way to, I know there are words in there about reducing fees, but I think a lot of thought needs to be put into the criteria for what that reduction in fees will be, because we don't want to put unnecessary undue burden with all of the regulations that are overlapping. Another concern that we have is some of the criteria or the statements around permeability requirements for pond liners and the hydraulic conductivity standards that are outlined in the draft order. Hydraulic conductivity, in my opinion, should be applied to clay liners only and does not apply to concrete or synthetic liners. So if the intent of having the hydraulic conductivity in there is to allow for there to be very limited leakage, then I think we need some more thought should be put into how that wording can address the different types of liners so that it's appropriate for the material of the liner. And I think that there aren't clear guidelines as to what the leakage testing, the procedures that need to be followed. Is it up to the consultant, or are there guidelines that the state wants individual facilities to follow? Additionally, I have some concerns with the criteria in the order as it's written for subsurface disposal systems. I think that a lot of local jurisdictions have really good criteria for how to design and size those systems, whereas the general order leaves a lot of ambiguity. And if the intent is to help protect groundwater, I don't know that it is doing that. I think there's a lot of thought that goes into identifying the type of soil, the texture, what the associated percolation rate should be. There are sloping requirements that are not outlined in the general order. So in my opinion, there should be more thought or deference to another set of guidelines for designing those systems for new facilities. Another question, and I apologize if this was covered earlier, but the Napa County, as you all know, there's an MOU, and a lot of facilities in Napa are overseen by that local county jurisdiction. And so what does the enrollment process look like for those facilities where they don't have individual WDRs, or they're not under another general order, but they are regulated? What is the trigger for them to enroll in this new order if that's going to be required? Additionally, there are some facilities that have ponds, but they are not provided for treatment. They're not there for treatment. They're there simply for storage. They're secondary ponds. I think it's important to differentiate between treatment versus secondary storage. And I would encourage the board not to require a lot of the same requirements as you impose on a primary treatment pond as you would put on a secondary pond. The water is much cleaner than a primary treatment pond contains. And that is all that I have. Thank you very much for your time today. I appreciate it.
Thank you as well for the good comments and contribution today. Any board members? Okay. Next, I'd like to call. Okay. Yes, Board Member Dodek.
Actually, I too wanted to follow up on one of the questions raised, because if it was discussed earlier, I missed it. And that is, what is the status of Napa County in terms of the local implementation of the program?
So I can kick it off, and if others want to join, maybe turn your camera on. So currently Napa County has a memorandum of understanding or agreement with the San Francisco Bay Regional Board. And this order provides a pathway in the local oversight or local agency oversight program for those types of local programs to oversee the implementation of the order. However, if a winery is eligible for this order, they would enroll in the order, and then they would enroll in the local program for the implementation component. And so we have a whole attachment that discusses kind of the roles of the discharger and how the local program works with the order. And I think that when it comes to, what was I going to say? I lost that thought. But so that's kind of how it works in this order. They would enroll in the order, though. Any specific questions? It's quite a long attachment.
I have nothing further. I think that makes sense to me. Board Member Dodek, do you have some follow-up question? And Mr. Couch, is there anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, I think just to clarify, we have Melissa Gunter, and I think we have the AEO from Region 2 here, Lisa McCann. And I gave them a heads up that they might want to give sort of just a very brief update on what is the status with Napa County. Are they indicating that they want to be the local oversight agency at this point? Are they still undecided? So perhaps Melissa could chime in, or Lisa.
This is Melissa with Region 2. Lisa can join in at any point in time. So there, as far as, I don't want to fully speak on behalf of Napa County. I know Kim Withrow is also here representing Napa County. We have been in involved in many meetings and encounters to try to lay out how the integration will occur as far as between the local agency oversight and implementation of the order. So Napa County staff have expressed support for the local oversight, but we were ironing out some comments right up until this board meeting pretty much. So I believe that some of the major issues have been addressed, but I also recognize that we were planning on further developing a much more detailed implementation plan between us and the county that more clearly outlines our roles and responsibilities and between the agencies and how this will look. So there is still a bit of work to develop on that implementation piece.
Thank you for that, Ms. Gunter.
Thank you.
I was going to ask a follow-up question. The last commenter.
Yeah, one moment, Mr. McGuire. Ms. Withrow, is there something that you would like to add? Okay. Yes, Mr. McGuire.
Thank you. So just when staff are ready, or if you have an answer now, just the comments about the hydraulic conductivity and the liner types. It made sense what I heard about that being more applicable to clay liners, but I wasn't sure if maybe that was already addressed in the order or not. So whenever you're ready to answer that, I'd just like some clarity.
Well, that was by design. We were attempting to give it a conductivity requirement, a permeability requirement for the pond. I realize it's more applicable to a clay liner, but we didn't want to specify exactly what type of liners were allowed and what type were not. In the case that a new type of liner is developed, and if it meets that hydraulic conductivity standard, you could certainly use that. Or if you found a cheaper version, but we wanted to tell you what the standard is, but not exactly how you have to meet it. So I understand it's a soil, more of a soil and clay liner type term, but it was the best we had.
And doesn't that mimic the compost order?
It does. It's the same approach that was approved in the compost order.
Thank you. That's helpful. Thanks.
Yeah, and it sounds again a business decision ultimately on how best to meet it, and also something of a technology one there. So, okay. Any further questions from board members at this moment? We have it looks like 4 individuals left to make our way through. And so next I'd like to call up Ted Wells.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Can you hear me?
You can.
Fantastic. I'm going to keep my video off just because it's we got kids in the house doing their thing. So hey, I represent Tricaro Family Estates, wine business for environmental. Thanks again for the opportunity to comment on this. As a winery staff member, a lot of us hold water near and dear to our hearts, and it's essential to the business. And this is a worthy just cause that we're talking about, 100%. I'm going to echo a lot of the comments that Noel and Suzanne and Mike and others have talked about. I just want to underscore kind of one point, and that's the importance of providing an option for us to use some real site-specific data for site monitoring for a time, some period of time before we're mandated to put in new treatment systems for these SDSs. And the same concept applies to a pond and a liner. It goes back to the question that, are we using real science here to decision make, which is important. And I think that's been echoed by many of the board members. I think that's what I heard from them. Just let me give you an example as written for the facilities that I work on. Just from the SDS perspective, we have 2 tier 2s and 3 tier 3s. amongst other larger facilities. So using the Kennedy-Jenks numbers for treatment systems, low to high, right? We're looking at $3 million to $6.5 million. And each of these facilities have been designed as a winery and permitted as a winery in the past. Also, each facility has a well on it that we use and protect for our own operational and drinking water. So just I want to use those numbers just so if I understand it as written, you are going to be asking me to go spend $3 to $6.5 million on a problem that we both don't know is real at those 5 sites. So my request, right, is pretty simple, right? We need the option to look first for the data, to get real site data, to see if we have a problem. Then I can use that data for what the problem is, and I can make a real credible engineering solution for that location. That is, if there's a problem. And there's other concerns, of course, but I will say that's the one I'll underscore. If we have the option to go look for data, have that data in hand, make the credible decision on what engineering needs for us, that's where, in my opinion, we need to be. Otherwise, I'm flying blind. So thanks, and I appreciate you listening. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Wells, for your participation and time and patience today, and continued contribution to today's discussion. So thank you. Next, would like to call up Michelle Benvenuto, who will be followed by Tim O'Brien, and then last, Michelle Novi.
Hello, board. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak, and thank you for your patience today. Michelle Benvenuto of the Wine Growers of Napa County. And Wine Growers is a nonprofit organization of winery and grape growing members. And our mission is to advocate policy that preserves sustainable agriculture as the highest and best use of the natural resources while protecting the ability of wineries to produce and market and sell wine. So as previously mentioned and cannot be emphasized enough, the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as the wildfires throughout the state, caused unprecedented damage and economic harm. The California wine industry losses are a staggering $8 billion. And specifically here in Napa, the glass fire alone can result in $1 billion in losses to wineries. These are extraordinary conditions, and we thank the Water Board and staff for recognizing the financial stress that wineries are undergoing. No one here is saying that groundwater is not important. I mean, Napa County has been a leader in sustainable efforts. We just urge you to make adjustments to the order that balance cost and environmental benefit. Noel Kramer's outlined these issues, and we appreciate the board's discussion today on nitrogen treatment costs and recognition that the order requires this very expensive treatment, even in situations where nitrogen is not even an issue. We hope you'll continue to examine how requirements be tied to risk, which may not strictly be tied to size, how fully functioning existing systems that pose no threat should be able to remain, and how the current requirements of the order impact wineries in real life. And you heard a number of those examples today. Regarding Napa as a local oversight committee, we also encourage the board to give Water Board staff the latitude to continue making adjustments to address Napa County's concerns with the current order. Finally, Wine Growers supports an order that protects the public interest by focusing on identified problems and does not create unreasonable bureaucracy and costs that could be the difference between a winery surviving these challenging times or not. So thanks again for your work on this order, and we look forward to your discussions ongoing. Thanks.
Thank you as well for your participation now. And I know as we move to our discussion and vote, even afterwards, if we move to implementation. So just thank you for the continued engagement. Next, we have Tim O'Brien, and then again at the end here, Michelle Novi, unless there was anything any board member wanted to bring up at this point. Okay, Mr. O'Brien.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Tim O'Brien. I recommend you don't adopt the order today. There are plenty of technical reasons to oppose the order because it's not protective of water quality. However, I'm going to focus on the fact that the order is not consistent with the water code and that the CEQA document is similarly flawed. It should be apparent that an order prepared by staff for your consideration be consistent with the water code, but it's not. The order doesn't comply with the general order requirements in the water code because it does not impose the same or similar treatment standards for the discharge. Instead, the order provides improper discretionary authority to the executive officer, resulting in widely different treatment standards. The few meaningful requirements that do exist in the order can be waived by the executive officer. That's illegal because by law, an executive officer cannot change waste discharge requirements. Water Code 13223 explicitly limits an executive officer's authority to modify a basin plan, water quality objective, or WDR. But that's exactly what the order does. In fact, it's even worse because the order defines regional boards so broadly that staff are empowered to revise the order requirements. General orders are correctly developed and implemented using a ministerial approach, where an executive officer implements an approach prescribed in the general order. The order also employs a pseudo-regulatory approach that clearly violates the water code. The water code requires that WDRs implement the basin plan, that's 13263, and water quality objectives, 13241. All the regions have adopted the anti-DEG policy and that discharges do not cause exceedances of water quality objectives or primary or secondary drinking water standard exceedances in their basin plans. But the order will allow violations of all the requirements I just mentioned. Discharges that cannot comply with an effluent limit or other order requirement are provided improper relief by enrolling in or developing their own accepted SNMP, Sustainable Salt Nutrient Management Plan, or a sustainability program. The SNMPs are referred to as accepted because they have not been adopted as a basin plan amendment. Accepted SNMPs have no regulatory standing and therefore are not a legitimate regulatory approach. Employing accepted SNMPs as an alternative compliance method is a clear violation of the water code. The discharge is not exempt from the requirements of Title 27 because the exemption depends upon basin plan compliance. In fact, discharges that rely upon an accepted SNMP are discharging designated waste not even eligible for coverage under the WDR program. So-called sustainability programs are just as bad. They improperly authorize a discharge of designated waste, violate the water code and the basin plan. Accepted SNMPs and sustainability programs will be developed by industry-paid consultants. The approach is little more than window dressing, but improperly provides significant regulatory relief. The anti-degradation analysis in the order doesn't mention the pseudo-regulatory approach at all. It describes imposing BPTC measures to limit degradation and basin plan compliance. The pseudo-regulatory approach is not mentioned for good reason. There's no water code authorization to arbitrarily revise the adopted plans, policies, and water quality objectives outside the formal basin plan amendment process. In fact, such revisions are explicitly prohibited by the water code. With regard to the CEQA evaluation, the order asserts a categorical exemption for actions by regulatory agencies for protection of the environment, which is so transparently not applicable that it's ridiculous. It cannot be used for construction activities, standards relaxation, or where significant cumulative impacts occur. The evaluation provided in the initial study takes the same approach as the anti-DEG analysis, citing complete compliance with basin plan requirements as though the pseudo-regulatory approach does not exist. The initial study contains numerous misstatements and flawed analyses. The most serious exists in Section 9, which addresses water quality standards and basin plans. The section states, compliance with the basin plans, policies, and water quality objectives is required, and no pollution or negative impacts to any beneficial use is allowed. The analysis is pure fantasy. The evaluation deliberately misstates the order requirements to avoid discussing the unmitigated significant impacts to water quality that the order allows. The order's approach will result in pollution of groundwater designated for potable supply and other beneficial uses. The initial study also fails to evaluate the public costs that result from the lowered groundwater quality. And you've heard the wine industry argue that source control is too expensive. Well, that's wrong. It's always less expensive to prevent pollution than to clean it up, unless you can get someone else to pay for the cleanup, which is what the order allows. Allowing widespread groundwater pollution is an unmitigated significant impact that requires preparation of an environmental impact report. I'd just like to address quickly some of the comments and the late revisions. The groundwater monitoring, the regional groundwater monitoring.
Mr. O'Brien, I apologize. I will flag you've used your 5 minutes at this point. So if you can be very succinct as you follow up here.
Okay. The regional groundwater monitoring is not based on science. It's a ridiculous approach. The subsurface disposal system, nobody's talked about it, but by using the salt nutrient management plan or salt control plan, the effluent limits actually go away in the order. That actually is already in the order as it's written. So I urge you not to adopt the order or the CEQA document today. Direct staff to revise your approach so that it complies with state laws, protective of water quality. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. Be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Appreciated. Mr. Regan, perhaps if there's some response there that you'd be able to provide us to Mr. O'Brien's comments, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure, Chair Escobar. I think the first point was that the general order didn't comply with the Water Code 13263 requirements because it didn't have the same or similar standards. I don't agree with that. I mean, there are differences, but that's because we've established tiers. The requirements are the same within each tier. So I don't think the board should be forced to adopt a separate general order for each tier. I don't believe that's a requirement. The next issue on delegation and Water Code 13223. So as an initial matter, 13223 places a limitation on the regional board's delegation to its executive officer. It doesn't expressly apply to the state board. The state board has quite a bit more discretion in terms of delegation than the regional board does. Even if 13223 did apply to the state board, the requirements in the order are more along the lines of implementation of requirements the state board would establish rather than modifications of those requirements. And that's kind of the distinction the courts make on these delegation issues. This allegation of pseudo-regulation with reference to accepted SNMPs and sustainability programs, I think is not correct. In the draft order, the alternative is provided to a discharger to make use of participation in an SNMP instead of preparing their own site-specific regulatory salt and nutrient management plan, salt plan, or nutrient plan. But there are a couple of qualifications. One, the SNMP has to be found by the regional board to provide equivalent control measures. And secondly, if compliance with the accepted SNMP doesn't lead to compliance with water quality objectives, then a site-specific salt or nutrient management plan is required for the facility. The next issue of—
Sorry, can I just follow up on that issue to make sure I understand CV Salt says it's, not technically called, but in the Central Valley region did have a basin plan amendment. And so for that basin, where that is in effect, is it true that when you have that alternative compliance, then it does effectively waive compliance with effluent limitations, or is this, are there reasons that that's not true in the Central Valley? I understand other regions are different, but that's for the basins where that was adopted.
Right now, that is true only for the Central Valley. And the reason for that is that any waste discharge requirement has to implement basin plans. Yeah. And since the CV Salt's SNMP has moved beyond merely being accepted and has been adopted as a basin plan amendment, the draft order includes requirements saying comply with CV Salt's for the nitrogen and salt limits that are in the basin plan.
So just to clarify, so then what you are saying is in that case, in that basin, they wouldn't have to do a site-specific site-specific plan. It's just in the outside of that region they would. Is that right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thanks.
they would just need to comply with CV salts, and hopefully we've made that clear.
Let me just clarify. They don't automatically. They have to actually be part of CV salts to qualify. But if they are part of CV salts, then like the other discharges in the region, they are part of the regional solution to salt nutrient. And so they either join CV salts or they do it on their own.
Yep. Thanks.
Thank you.
Continuing with the argument about this being designated waste subject to Title 27, we've got findings in the order. Let me see if I can find them. 78, I think it is, that talks about this issue. And Title 27 creates an exception for wastewater that's discharged to land. And the exception from Title 27 is provided if there are WDRs that are issued. We have that here if the board adopts this order. The discharge is in compliance with the basin plan. That's a requirement of the order, and there's a whole host of requirements to ensure that will happen. And the wastewater doesn't need to be managed as hazardous waste. So I think we have an exemption from Title 27. That the definition of designated waste in the water code in 13.173 specifies that it's waste that under ambient conditions at a waste management unit may exceed water quality objectives. And the question is not whether the wastewater up at the surface will exceed water quality objectives. It's whether under ambient conditions, water quality objectives will be exceeded in the groundwater. So there's some allowance for soil treatment effects, attenuation, dispersion, that kind of thing. That's been the board's consistent interpretation of the designated waste requirements for decades. So that there's nothing new there. I think that's all that Mr. O'Brien addressed.
Thank you for that. I do really appreciate the thorough responses here and even the issues flagged by Mr. O'Brien. So thank you.
Sure.
And I think we have then our last speaker, Ms. Novi. And you should be invited to unmute here in a moment.
Thank you very much. And hats off to the legal counsel that's able to do that on the fly. It's very impressive and just kudos. I've been sitting here trying to think about what I could say to you that hasn't already been said or that might hit home in a different way. Before I go any further, my name is Michelle Novi. I'm the Director of Industry Relations for the Napa Valley Vintners, and we represent 550 wineries in the Napa Valley. And I kept coming back to the fact that this meeting got moved till 11 a.m. to accommodate the time for all of us to participate in a positive and hopeful event this morning. But I'm sitting here and I'm not feeling positive and hopeful. I'm feeling a sense of despair because I am thinking about the member wineries that are going to call me or email or come to a meeting and ask me why this is happening, and ask me what they're supposed to do and who they're supposed to call and how this is going to work out for them. And I feel despair right now because I am every day thinking about how to make these wineries' lives, their owners, the people that work for them, how to make things better for them in a year that has been devastating. And I know it's been mentioned, COVID and the fires, and it's really easy to just kind of hear those words and kind of move on, but we are an industry on the brink, and the jurisdictional silos that exist in our system make it such that, you know, these policies aren't enacted in a vacuum. They are layered upon each other, and they have real effects on real people, and they don't necessarily always look at the holistic nature of the actual risks and what the real solutions could be. And again, the patchwork of existing regulations already occupying a particular space. And so orders like these create an environment that is so burdensome and so costly, and where I think a lot of the speakers have pointed out, there isn't necessarily a strong argument for the environmental need for them in the first place. That they really, when a regulation like this is put forward and is adopted, it really defeats you and takes the wind out of your sails, especially in a place like Napa, where, having worked there now for 12 years, I have never seen a community that has always come together to consistently do the right thing and do it ahead of any regulation being passed. And that just wants to make it so that everybody can continue doing what they're doing, being good stewards of the land, and continuing to make wine, because at the end of the day, that's, you know, what it's all about. I know that there's a train of thought. There's two trains of thought, I guess, maybe, and one is that, you know, the foundations for this order are faulty and the order shouldn't proceed because there's not a strong enough argument. And then there's the, I think, more realist thought that knows that this is probably going to go forward. And so you're hoping to make it as manageable and practical and feasible as it possibly can be, and to try to minimize the burden on these smaller wineries that don't have a compliance person and that don't have the operational resilience to weather a $150,000 or, you know, $50,000 capital improvement hit. One of the board members said something earlier about being uncomfortable with the concessions or the accommodations or the things that have kind of been given up. But I want to say that when you're trying to look for balance, you're trying to get things to be equal on the same side. And it happens that you'll give up things, you'll concede where they weren't equal in the first place in search of that balance. And I think that's, for the most part, what I've heard happening here today. And I appreciate all the board members' work and for sitting for 2 hours, and for the staff and for everyone in the wine industry that's spoken out. I'm feeling defeated, and I want to be able to give a Vintner member some good news and tell them something that isn't going to make them feel like they've had another punch to the stomach like 2020 has been. And right now, this just isn't it. So if you're going to move down the train of thought of adopting something, I would strongly recommend the suggestions put forward by the Wine Institute.
Thank you, Ms. Novi.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you for your time and thank you for your comments. I apologize that you feel a sense of dread or despair. Know that this work, regulatory work, doesn't come certainly without its challenges. And our goal here is to not induce despair. I'll I think hopefully flag that these permits, these facilities are unpermitted, and regional boards were in the process years ago of beginning to pursue regional programs to regulate the industry. And it was at the request of the industry that the board undertook a statewide general permit to be able to actually provide some better consistency and standardized implementation throughout the state so that we could appropriately balance the benefits, which I know that there are disagreements to those. I hear them from those in the regulated community. But I think, again, we are looking to be data-driven. There is a tremendous amount of flexibility in the implementation phase for this. And the years of discussion that have brought us to this moment have demonstrated a lot of flexibility and fine-tuning in ensuring that this is a program that is implementable. I have to give note to, I believe it was Mr. Banks's comments regarding that this is all just too, or Mr. Grant, I apologize, Billy Grant. This is all too just understandable and not in too complex, and that we need to have something far more simpler and easier to implement in this space. And that too is a tension that we've grappled with all these years, ultimately, that we could have a very simple process here, setting standards, measuring effluence, and having folks meet those standards to say, okay, this is what we think is protective. Instead, what we have is a pretty flexible implementation here with the tiers. It gets complicated, less perhaps easy to explain to a grower. What I want to ensure that we commit is to ensuring that we do, though, translate it appropriately. And I think that is when I read the order, when I read the substance of what is being requested and how it would be implemented, I think we provide. But open to further discussion. I know here at the top of our discussion and panel, there was a few considerations here, perhaps, again, when it comes to subsurface disposal systems, particularly. Let's have a discussion here now in front of us then. How are you all feeling as board members after hearing now extensive comment and having had in between there some good discussion, I think, between us as we continue to try to balance this effort. Again, Ms. Novi, do want to not see or have individuals see this as an effort of despair, but hopefully what is a years-long discussion and still years-long thereafter, if we so choose to vote in favor of adoption today, of implementation. It is difficult. I mean, we are needing to, as we think of economic recovery, as we think of our industries and the challenges that we have before them, think of how we implement smarter. I like to think that the years of discussion here has provided us an opportunity to think of implementation a bit smarter. And I think the flexibility held in the order as it's written here still is demonstrating of some of that, including syncing things up with the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program, which we know is another thing out there that we can, again, maybe have better outcomes by understanding the different programs that certainly touch our wineries, or that we could benefit from having more regional approaches. So, again, I think to the effort, and I don't see all despair, but I appreciate the sentiment. I know that this, again, regulatory work doesn't come without some sense, I think, from those being regulated, some dread, but it need not be that. And it can actually complement what I know, and we've discussed here today, is incredible leadership from the wine industry. So thank you. Vice Chair, please.
Well, I'd like to just start with my comments by following up on this discussion about despair versus hope. want to just remind us all that even though this this order took a big change in 2020, as Suzanne Ezekiel mentioned from Jackson Family, there had been years and years of, as staff outlined, stakeholder discussions, tours, virtual tours, on-ground tours. I was at a meeting at Napa Community College where the auditorium was filled, and smaller meetings as well. In San Diego County, I was at a meeting where I don't remember where we were, at a winery, but that room was filled as well. So can we do better? Absolutely. And I think that we as a board and all stakeholders really should commit. I've got a spreadsheet here that makes my head spin, even though I've been working on this for several years. So I can understand and appreciate for those that do not have an environmental compliance staff person at the winery, that this is going to be challenging and you're going to have to hire consultants, and that comes at a cost. But it's up to us to work with you all and with the regional boards to simplify this wherever possible. And I am certain that that can be done. Right now, we're just in the thick of it, combing through all the requirements in our effort to get this across the finish line and make sure that we've looked at as many different options as possible. And to that effect, I just want to, follow up on the discussion on subsurface. And I do, Board Member Dodek, appreciate the comments that you made earlier about, prevention versus having a problem. But I think that the way I view this, it's not, prevention of a problem versus actually having a problem, but looking at the cost and trying to determine, is there a way for us to monitor, have sort of an off-ramp, an alternative, so that a less costly option could be there in order to determine whether or not there is a potential. In other words, early on, trigger to place that winery into a different category where they're going to actually, have to go through the treatment, as opposed to right at the outset. And as I said earlier, that would be a business decision that a winery would have to make. And I would hope that as they go through that determination, that they look at other factors that we don't necessarily have in the order, but that I think that are definitely there, that would give us justification to be looking at this alternative. I think, again, it was Suzanne Ezekiel that said, it's not just based on size, but it's based on other risk factors that we should be looking at. And what we have for these subsurface systems really is based on size. It's the processed water, not necessarily the size in terms of cases. But with this other alternative, there would be the ability to look at other factors, such as hydrology, soil type, other existing degradation. And so I could just picture, if it were a tier 2 or 3 winery in certain areas of region 3 or region 5, it just wouldn't be an option that would make a business case because of the higher nitrate levels there. But in regions 1 and 2, where, we're not seeing the same situation, it seems that that's an option that they should have. And then also, I haven't gone through my own economic analysis, but the COVID impacts and wildfire impacts, I do just have a sense that those impacts are borne quite heavily on the smaller wineries, and in particular in some of those regions 1 and 2, where they may not also have those higher nitrate levels. And so it just, for me, it compels me to encourage us to look at an alternative, an option for those that may want to consider it, where it would make a good business case to them in light of these, areas where they have lower nitrate levels. So I'd like to hear from staff. I know there were quite a few alternatives that we bounced around, and just looking for some guidance from staff on that. And Chair, I don't know if you want me to go through the 2 or 3 other issues, or if you want to go issue by issue here. So
let's go in and do issue by issue. We can have some back and forth on this, at least when it comes to, again, subsurface disposal systems and potentially further flexibility. Mr. Bishop.
So I can jump in now. I would encourage that we hear from other board members about it, but we've looked at the different options that were discussed on the subsurface, and if the board wants to provide a option, staff would recommend the option of groundwater monitoring associated with the subsurface disposal, with the using a receiving water, a groundwater limit for nitrate and total nitrogen in the groundwater. And it would also specify that if those are exceeded, then it is the responsibility of the winery to move, to essentially go back to the effluent limit of total nitrogen at that point. So it wouldn't require a subsequent enforcement order trying to identify that as a early stage for those that think that their soil treatment was sufficient and weren't going to show an impact. We did look at the other options, and there are more problems we saw with those, and so this would be the one we would recommend.
Thank you for that staff recommendation.
So can I just ask to clarify on that? That's it's essentially saying that rather than an effluent limitation, it's a limitation on receiving water.
It's a receiving water limit as opposed to an effluent limit. It is more specific to the nitrate plus the total nitrogen, because it was pointed out to me, and I think correctly, that that there is, if you have total nitrogen in the groundwater, there's still conversion that goes on. And so it needs to be both, given that the characterization of winery waste is low in nitrate, but high in other nitrogen compounds. That does not preclude that that soil treatment wouldn't work. It's just that there's still conversion that goes on. So you don't want to have total nitrogen in the shallow groundwater that could convert to nitrate in the future. So it is a combined limit of both of those.
Wondering if I could add something.
Oh, please do. Yes.
I'm sorry. I also wanted to note that the order, if they're doing groundwater monitoring, after a reasonable amount of time, and it's defined in the order, the regional board could look at not requiring the groundwater monitoring anymore after a series of time where they're demonstrating they're meeting, water quality standards and not creating impacts. I just wanted to note that to inform the board members.
And sorry, was that in general, or was that specific to this alternative?
It's in general.
All of our orders, since the cost of compliance work that we did a number of years ago, allows regional boards to reduce monitoring when it's been shown that that they're consistently meeting limits. I would admonish folks that we will be telling the regional boards that they need to be looking at the depth of soil column and the time it takes for migration in as part of that consideration.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bishop.
Yeah, for me, it's really helpful to hear. In hearing all the stakeholder comments today, there are a lot of suggestions, but this one is one that has stuck out in my mind, in that I feel like I am a strong proponent of protection of groundwater quality and not wanting to have to deal with the cleanup later. I think we should take meaningful steps to address that. I think the majority of this order does do that. But when it comes to the SDS, it just seems like there's still enough uncertainty and lack of just confidence about what that transformation is in the soil profile. What types of, we heard from Stuart Childs, who talked a little bit about how a number of SDS systems have been upgraded in recent years to provide better treatment kind of in situ with those systems. So we don't really know, or I don't think staff has the data really to support that level of treatment that is actually occurring. So for me, this groundwater monitoring pathway will provide some time and actually a significant amount of data and information to help inform future actions if they're needed, and still also has a pathway to ensuring that there's protection of groundwater ultimately through this approach. So I'm actually I'm mindful of all the impacts the wineries have been dealing with, and this particular requirement mostly applies to the tier 2, 3, the smaller, medium-sized wineries. And so I think this kind of option could be very helpful in providing that space, especially with those systems, and just recognizing a lot of them are on very tight sites. They have SDS systems for a reason. And so, this would, I think allow for some of that breathing room while ensuring that there still are receiving water limitations in place, and they probably still may in some cases be challenging to meet. And so I would feel comforted by that. So anyway, that's my thoughts.
Thank you, board member.
I guess I'm curious to, I don't know who best to ask this, but what kind of, again, I know it's a business decision, but how would this address, really alleviate cost of compliance ultimately for, it sounds like then wineries, I understand the idea of having more options available, but ultimately you'd still, you'd have to install tier 2 would have to install monitoring wells to really characterize effects on receiving waters. And, I think the actual limits in practice, I don't think we expect there to be very different. And then they have to also then install treatment if they are. So I guess I'm just curious what the estimate of how that would impact cost of compliance.
So the estimate that the groundwater monitoring system for a subsurface disposal would be about 20% of the treatment cost. So what a winery would have to take into consideration is the strength of their waste, the amount of soil treatment that they believe is going on, and weigh, is it likely that they're going to meet receiving water standards in the uppermost dock. So if there is and we've heard from many wineries that they believe that they're not impacting groundwater, this would be the pathway to show that. But you are totally correct that if you have a high strength waste and minimum separation between the disposal and the groundwater, and you have a sufficient volume, and I don't know what that is, but enough of a volume that it's pushing it through the subsurface at a rate which doesn't allow the degradation to get complete, then you're going to have a groundwater monitoring plan in place. Plus, in a couple of years or maybe a little longer, you'll be required to implement a treatment technology. And so that would raise the total cost, but it would change the time that it's implemented. And I understand it would give confidence to the wineries that this is an appropriate requirement. They what I heard today is that there's a concern that that is an overprotective requirement and that they have a small volume of waste that is not impacting groundwater. I just have to say, and this is sorry, it's a little editorial, but we created groundwater standards and effluent limits to protect those standards. Not that we make these things up. These are because we have seen over time that if you continue to discharge at higher than the standard, you're likely to be in the end impacting groundwater. And so I disagree with the idea that this was not based on any risk or threat or science, but I do acknowledge that that's not 100% of the time accurate. And so this provides that opportunity for those that that truly believe and have good reason to believe that they're not impacting groundwater to avoid that extra cost.
And then another just clarification on this alternative. So if how would what would it look like in terms of I guess what I'm trying to understand is when we're thinking about receiving water limitations, how would you express setting that and its relationship with then anti-degradation policy?
So I'm not sure I'm going to get this exactly the way you're asking it, but there are two components to all of our permitting. There is that we can't exceed a water quality standard, and we can't cause or contribute an exceedance of a water quality standard. And so anti-degradation doesn't say that you can't contribute nitrogen to the water. It says you can't contribute nitrogen to water that impacts beneficial use. So that's this cause or contribute to an exceedance. And so
well, that's not how I understand it. I feel like it's to protect high quality waters and just make sure that there's a transparent identification of what kind of degradation we'd be allowing above, allowing
below the limit.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, it's below the limit. And that's what our permits do. If we set a receiving water standard of 10, we're allowing degradation up to, but not exceeding that limit. So that is the transparent process that you're going through right now. If theoretically, if you wanted to say that the MCL is 10, but this is a high quality water and we're not going to allow degradation above 5, you could set a receiving water limit at 5.
Yeah, I think what I'm trying to so that's helpful. When I'm trying to get straight in my head is when we change from an effluent limitation to a receiving water limitation, does it then mean that we are, does it change that, does it change the level of degradation that we're allowing? Because we're explicitly deciding that not just how much you can discharge, but what the impacts will be specific, like the specific level of degradation that we're allowing in receiving water as opposed to effluent limitation.
So that's it gets tricky, but I mean, we set our effluent limit standards based on the concept of not exceeding the standard in the receiving water. The way we do that in practice for most discharges is say, as long as you're not exceeding that standard, you're not going to cause or contribute to an exceedance in the receiving water. And so if we're looking at a discharge to a groundwater, the way I would look at it was, this is a small in area and volume compared to the receiving water. And so as long as we are maintaining that right at the first encountered groundwater is not greater than the standard, we have confidence that we're not going to cause a degradation in the groundwater basin to exceed the standard. It's essentially what we do in surface water, though surface water has the ability, it flushes, it's not the same water for us the same amount of time, but we set our standards based on the water quality objective, because the concept is that there is already water there, and this extra contaminant, as long as it's below the water quality objective, is not going to cause or contribute to an exceedance in the receiving water. That's the normal process that we go through when we're looking at it. I'll let Tim or Phil or Michael, if they want to be more exact about that, but that's generally the way we do
it. So though, what we're saying is the effluent that's discharged can't be over. Originally, the way that this is written before any of these new alternatives that we're discussing now would work, is that effluent limitations are 10, no more than 10 total nitrate or nitrogen. If we change to receiving water limitations, then we're saying that your effluent could be far higher than that, as long as where it is at first encounter groundwater isn't above the MCL. And
that's correct.
So that's significant different in terms of the anti-deg implications, I guess.
We also are saying that the total nitrogen in the first encounter groundwater can't exceed the 10 either.
Yeah, but that's different if you have, so, in
Sure.
the Central Valley, and as we said, in all these areas, like that's, what CV salts is, that's what's sort of already been established. But in, the higher quality areas, that's basically saying we're gonna not protect high quality groundwater up until the MCL.
So I think that's, that's correct in that first area right near the winery, because remember, we take into account that when you're looking at groundwater, the first encountered groundwater is not a fully mixed zone. It's not the either aerial or vertically mixed. So we do consider that protective. The reason that it logically makes sense to us is that our assumption with the 10 milligrams of total in the subsurface is that there's little to no treatment. So if that's correct, then you would see higher than 10 in the effluent in the groundwater, because there's little to no treatment, and they'd have to put in treatment. If there is treatment, then it is reducing the amount of nitrate and nitrogen getting to the groundwater, and and so that we're counting with the soil treatment. Is it perfect? No, there is no.
Okay, yeah. So just thanks for helping me walk through this. So if that's, so are you saying essentially that with the staff proposal currently, where you have an effluent limit of 10, there's essentially the anti-deg calculation and balancing that we are in fact allowing degradation up to 10, even if we don't express it as a effluent limitation?
Yes. So the concept
as a receiving water limitation. Sorry.
Right. Is that the assumption is that there with the 10 at the soil at the discharge limit, that if there's little or no degradation, then we are allowing 10 into the discharge into the groundwater. And so the first encountered groundwater would be at 10. That is the same level of pollution with allowing soil treatment to address. So that there isn't an effluent limit, but there is a receiving water limit that has both the 10 for nitrate and the 10 for total nitrogen, which equals essentially the same as what we were proposing before. So by adding both of those limits into the groundwater, we at least are consistent with our assumptions. You, as a board, could say, we're not comfortable with allowing the first encountered groundwater to equal the MCL, and that it should be a lower number. That's something that's done in TMDL development. We lots of times put a margin of safety of 10 or 20% in the effluent limitations or the waste load allocations, but it's not done routinely with waste discharge requirements, because there is an implicit assumption that we are allowing some degradation to happen, because any discharge of a pollutant allows some degradation to happen. And so that's what we're trying to do, is manage that degradation to protect the beneficial use.
Right. Okay. Although, yeah, I guess the level of degradation that we'd be allowing is all the way up to the MCL. And so the idea
in the first encountered groundwater, but that is not the same as saying that we're relegating the beneficial use or the concentration in the groundwater to equal 10. I know that's because there are other sources of groundwater. You know, we have natural recharge. It does not have the same level. So you have essentially a dilution factor that goes on irregardless of how you manage it.
even, so yeah, because you're saying first encounter groundwater is not where
Doesn't represent the whole aquifer is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, there's, that's always a challenge, is surface, shallow groundwater, where are you measuring first encountered versus shallow? And I know that's something that people have, I remember a lot of discussion around. Okay, I think just my concern, I like the idea of providing some alternatives and opportunities to look at impact. I also am concerned, though, if we go to receiving water limitations rather than effluent limitations, that I just don't know that for all aquifers in the state, it's appropriate to go all the way up to 10. I just feel like that's something where I don't know, that setting that determination in a general order for all basins and not providing any buffer once you're at the first encountered groundwater, as opposed to effluent limitations. I just am, I need to, that doesn't sit right with me right now, even though I like the overall idea of having options. So just, I think in the way that if we did that kind of option, the way that we would set exactly what those receiving water limitations should be, I just need a little bit more comfort that would really be able to protect, against degradation of high quality waters, and recognize that I just don't know that it's appropriate for us to make that determination that for every basin in the state that should be allowed.
If I could
So,
jump in.
yeah, jump in.
If I could jump in and maybe offer, as reluctant as I am, maybe offer a middle ground, shall we say, on this. I'm still uneasy, though, after listening to the various commenter and testimony. I do appreciate what the vice chair has said and Board Member McGuire and now Board Member Firestone about the appeal of having alternatives and a pathway. May I suggest, though, that instead of, because obviously a lot of things, this is a new proposal, so that a lot of things needs to be worked out, including the monitoring system that we put in place, what the receiving water limits might be, the conditions, whether or not it's shallow versus deep. I mean, there's a lot of issues, and so I think what would make me a little bit more comfortable with this alternative pathway is that we phrase it in such a way that the discharger have the option of pursuing this, but that it must be approved by the Regional Water Board in a public process. That way, there will be opportunity for public engagement. There will be opportunity for the regional board to make a determination on the adequacy of the monitoring system, on all the other complex issues associated with this alternative, which we don't have the time or perhaps, in my case, the expertise to go into a lot of detail right now. So I offer that as another pathway.
Yeah, I think that would address my discomfort around this. And I do agree that I really, just reiterating what everyone said, I do feel like this is an area of, it's very clear there's a lot of potential extremely high costs, and a lot of the folks, and especially tier 2, that are, small businesses, and in many ways, those are real, and we need to provide, I think this permit overall provides a huge number of alternative pathways, of different kinds of accommodations and sort of time scales to build into this and adapt. So I think I really appreciate that, and think there's a lot of that already. And I think this is one where we could, where there is a big cost, which is why we're all talking about it. And I do feel like that it makes sense to have, basically, I think I would feel more comfortable about, if to the extent that to offer that as an alternative, but really make sure that there's still some regional
So if
allow that.
If I understand, Board Member Dudek, I think what you're asking for is that the option is available for the facility to request from the regional board the groundwater monitoring option, and that the regional board, or maybe the executive officer, approves it after a public opportunity for public comment.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure we get all the pieces, and I know I have folks writing this down, hopefully, while we're talking.
If not, that was their cue. Vice Chair, Board Member McGuire, how are you feeling on that sort of process?
Well, I have to say, in general, I don't have a concern with it, although I don't know enough about, I'm just trying to think in my time as liaison before regional boards, I'm trying to picture something like this coming before them. And so just want to make sure that we don't require something that becomes overly cumbersome. And
Well, I would,
where this would fit in, to say, with other requirements or delegated authority that would be up to the executive director, as opposed to having it, come before the full board.
so what,
I think I'd rather just go before the executive director, but it's not that, I just haven't seen something like this going before a full board.
Well, and to clarify, sorry, Mr. Bishop, just to clarify, Board Member Dodek, you weren't thinking it would go before a board, right? I mean, that was the executive officer kind of level of, but public comment with executive officer approval. Was that what you were thinking?
Correct. I'm well familiar with the fact that executive officers issue monitoring requirements. I'm just, I'm confident in that delegation to the regional board executive officers, as long as there is an opportunity for public comment on the proposal.
and as I won't speak for all executive officers, but as a ex-executive officer, we do put things out for public comment and that don't go before the board. And if there is sufficient public comment to raise concern, I always brought it to the regional board because of that issue, because the delegation, the regional board can always review that. So
yes, and similarly, we delegate certain things to our executive director, with the understanding that should there be tremendous controversy or public concerns, that she brings it to the full board. So I'm following that same model.
I think that would be okay with me. One theme that has come up a number of times here is about keeping the process as simple as possible and clear as possible for folks. So I am wary of adding some additional complexity. And I think we also heard a bit about requesting an appeal process or just some greater clarity on that. So, because there are a number of other aspects of this order that delegate decision-making or flexibility to the regional boards. So I think, along that vein, I just want to make sure we're thinking through all those different circumstances and what's being delegated and how, just because I'm maybe not entirely clear on it at this point. And but generally I'm okay with the concept of having some regional board engagement and a public process on this.
Thank you, board members.
Sorry, just on that, this may be on a different topic, so which I want to let Vice Chair. So if this is a different topic, but just on that point around just trying to navigate what this means for the regulated community, I saw on staff's slides that next steps, once we adopt whatever we adopt, is one of those, an early step in addition to setting fees, is winery training webinar and implementation guidance development. And just that's, I think with any of our regulatory programs, but certainly this, and where you have small businesses, is just so key in terms of working with industry, with the regulated community and our staff and regional boards, and just trying to make this very complicated permit as to the extent it can, easy to navigate and discern. So maybe, I don't know, you could just mention if that's the case and what that is.
It is the case. We plan on these general permits as a rule to do outreach and training to both our regional boards and to the discharger community. I would say, and I think that Chair Esquivel said, the reason that this is complicated is that we're providing flexibility and off-ramps. And so we can't both provide flexibility and off-ramps and make it simple. And so that's part of the trade-off. It is harder for the folks to understand. It has more options available that they have to consider. And that's that's part of that trade-off.
Yeah, it's certainly the balancing that I think we're trying to do here, and providing that flexibility while still making it more easily to follow and comply along, so people know exactly what is being requested. But here again, we are giving a good bit of leeway for the wineries themselves to figure out what makes best for their business case and their particular circumstances, I think. Mr. Couch, is there anything further you wanted to add? I'd like to, it's sounding like I'm hearing agreement amongst us here on a way forward here with, again, providing for an ability to use groundwater monitoring to indicate if there is an actual degradation or impact happening. And if so, then still needing to move forward then obviously with implementing and putting in additional treatment to stop that. It looks, and it's sounding like it's an agreement that it would be with some public comment period that a facility would enter this under and at approval through the executive officer at the regional board. And so I think those are the general contours of what we're considering here. Mr. Couch, any thought?
Well, I hesitate to jump in here, and I am not disagreeing with the board at all. But just a couple of things that, I talked with Noel at the Wine Institute about the issue of, well, if this is put into CWICS, then it becomes a violation, and you see that. Well, and strictly speaking, it's not a violation. It triggers that you would need to do a nitrogen control plan. And that nitrogen, if you have 3 exceedances, you need to do the nitrogen control plan. And that nitrogen control plan tells you to look at your entire facility and say, okay, what could I do to possibly minimize the amount of nitrogen that's going out into the discharge area? And so there may be alternatives besides membrane bioreactors or things you can do to reduce the load that would reduce that. I know it's a perception problem of, seeing this number in CWICS, but strictly speaking, it's not a violation. And we have the sustainability programs and the nitrogen management plan and the salt management plan that it's part of an education effort for the discharger to look at their facility. Hey, my salt load is too high. What can I do to reduce that? Hey, my nitrogen is too high. What can I do to reduce that? And then we have the built-in time frame that you can look at those things in advance before you have to enroll, and then you can propose, here's my 5-year plan to lower that. And so also one other thing, I wanted to reiterate what Mr. Bishop had said before, was we had an option similar to this in the compost general order. You don't have to do this expensive repair, but you would have to do groundwater monitoring. And to my knowledge, we haven't had anyone take the groundwater monitoring option because it's a very dangerous gamble to say, I know I'm not polluting and I can show you. And if you're wrong, you have a very expensive proposition. So that was it.
So I want to make something really clear because I think Scott was really good at explaining, but I want to make it clear that if you exceed the groundwater receiving limit, you are now in the effluent limit realm. And that effluent realm has its own set of processes, which is the review of your whole nitrogen load. But it's not well, let me just keep trying. It's if you exceed it, then you're in this different pathway, and that pathway is to meet your effluent limits. You have time to do it, and you have a process to go through, but that's where you are.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. Well, any further discussion, at least on this issue here amongst us? And if not, then I think direction to develop language then for an additional change sheet here that would provide this option, I think is where the board at this point, I'm hearing consensus around. Okay, well, then let's move on. Vice Chair, I think you did have a couple other things. We'll see if we have similar consensus amongst us on some language, and then direction for a change sheet potentially. So.
Okay, I'd like for us to have a discussion about the tiers. I am comfortable with making an adjustment on tier 4. And my preference, I'll just lay out 2 options. My preference would be to go up to 3 million gallons, moving that segment, from 1 to 3 over into tier 3, but giving regional board discretion as they have in other areas to make an adjustment to the tier based on risk. If that gets too complicated and there's a lot of heartburn, then keeping it simple with something along the lines of what we talked about with staff in our briefings, and that would be up to 1.5, moving anything below 1.5 over into tier 3. And then I'll just take this as an opportunity, just in the interest of time, because I think, maybe Board Member McGuire wants to chat more about this one. But on the regional monitoring, the issue about half a mile versus a quarter of a mile, I'm comfortable with moving it up as much as close as possible to a half mile, as long as our legal staff thinks that it's in compliance with the AGWA decision. So I'm comfortable with making some adjustment there. And that's all I have.
That's helpful.
Can I jump in on that last one, Dee Dee? We did discuss this between staff, and we would feel more comfortable in clarifying that the regional monitoring has to be in the same zone and representative of the water that would be impacted by the discharge, as opposed to putting a specific limit on it. It's very hard to justify any limit because it's different in each aquifer. And so we had originally done that quarter mile because we thought, well, that would be the most that we could possibly allow. But since the regional boards have to approve the groundwater monitoring, and if we put criteria in that says it has to be representative of that and it has to be in the same zone, that would in many cases be less than a quarter mile, but maybe in some cases it would be more, and it would be dependent on the hydrology, and that seemed to make more sense to staff. So I just throw that out for the board's consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop.
That would be a really helpful change and clarification, just recognizing that these are site-specific issues, and that would allow for some flexibility there.
Yeah, again, the key there is that it's actually representative of the discharge, and if that can be demonstrated technically, it's nothing that we have to necessarily set in stone here, and it has the benefit of capturing those instances where a quarter mile isn't appropriate and would have otherwise been put into place. So again, deferring additional work to the regions, but if we're going to be most tailored as we can here, I think I feel comfortable on that last one. I think it leaves us, and I would want to hear from others as well, but I saw some nodding from Board Member Firestone, and so I think maybe we're okay on that one. That does leave us with the tier 4 cutoff, which is I think here probably one of the other things that we may consider here. So leave it for folks to weigh in how we're feeling on 1 million. I mean, again, 1 million gallons of discharge here does equal about 3 acre-feet. So if you can imagine in your head an acre of land with 3 feet of water, it's not an insignificant amount of discharge. One can imagine if that's a yearly amount that's going out. Anyway, it's, again, about what we've heard is it is somewhat based off of current practice and difference to where the regional boards have had previous cutoff. and hard to make any, I will say, exact number out there to begin with. And it is off of the judgment here in this case of our colleagues in the program, and again, what cutoff or threshold does it really constitute such a significant discharge that this groundwater monitoring is required, which is the main difference here for Tier 4 facilities.
So if I could, I've struggled with this one a bit and kind of thinking about it in my mind. You know, I think what we're really talking about here is, so the difference, just so everyone's clear, so the key difference between Tier 3 and Tier 4 is the groundwater monitoring requirement. So that's really what we're talking about. It's been the recurring theme here this whole afternoon is, you know, what are the risks to groundwater quality? How do we know what they are? How do we understand and mitigate them when they occur? And so, you know, we've heard from the coast keepers.
I actually think that it's more nuanced than that. It's groundwater monitoring for land application. Because there's already groundwater monitoring. If you've got a pond that's over 1 million, there's already groundwater monitoring for subsurface discharge. It tiers 2, 3, and 4. So it's the groundwater monitoring associated with the land application, and could be associated with the ponds too, I guess, if we change that.
That's not, anyway, okay, well, I guess that's news to me, but.
Is that correct, Laurel?
So I think we've been going back and forth with a lot of different groundwater monitoring options, and what we have right now is the groundwater monitoring in Tier 4. It is required for Tier 4 subsurface. It is required for Tier 4 ponds over 1 million gallons in capacity. And we have 2 off-ramps for land application groundwater monitoring in Tier 4. Sorry.
Right, but no Tier 3.
No, we removed that.
Right.
Except that we're proposing to put it back in for its subsurface.
Correct.
As an option for subsurface.
Yeah, so we're allowing, so yep, that's it.
Okay. So I just thought we should all understand what it is we're talking about here when we're thinking about adjusting the tiers and what that means. And, you know, we heard from a number of stakeholders about, you know, giving more weight to risk factors and what those are. So I appreciate the comments from Board Member Vice Chair Diadamo about, you know, providing some regional board discretion to possibly bump up a Tier 3 to a Tier 4, because that's something that I have been thinking about. You know, when we heard from the coast keepers and others about, hey, there may be Tier 3 wineries that still could potentially pose a groundwater quality risk, and how will we know if we don't monitor? So I'm reluctant, you know, personally, I'm reluctant to adjust the tier, you know, without some of that additional consideration. But my original inclination here coming into this was just, it may be best just to leave the tier as set for now, and let this play out a bit. But I'm open to, you know, additional thoughts on that too. Oh, I'm sorry. You know, one other thing to keep in mind, I apologize, is that there was also a change that the tiers are set based on the discharge, you know, versus necessarily the amount the facility is designed for. So there's, you know, some additional wiggle room, I guess you could say, in there in establishing what tier these facilities even fall in. So if there's a facility that's designed for 1.5 million gallons, but they're actually only producing, you know, less than 1 million gallons of wastewater, they could still fall into Tier 3. So that's something, I don't really understand how all those numbers will shake out at this point. So that's just another wildcard consideration for me. That's all.
Thank you, Board Member.
Thank you for actually pointing that out, Board Member McGuire, because there are, and as staff has pointed out several times, many off-ramps associated with all the tiers, but with Tier 4 as well. And given those off-ramps, and given that 1 million gallon is a lot of water, I'm not comfortable with, at least at this time, of changing the tier structure until, like Board Member McGuire said, perhaps we see how things play out. 1 million is a lot. It's what, 2 Olympic-sized swimming pools. It's like, there's tons of analogies as to what 1 million gallons is. But it is a threshold for me that is associated with a lot of risk. And if we are talking about risk, and we are, then I believe it's an appropriate threshold for tier 4. And unlike the last one, I don't think I can propose a middle ground on this. So I would oppose changing the tier structure at this time.
Question perhaps for Mr. Bishop or others. When would there be a time in the future when this issue might be looked at further? Knowing that there maybe is some adjustment at some point, but when for us would there be a point, or would that look like?
So there's a statutory requirement that we review waste discharge requirements every 5 years. Does not mean that we change them, but we do look at them. But there are other inflection points that happen. As you remember with the composting order, there was a lot of concern about feedstock. And so we went back and re-looked at the feedstock and proposed a change. I think it was like a year, 18 months after adoption to make that change. We can reopen a waste discharge requirement as needed if we look at new information or changes. It's not willy-nilly because it takes us a year to do it. I mean, just through the process takes a long time. And so it's not something we can do on a, regular basis, but it is possible to reopen them, and we do. I don't have a criteria based on this discussion to, look at, in the composting, we were asked to go back and look at what were the impacts of having manure be a unrestricted feedstock. And so that we could do that. And we went back and did that and determined that it really wasn't necessary to limit it to 10% like we had done. I would appreciate it if the board is considering wanting to review the difference between tier 3 and tier 4, that they give us some idea about that, and so that we know what to look at. Because if you just leave it to us, we're going to come back and say what we said already, which is 1 million gallons seems to be the right thing. The other thing that I would keep in mind is that we have existing wineries. This is really about existing wineries. They have a 3 years to enroll and 5 years to come into compliance based on the way the order is proposed. We don't want to push this so that people, if we are considering a change, push it too far out, because then they would spend the money, to be in tier 4, and then we might say that no, they don't have to. So I would try and limit that to a reasonable time frame and have a question that you want us to evaluate that we can make an evaluation on.
Well, I appreciate that, because I'm thinking of that very issue, the cost of installing monitoring wells. And, just looking at, well, similar to what I said on subsurface, I think it does depend on risk factors. It's not just about size. And so we did have one commenter, I'm looking at my notes here, Jessica Meyer from San Michelle Wine Estate for Con Creek Winery. That's actually a winery that I drive by all the time. I don't consider, I've been there once a long time ago, so I can't really speak to it, but she did say they had 6 employees. It's not, she doesn't consider it a large winery as I'm from Napa. I'm in Napa and Sonoma a lot. I don't consider it a large winery. It just, my gut is telling me so. But when she mentioned the tier 4, it's because they're at about, I think she said about 1.2, maybe it was 1.4 million gallons of processed water. So, I mean, for me, I'm more comfortable with someone that's on the cusp, you know, putting them into a tier 3. As I said, I'd go up to 3 million, but I can see that, you know, there'd be concerns with my colleagues. So for me, I'd be looking at, you know, some cut point that makes sense, like, you know, maybe 1.5, with the discretion that the regional boards would have to move them in or out. Because, you know, it depends on other factors, not just the size of the winery. And I wouldn't necessarily want to be the one today to write down what those factors are. I'm more comfortable with the regional board deciding.
Can staff just remind me, since it's been a long day, so the regional boards, so as it's proposed now by staff without the changes the vice chair just went through, is, well, on tier changes, is the regional board have discretion to move something between tier 1 and tier 4? And what are the off ramps for tier 4? Can you just remind me of those two things?
So a lot of basis, and Scott, anyone else jump in, but a lot of the basis for having set tiers is so that wineries don't start investing and making upgrades, because they estimate their tier based on like 5 years of data. And if for some reason they don't have that, they have to have a robust analysis of what they're discharging or producing, like board member McGuire said, so that they can determine with the regional board what tier they're asking to be in, and that all gets adopted by the regional board. So we really don't want wineries moving between tiers that would impact the things that they've spent money on. That's a concern that I'm just bringing it up. So the order doesn't have movement between tier 3 and 4 because the regional board has some discretion in looking at monitoring. So, and it mainly goes up. So a tier 3, if they wanted to add groundwater monitoring, if they wanted to do those things, they can do those already with provisions in the water code through 13267 and add monitoring. But I think we're talking more about the path down. That would be something that we would have to probably acknowledge. The only off-ramp. Yes, John.
Well, the regional boards have the discretion to change monitoring requirements. We might have to add some language to specify that. I don't know if it's been, but generally the executive officer has the ability, without going to the regional board, to make changes in monitoring programs.
Yeah, our monitoring and reporting program is a model, but it's aligned with determining compliance with the requirements. So John's correct. You asked board member Firestone about the off ramps in tier 4. What we have are for ponds in 1 million gallons or less in capacity in tier 4. They can ask for an exception to groundwater monitoring. The subsurface disposal systems currently don't have any alternative monitoring other than the one that we've been kind of working through that would be applicable to all tiers. For the land application areas, we put in some, back in December, in the December draft released to the public, we put in some siting criteria for when a winery, based on location to other features and so forth, could ask for an exception. And then we've added in the first change sheet 1, an exception related to area-wide groundwater monitoring. Those are the off ramps.
And I'm not sure if you're asking, but the regional boards do have the ability to move someone from the exempt criteria to tier 1 and from tier 1 to tier 2. Is that correct, Laurel? That's
correct. Remember. It just gets so complicated in tier 3 and 4 on the risks. I agree it's not that we don't want the regions, and they have the authority to talk about the monitoring, but moving them from one tier to the other tier, it seemed maybe out of scope for this at the time. but that's what we're talking about, I guess.
And
So I guess just what I'm hearing then is, and Scott, sorry, you can correct me or clarify, but so there are off ramps for tier 4 facility, for those facilities like we were talking about that are maybe 1.2. There's the potential, they can ask for exemptions or alternatives, exemptions from pond monitoring and under a certain volume, and alternatives to land application monitoring. Is that right?
Yeah, and any winery in tier 4, even up to 15 million, not for the pond, but for the land application. Yeah, you're on.
And then for the pond, it's anyone with a pond under, what was it, 1 million?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, it seems like that. I mean, I think the problem with tiers is like, it always seems frustrating because you have, folks just right on the cusp, but you have to draw the line somewhere. And so what exactly that line should be is always, frustrating, I think, for people that are just over it in particular. But it seems like there's flexibility there, and off ramps and like a lot of different alternative options on the, groundwater monitoring, which is the big cost that I think folks are concerned with. But Scott, sorry, do I keep?
Well, I just wanted to address the cusp that you just brought up. There's always going to be someone who's just above, or and gosh, if I could reduce my wastewater. And so I just wanted to bring up that we've been trying to find out since early on here, how much wastewater do you generate per gallon of wine produced? And we cannot get an answer. Wine Institute uses about 5 gallons, but I have heard as low as 2 gallons or as high as 15 gallons. You would be extraordinary if you got it down to 2, and you would be pretty wasteful if you were way up at 15. But anyway, there's some range in there. And that says to me that if you were on the cusp, if you were just above the million, maybe there's an opportunity to reduce your water usage by 10% or 20%, like we've seen with conservation efforts. Certain places can achieve 20% reduction just by conservation. So I think there's an opportunity if you're just above the tier cutoff that you could probably get yourself back down into tier 3 if you implemented some measures. So that's all.
Yeah, on the issue here again, what is the appropriate cutoff for tier 4? Not hearing too much consensus on maybe a change or how to proceed, but yeah, just kind of wondering how folks are feeling. For me, helpful to think back to the staff presentation, and I know that at 1 million again gallons worth of discharge. It accounts for, I think it's 8 or 6% of the wineries that are captured here by the general order. And so, again, it's not a complete numbers sort of a data point or number that means much more than just, again, really what kind of at this cutoff point, what percentage of the industry we're really talking about. And so helpful though, perhaps. Folks, I don't know. I hear consensus on what are 3 changes, I think, or let me make sure I look back at my notes correctly here. At least, yes, 2 significant changes. Again, allowing for groundwater monitoring in lieu of for subsurface disposal systems in lieu of immediately needing to meet the discharge limits. And then I think there's agreement here that we can change the wording when it comes to the quarter mile sort of limit, if you will, on the regional monitoring, being representative and able to account for discharges at a site. And instead, we'll just leave it with language that says whatever is best characterizes the actual discharge then, and won't set a limit then at a quarter mile or in statute a number. I think those were the two main things here that I heard agreement on. Am I missing anything? And if not, entertain further discussion of how we're feeling.
So I'd just like to close out on that discussion on the tiers. So I'm not quite sure where we left off as far as further review. I can see that there's, not support to make an adjustment, but on further review.
Yeah, what is, so to Mr. Bishop's point on that, I think there would need to be something specific we're asking for that review to be, based off of, or again, what is it that would, what is the data point, or what is the information on the tier cutoff that would help us then calibrate that in a way that makes sense? And I have a hard time, and I don't know if Mr. Bishop or Mr. Couch, you have thoughts on when, how if we do provide some direction here to take a look and maybe revisit again the tier cutoff, how might we provide some clear direction and some rationale as to how we peg that in that conversation?
So I've been thinking about this since the discussion, and it seems that it's really a question of where wineries are in terms of how many are close and how many are far. And so what we could commit is to work with the Wine Institute over the next 3 months and get as best an account as we can of the flow from wineries that are within the 1 to 3 million range and where they fall, so that you would have better information on maybe going to 1.3 takes care of 60% of them, or maybe it's going to 1.6 gets rid of, or maybe it's only 2 or 3 wineries. So you would actually know what the change would impact and the number of wineries and the cost to the industry. That's the best I could come up with. I don't think there's a hydrologic estimate that we could give. We already gave that. We think 1 million is the most appropriate, but there are other factors to consider, and so that would be my suggestion.
I'd be comfortable with that. And then the only other thing I would add is that on the off-ramp for 1 million or less in capacity, in my discussions with some of the wineries and the Wine Institute, they were saying that a lot of these ponds are oversized, and so it doesn't necessarily help them out. It's maybe an off-ramp that doesn't provide any opportunity for them from a practical perspective. So I would, just appreciate, I have no way of responding to that or doing my own survey. So further discussion on that, I think, would be helpful.
Board members?
Mr. Bishop, are we talking here, if you take 3 months to look at this and where all the wineries are discharging, is there a delay in any action today that would come with that?
I wouldn't. What I would be proposing is that we get that information, we bring it back to the board in probably 6 months by the time we get the 3 months, and then do some public noticing of it and some vetting of the numbers, and bring it back for your consideration. Just look at where those wineries fall out in terms of, is there a slight adjustment to that makes sense? And though you didn't ask for it, I'll probably say that we should start at 750,000 gallons and go to 3 million and see where each wineries fall out, and see if there's a better break point. That would be this. If there's no clear break point, staff will recommend that we don't make a change. If there is, then we would propose that we make a change and we bring back that small, edit amendment to the permit early enough so that it doesn't interfere too much with people's planning.
So if I understand correctly what you're proposing to bring back, Mr. Bishop, and this is not a criticism because we
Sure.
haven't offered you any other suggestions, is simply a number of how many will be in tier 3 versus tier 4.
Right. So it's a number of where what the volume of their discharge is and where that places them. So to see if there is a natural breakpoint that makes sense to put that. It's not a perfect solution, but
I don't know that it's a solution at all because you're just picking a number of versus, at least with the current structure, you're picking a volume.
Oh no, I know. It's based on the volume. I'm sorry. The number of the facilities that are in the range and what their volumes of discharge are to see if there's a break in it. That's what I was meaning. I did shorthand. And I also think, to be fair, we should start below 1 million, and go up to the 3 million.
Okay, that's helpful. I think if that doesn't delay today any action, because I am prepared to move forward today, then I would be comfortable doing that additional exercise to really make sure we're comfortable with that tier number. And then I might just throw out there maybe also reviewing the pond storage volumes as well at the same time. If the 1 million gallon off ramp is again a number that is your best estimate of what an appropriate number might be, but if we can find a better get a better accounting of what the storage volumes are at these different wineries, because I really again don't really know what the range is, or if once you get into tier 4, if all the wineries have ponds that are greater than 1 million gallons in storage, and we're really not talking about any off-ramp potential, then I don't, again, wouldn't know why we have it. So I would just, if we don't have a good sense for that today, then, and this provides some space to look into that, that might be helpful.
So I'm much more comfortable in saying that 1 million gallons is a lot of storage. That's 3 acre feet of storage in a pond. That produces head, that produces a push down to groundwater. So I'm not very comfortable in having larger ponds. I know what you're saying, which is the idea that, well, maybe they're oversized. They build a bigger pond for future expansion. But the reality in California is if you have a pond to store water for the summer, you're going to use it. I just can't imagine someone building a 2 million acre pond and limiting their use in it to 1 million acres.
I guess what I'm saying is I don't know what the storage range are for these different facilities. If they all have constructed storage volume ponds greater than 1 million gallons, then there's really no point of having an off ramp because they all have too much storage in the first place. The other thing is, for tier 4, they're all lined. They're required to be lined. So actually the risk of groundwater, even though they may have a lot in storage, is actually somewhat lower, arguably. So again, just if there's an opportunity to get more information here, if we have that window, then I would welcome some more data on that too.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'm fine with us. I think that all sounds useful to get more data follow up. I guess I just would say that actually amending the order after this, I think that I think we should set tiers not just based on where current industry is, but also, how we're thinking about risk protection and hydrologic risk. And I know that that's what we're trying to do, but I think the data coming back on how existing facilities are is one useful data point, but I don't think that would be persuasive to me to bring back a whole amendment at this point. So, but I appreciate that it would be helpful to understand.
So let me be clear. Staff does not really want to spend months gathering data if the board isn't interested in using that data to make a change. Because I know we can get information that is actually interesting and useful to think about, but I really don't want to volunteer my folks to spend 3-4 months working on gathering information unless that's persuasive to the board. And I've heard 2 board members say that's not persuasive to them, and so that makes me reluctant to be wanting to head down that path. And it's also disingenuous to the dischargers if they spend a lot of effort working with us on the feeling that that's going to provide some relief if that's not really the case.
Well, I think it's a worthwhile exercise for a couple of reasons. One is to find out more information on the number where they are, but and maybe I'm misunderstanding, but I think risk factors are important, including on this off-ramp about the size of the pond up to 1 million. I don't know enough about how common is it to oversize ponds? And if so, how much oversize does that occur? And it just sounds like what we've heard so far is that we consider it to be an off-ramp that in practice isn't a real off-ramp. So if it's not a real off-ramp and taking a little bit more time to drill down and better understand pond sizes, capacity, and in my opinion, other risk factors, I think it's worth a discussion. And I just know from the compost order, we spent a lot of time on the compost order, but then when it was brought back, because of this additional time, it did go fairly smoothly. And for me, I'm seeing that the sense of the board is that just don't touch it right now, leave it alone. So I wouldn't want to have, an over investment of time if after staff spends some time sitting down with the industry and NGOs, on risk factors, just having a touch point with us and seeing, if there's any further concerns at that point. I'm comfortable with that. In other words, I'm not one that would be just pushing this no matter what, but a little more time and effort on this. I think that it would be worthwhile to receive some additional information.
And I think ultimately what we'd be looking for is the discretion as well of our colleagues in the program to tell us if there is something. And perhaps after that further discussion and back and forth, there isn't, and just a touch point either way. And I think this to Mr. Bishop's concern, again, if, through that discussion and underthing and information, if there is a sense that there is a better number or breakpoint there than the 1 million gallons, we'll be, it's not as if I'm hearing from my colleagues here that we wouldn't entertain it at that point. I think that would be actually evidence for us to think about it then. And I think we're all open to the discussion informing that, or the data informing that. So I'm kind of hearing then maybe perhaps, yes, by all means, Board Member Dota.
And just again, to clarify, because I too don't want staff to spend a lot of time on an exercise. For me, if we're talking about revisiting the distribution of the tiers based on other risk factors that have not been considered, or new data associated with risk factors that have been considered, then I would be open to that. If it's simply to bring back, here are the numbers that would fall in tier 3 if we move it up to 1.2. Here are the numbers that would fall under tier 4. If it's just a number exercise, then there's no point to it, at least for me. But if there were additional data associated with risk factor that would contribute to a more risk-based, I guess, breakdown of the tier, then that would be worth reviewing. But if it's just a number game, I, for one, don't feel that that would be very persuasive.
So I don't know what those would be, but it's, you know, I'd be willing to have some more discussion on it. But right now, I don't have any, you know, specific risk factors that would distinguish between 800,000 and 1.2 million. Those are in the same range.
Mr. Bishop, I'm sorry. I think your mic went out for some reason. Yeah, you weren't muted. I think it was just your actual microphone. So you may try to switch mics around in there and see if that helps. Mr. Couch, is there anything you'd like to
Sorry,
add?
just one question, and just Vice Chair, you were, what I heard, I think, just to make sure I understand, is that it would be helpful to understand whether Tier 4 facilities across the board essentially have, how common it is for them to have ponds sized over 1 million, but not actually be using that, and that might be a helpful risk factor. That was sort of the only one I heard, but maybe you can help me be clear on what we would be asking staff to bring back and how that would factor in, just so I'm clear.
Yes, that is an important component for me to understand more. The number of wineries, although I agree with Board Member Dodek, if it's just a numbers game, then I don't really see any point in it either. But the person from Jackson Family Wines had a list of risk factors that, you know, she felt that it's not just based on size, concentration, hydrology, groundwater quality. I mean, there could be any number of factors. And I just think that it's worth spending a little bit more time on it. One other area that we didn't talk about, but it's not based on risk, is fees. That's another, you know, I think area of concern that that industry has. If you're in Tier 4, I think they're assuming that they're going to be paying higher fees, and those discussions are going to be underway very soon anyway. So I think that's maybe a component for them, although I wouldn't put it in the category of risk. So, but yeah, I think just, you know, having further discussion on it, and then, as the chair said, you know, really leaving it up to the discretion of staff to see if they, in these discussions, they determine that there is something, you know, worthwhile bringing back to the board.
Board Member Dodek or others, how are we feeling, I guess, on this last third item here when it comes to the tiers and a potential process for staff to engage with the industry further on, and seeing again if there is risk-based data as well, not just understanding the number of folks coming in. Are we feeling comfortable somewhat there?
As I understand it, I think the Vice Chair and I have now agreed, and that is the tiers stay as they are for now. Staff will reach out to the stakeholders and explore other risk-based factors and brief us, let us know if there is reason to revisit the tiers at some point down the road.
Sounds great.
Okay.
And so the only thing I would like to reiterate is that we will do this as quickly as possible, because the last thing I want is to come back to you and have, at that point, people say that we need to extend the time frame for implementation because we've explored this other, and we halted everyone's progress. And so we will move forward. We will limit it to a discussion about the risks associated with the tier 3 and 4 and the actual volume of the size and the volume used in ponds of in tier 4.
And sorry, just to add on that, another way of thinking about it, whether, because I think there's the question of fees, which people are thinking about, as you said, Vice Chair Diademo, in terms of tiers, but we're going to have that separately, and we don't have to do fees based on tiers. So setting that issue aside and looking at what we're, you know, asking for here, it could be, we're not actually saying that as staff looks at this, that it's going to mean that we change tiers. It may be that, I mean, obviously it may be that staff says we shouldn't do anything and comes back and we have a discussion around that. It also could just be some input into essentially how regional boards might want to look at risk factors and using their discretion to alter monitoring requirements. It seems like there's, you know, to the extent we can not create more uncertainty, we want to, and I think it sounds great to be able to explore it more without, I think giving the expectation that the tiers are totally uncertain.
Yeah, so I appreciate that. I would like to send the message that the tiers are in place with adoption, and that this is looking at, is there a minor adjustment that be warranted by looking at risk or informing the regional board on how they help look at risk. That would be helpful, because I know that my staff is worried that we don't want to be stalling implementation as we move forward. I would like to ask for about 15 minutes for staff we have been working on this, but there were a number of slight nuances that were put in this discussion to make sure that that we have the right language for the two areas that you've asked us to consider.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. If you want, we can give you a couple extra minutes, and as the clock here is indicating, go ahead and resume at 6 o'clock.
Right.
If that makes sense. And then let's do so. I apologize to everyone. I know we're running late into the evening here, later into the evening, certainly. And so thank you for the patience. And so 15 minutes with change sounds good. And we'll come back together here at 6 o'clock then. All right, everyone, I think we are now at 6 o'clock. Although technically my ticker has 45 seconds left for folks, so.
Yeah, and Chair Esquivel, we're working on the final cleanups of the language. So our best estimate is it's going to be about another 5 minutes or so. So I'm going to go ahead and reset the clock if that's okay. And if the board members want to grab another glass of water or something to eat, go for it.
Yeah, thank you. That's fine. And 5 additional minutes and then we'll reconvene here.
I think 5 minutes may be optimistic. There are too many lawyers in that meeting. But, we'll be back as soon as we can.
Well, thank you. And thank you again for the thoroughness ultimately of the work and the responses today throughout the day to everyone's questions. So thank you for those that have been holding on and are still here in the meeting with us. Again, we'll give ourselves another 5 minutes and just thank you.
So Chair Esquivel, staff is presently emailing the revisions to the clerk and Ms. Argel, and we'll have those up on the screen. And Chief Deputy Bishop will be joining us momentarily to present the additional changes to conform to the board's requests.
Thank you so much, Mr. Loffer. And thank you, everybody, for, I know, the good work and the time required to get that work done. And so look forward to seeing the summary and or otherwise just the changes here soon. So
I seem to be having trouble. So I don't have my picture doesn't seem to be working anymore. Don't know why that is. I think you've seen enough of me. That's all it is. And, as soon as Margie can get the language up, I will read it to you and go through. There are 2 areas that we made changes to address your concern and 1 typo that we need to point out to you. I would say before we get started that we're fighting auto styling on here. And so we will have a careful review to make sure that the subsections are numbered and enumerated correctly, because we've had a bit of trouble getting that going, which is why it took us longer than we expected.
And to be clear, since the geologists in the crowd defamed the attorneys, it was actually more word that we were fighting with as opposed to lawyering up during the break.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, and when you get more than 3 lawyers in a meeting.
fair enough.
I did get a message that someone is saying that the webcast link stopped at 6 p.m. I don't know if that's true. It looks like everyone who is actually in the meeting is okay.
Yeah, that may have been the Cali, PA web feed, but I know at least likely the YouTube feed is probably still going. But Mr. Loffer, is that?
Yes, the YouTube feed is still up, and for anyone,
that's true. It looks like everyone who is actually in the meeting is okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So everybody, I was just going to say, everybody that's on the Zoom platform is of course fine. And for anybody that's on and has a colleague who lost the Cali PA webcast, if they go to the top of the agenda, there's also a link to where you can find it on YouTube. And it is still streaming live on YouTube during this time.
And might I just say that if you go off of the Zoom platform, you cannot get back on. So those that are on right now, stay on.
Good to know.
Oh, so if I left now.
We'll find you, Jonathan.
All right, if you can scroll down, Laura, can you help direct where it is?
Yeah, Janine, go to the review, the little review option in Word. This is the best. This is the sneaky way to do it. Go to review. And go to the changes options and then hit next. It's kind of, yeah, you're almost there. Keep going.
Keep going.
Keep going. And then go to the next. Yep. That's where you can jump.
Okay. So the first change is in the finding.
Hold on 1 second, John. Margie, can you do one additional thing, which is just go to the left of where you were a moment ago?
Okay, to the left. Okay.
Sorry, you need to bring the bar back up and click on review.
Oh, where am I at now? Okay.
Right there. And then where it says simple markup underneath common look office, you need to switch that. Click on it and select all markup. That way you folks will be able to see additions and deletions.
Okay, great. So if you see down on 7.
Like, John, could I, this is Tam, could we also switch it to that it shows the full width of the paper? So that should be, oh, what is this? View, go into view.
Yeah, I think if you zoom in at the very least, it'll help.
Yeah, go to page width.
Right there. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, board.
Right. So after all that, finding 76B, we added or first encountered groundwater limit. That is in support in defining for the changing to the groundwater option, limit option. Okay, if you go again to review and hit next, we'll go to the next change. And I apologize, we just did not have time to create a new document and all these things in and keep all the formatting. So that's the problem. Margie, if you could stroll down just towards the bottom of this page, you'll see the, I need to read the whole item. Okay, stop there for a moment. We have added a 6, and then you can see A, and this is the new text. The discharger may submit a request in the notice of intent to the Regional Water Board to conduct groundwater monitoring as specified in the MRP using an on-site monitoring well network designed to assess the potential impacts of discharging processed water to the SDS in lieu of meeting the SDS nitrogen effluent limit, period. The request is subject to review and approval by the regional board and after a public notice, an opportunity for written comment. So before I go on, editorial, when we say regional board in here, that is the regional board or the executive officer, depending on how the regional boards and the executive officer work their delegation. So to continue, if approved, the discharger shall ensure the monitoring. And if you could go to the next page, Margie. Stop there. Demonstrates whether the soil treatment process are consistently operating to ensure the first encountered groundwater does not exceed the nitrate MCL of 10 milligrams per liter as N or total nitrogen level of 10 milligrams per liter. If the first encountered groundwater exceeds the nitrate MCL of 10 milligrams per liter as N or the total nitrogen level as 10 milligrams per liter, the discharger is responsible for meeting the STS total nitrogen effluent limit of 10 milligrams per liter within 1 year of the exceedance and prepare and submit a nitrate control plan to the Regional Water Board per the schedule and requirements in the subsurface disposal section for tiers 2, 3, and 4. Specifications and the technical provisions of this general order. B, the discharge shall comply with the groundwater monitoring well installation requirements and compliance schedule in the technical provisions section. Period.
And that was supposed to be a C, the next one.
Yes, this is where we're running into some. So next is C. The discharger shall comply with Tier 4 groundwater monitoring and reporting provisions of this general order. The discharger may install vadosome monitoring devices in lieu of a groundwater monitoring well if the first encountered groundwater underlying the bottom of the SDS is at least 50 feet below ground surface. The discharger shall ensure the monitoring devices are designed to assess the potential impacts of discharging processed water to the SDS and maintain proper calibration of the installed monitoring devices. The discharger shall ensure the monitoring devices are installed beneath and immediately down gradient of the subsurface disposal area to demonstrate that the soil treatment process are consistently operating to ensure water at the monitored depth in the vadosome does not exceed the nitrate MCL of 10 milligrams per liter as N or total nitrogen 10 level of 10 milligrams per liter. Continue down. Okay, that's the end of that. And then I do believe there's one more, isn't there?
Can I ask a question on that one, or is it?
Yeah, there's a couple small.
Yeah, let's scroll back up and I'll try and answer any questions.
On that one is, so how does that, it seems like it's very specific across the board that that if they're exceeding 10, then they are subject to, in the receiving water, that then they're subject to all these requirements. And I just want to understand how, that is allowing for regional boards to make the determination that, whether in order to protect high quality waters in their basin, it should be 8 or something.
Well, they don't get that option because you're setting the levels, the limits. They can change options for requiring monitoring or not requiring monitoring, but they can't change the receiving water limit.
Okay, they can't change the receiving water limit. They can change. I thought we were gonna. I thought we were saying we're setting the effluent limit, but if they
can't change the effluent limit either.
Right, but we're okay. So this is saying that they have discretion to even allow them.
Yes.
To do a receiving water limit in lieu, and if they don't think that's protective of compliance with their basin plan, they can just deny that.
They can deny it with everything that the regional board has discretion on. They always have to have rationale that's supportable to describe why, and that's petitionable. We just did one of those for City of San Diego concerning the monitoring in that petition. So yes, if we scroll up just a little bit, it describes that the up to the next page, it's a little bit farther. The very beginning, it describes, stop there, yeah. The discharger may request a notice in the notice of intent to replace the regional monitoring, to replace the effluent limit with the monitoring. That has to be approved by the regional board, which could be delegated to the executive officer, and it has to go through public comment. So it's not automatic, and this is where the regional board has their discretion.
Right, okay. So if they do approve that as an option, though, they have to allow it all the way up to 10.
That's correct. You're the decision making on the 10, not the regional boards.
Mm-hmm.
While the board members ponder that, I just want to use this as what's up on the screen to point out the 6, even though it is shown in track changes here, this is an area where you fight word whenever it's dealing with automatic numbering, is actually already in the existing document. So that has not been added.
I have a question on the in the event of an exceedance, the 1-year time frame. How did you come about that that time frame?
Well, we just looked at what we were asking them to come up with a nitrogen reduction plan. Seemed like a year is more than adequate to do that.
And that's consistent with the other, with it, when you exceed the effluent limit, they get a year to, that's the schedule that they have in order.
All right.
I would like to point out one thing that we didn't discuss specifically to make sure, if we go down to the next page, in the discussion of an alternative when the groundwater is greater than 50 feet in depth, of allowing another monitoring device if they want. That was because there's a lot of soil there and it's very expensive. It gets much more expensive to put in groundwater monitoring when you get deeper. 50 feet is not a magic number, but less than that would concern us. Technically, it could go larger, it just gets more expensive. And that's it. Unless anyone has any more questions, we can move on to the next section.
Yeah, I feel comfortable with the language here. Just looking to my board members for any additional questions or just a nod as well to help us just have some confirmation if we're on the same page.
Yeah, I want to understand one other thing, because I feel like this is less protective of groundwater quality than, and not sort of just an equivalent.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So what if, I'm thinking about like, what it seems to me is in certain regions where there's already groundwater contamination, there isn't in practice going to be much difference. But in areas where there's still good groundwater quality, I'm just trying to figure out what the options are that at least the regional boards have to ensure that that's protected beyond just going all the way up to the MCL.
There's two things that they can do. The simplest is they can deny this option and that they have total nitrogen of 10 as an effluent limit. That's one. The second is that they can say, this area of our basin is at such high quality that all wineries will have an individual order so that we can tailor their effluent limits and discharge to protect that high quality water. Those are the two areas that they could do what I think you're trying to get. They have to justify both, but they can do that.
Yeah. So they have to justify not allowing this. I mean, they have to justify denying this request. They're allowing the options, but they have to justify denying the request. And that could be that they don't feel like it's consistent with their basin plan and anti-degradation in their region, or how difficult is that?
So they have to justify it either way. They have to justify their decision.
Right.
I don't know how difficult that would be. I would assume that if they were using your example of, they have, their water is at extremely low levels. It's used to dilute other water for drinking water supplies or whatever the issue is. And that they believe that it's important for protection of beneficial use to have to maintain that high quality water. That's the argument that they would be making if they wanted to deny that. If they wanted to go farther and say that even the 10 milligrams per liter of total nitrogen isn't sufficient to meet the needs of our basin plan as we described, they would have to issue an individual permit because they can't change the effluent limits.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. No, that isn't what this is about, though. This is going beyond that. So, okay. Okay. I have heartburn over the idea of allowing nitrate pollution up to the MCL, given that's something I've really seen the impacts of. And I think that, if you think about drinking water wells, once they're over 8, they're monitoring much more frequently and on the verge. So it definitely gives me heartburn. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, it seems like there's an option for regional boards to not grant this if they feel like there's a risk to beneficial uses. So,
Board Member Firestone?
Yeah.
I have a thought here. So aside from the regional board having the discretion not to approve it, it seems to me that this is hopefully that this is going to be an option that's practical. We really don't know because we haven't had stakeholder input really on this to see whether or not it would be, something that they would, avail themselves of. But assuming that it is, it seems that once it's implemented, there is a blunt force instrument in that as soon as there's an exceedance, you have to go to the full-blown effluent and limits and treatment. So I'm tracking what you're saying about getting to the MCL limit, but as a matter of practice, it wouldn't make much sense from a business perspective. I'm thinking to implement a costly groundwater monitoring program, invest in those wells, and then push it to the limit where you're, hitting 10 or super close to 10. When you exceed it, then you have to implement a costly treatment system. So
yeah,
I'm tracking what you're saying, but I'm just thinking as a matter of practice, it would be hard to imagine wineries pushing it to the limit, because then it's, I don't know how much, if it's, it's not double the cost, but it's going to be quite a bit more than if they just stick with what we had before presenting this as an option.
And if it makes you feel any better, we are talking about, a reminder, first encountered groundwater, and that's not what would be in
yeah.
And your third option is to vote against it.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm trying to process it.
What does add some added measure of helpful consideration is that there does need to be a public process again in even the approval of this at the region. And so, to your point, Board Member Firestone, if there are aquifers that are of a particular high quality and this is being considered, there's definitely a check-in here, and I think would trust the regional boards to not jeopardize and would not allow this option to be there. But I know it's a weighing that we're definitely having to do. So I appreciate your thoughts here. So we can continue to chat about it still too.
Yeah, I can keep going.
Okay.
I mean, unless, sorry.
I don't know if Board Member Dodek, you had anything you wanted to add that's helpful or that you would like to help share.
Yeah, I think I appreciate Board Member Firestone's concern. I definitely share it. I think we all do. And as Mr. Bishop has pointed out several times, I think the key here is first encountered water. So it's not the aquifer that's reaching the MCL level. And as soon as that is encountered, then the effluent limit kicks in. So I guess my question for Mr. Bishop is, and I'm almost asking you to, I don't know, based on your experience, I guess, this 1 year during which they have to prepare and submit a nitrogen control plan, is there any additional steps that we take to ensure that the discharge is not getting to the aquifer?
There's a couple of things to consider. This is existing wineries that are doing this. So if they're exceeding, if they've been there a long time and they're having not good soil treatment, their wells are going to exceed immediately. They're, they'll have a couple times to verify that, but it's going to be if they've been in business a long time and they're a problem, we'll know it right away. So a year isn't going to make any difference, to be blunt. They've been discharging for a while. If they just happen to catch it in the next few years or 6 years or whatever it is, when it starts to come into the aquifer, we'd be in great shape. A year is not a lot of time in the nitrogen cycle and the groundwater movement. We talk about feet per year in lots of these groundwaters. So it's it is very conservative to say if you exceed the first encountered groundwater immediately down gradient from a discharge point, and you then put in control members, you are that will over time just dissipate and not be a problem. It'll be a few years before the levels go down, because soil treatment, the way it works is soil stores nitrogen and then it slowly moves through. So once you get an exceedance, you'll have an exceedance up and down, but for a while, and then it'll clear out. And so I don't think there's anything more that you need to do then implement control measures. And a year is a reasonable amount of time. You could make it 6 months, but that would be different than everything, than the other parts of the permit. We try and give people enough time to do a thoughtful addressing of it. So
I might regret saying this, but maybe it's just because it's late in the day. I'm going to say it anyway. So I hear also what Board Member Firestone is saying, and I really appreciate your concerns there. And so I guess another question for you, Mr. Bishop, is there some discretion here in what numbers we set?
no.
No.
Oh, you have total discretion.
Yes. Yes. So
the regional boards does not. So you
correct.
could tell us that you want to provide a precautionary principle, and that the nitrate number is 8 milligrams per liter, give a 20%, or 9 milligrams per liter, or that the total nitrogen is also 9. You could add in buffers to say, hey, if you're that close, we want you to be moving. Yes, that's totally within your discretion.
And that yes, I appreciate that. And all I was going to throw out there is if we got into any sort of dialogue on that, it would only be, I'd be willing to entertain a buffer on nitrate if we then raise the level for nitrogen, because I think some of the contention from the wineries was that, there isn't actually full conversion of nitrogen to nitrate in the soil. And so if they're actually seeing that, there would arguably be, by the time it encounters first groundwater, there would be less risk, even if that number is somewhat higher, and we'd have the protection of a lower nitrate receiving water limit. So I don't know if that made sense or not. Yeah, but just gonna put that out
I
there.
understand what you're saying. I'm not sure how to quantify the amount of reduction from total nitrate, how much total nitrate you could allow in the groundwater be offset by a lower value of the nitrate. If I'm making sense, I'm not sure how to give you a good answer for that. I know what you're getting at is that if we have a lower nitrate limit, then you could have a higher total nitrogen limit. But I'd be a little bit uncomfortable not knowing what that how we were going to set that conversion off the cuff.
I appreciate that. I again just wanted to throw that out there. Is I'm trying to think of what areas are there here that we can move at this point, and that's all that's really coming to mind for me.
One other question is, what is the, so what is our anti-degradation analysis on this? I mean, it's a statewide permit, so it's rough to do that in detail, but I'm just,
so I don't want to
more on that.
Yes, it is very general. And remember that we took a conservative approach of 10 total nitrogen as an effluent limit. You all have asked us to change that to a less protective. And so this is less protective, but it does account for soil treatment that we know occurs to some extent, but not quantifiable at this point. So I don't think I can assure you that that the approach that is being considered here is as protective as what we said originally.
Right. No, it's not.
So
yeah.
But that's not a requirement.
No, but I guess it's not. And we have the discretion to make it not. And I just feel like, you know, to me, the anti-degradation policy is, the purpose is to be able to understand the implications of allowing degradation up to the MCL of good quality water. And I just don't feel like I am able to have the information to do that here. That's what's giving me.
You're never going to have that information on a general permit that is allowing discharge above the limit. I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm just that information doesn't exist.
Can I add something that might help or not help, John?
Yeah.
So this is, and I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but when we looked at the regional board individual orders for some pretty large wineries, this is similar. We've gone actually above and beyond applying a total nitrogen as well as the nitrogen is total N is nitrate. This is beyond what even some millions of gallon wineries could or have to meet in groundwater. Like Region 5, they set groundwater limits from their basin plan, and they require groundwater monitoring, but they do not have this level of, this is more stringent than that.
Yeah, but that's Region 5, which
I know,
also has CV salts, and you know, so I think really like this isn't gonna, well, not that all of Region 5, but anyway, I think
it's also,
is that the case in other regions that maybe don't already have CV salts and may have good quality groundwater or high quality groundwater?
Region 1 and Region 2, they did the effluent limit. So, you know, they did the effluent limit of 10 for total nitrogen, and Region 2 for a 3.2 million gallons a year did total nitrogen effluent of 10 milligrams on a monthly average. So there were two models. One was the groundwater model that's very similar to what we're doing today, and the other model was the effluent limits at 10 for total nitrogen. And this was for land application, so keep that in mind. And they had groundwater monitoring, but those were the types of limits that we saw, or I saw, when they were splitting it up like that.
But those were all effluent limitations, not receiving water, or right? Not
the ones from Region 5 were in the receiving water.
Right, but the other two
were effluent limits.
Were exactly what we had proposed.
Yes.
10 milligrams per liter total nitrogen in the effluent.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, the issue is, if you're uncomfortable with providing this relief, then we shouldn't include it in the amendment. You know, we should vote against that, adding that amendment. I can't make you feel better about having adding the relief to them, but also being as protective as the first, because it's not.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that the ability, when we were discussing this before, and so this, like, now we're looking at the actual language. I thought that there was going to be the ability for regional boards to be able to have more discretion over the receiving water limitations if this option is granted.
So they don't have the ability to change the limits. They do have the ability to not approve the option.
Yeah, the other thing is we're talking about monitoring in first encountered groundwater right below, right up under your discharge unit. And I'm not sure how much relief this actually is.
Yeah, well, that was my first question. We started discussing this, was I don't know how much this actually addresses the cost of compliance. Yeah, I mean, I think what I'm hearing is, in practice, on a whole bunch of different levels, this may not actually have much impact. I think I have a lot of heartburn in terms of what this is saying in terms of, you know, how we expect to protect high quality waters and, you know, set groundwater limitations through statewide permits that are less protective for high quality waters without giving regional boards the opportunity to.
So we do have that, which is that the regional boards can issue individual permits.
Right.
And
or deny this.
I would like to, you know, reiterate that this is not what we proposed. What we proposed was 10 milligrams per liter total nitrogen in effluent. This is a response to the consensus what we thought we heard from the board to provide an alternative.
Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate that. This is just me not, I think, coming better understanding what we discussed and what the implications are. So I'm just trying to decide if I mean, you know, I'm just taking, given this quick turnaround, I know it's really late. I'm just trying to decide how I feel comfortable voting, because that it may be that the rest of the board is ready to move on, and I can just decide on the vote.
Yeah, I don't know if any other board members.
To be fair to Board Member Firestone, when we were discussing this earlier, I too was under the same impression that it would be up to the Regional Water Board to set the receiving water level. And so, but I guess I am a little bit more comfortable than Board Member Firestone in that I have confidence in the Regional Water Board, EOs, I guess, or board for that matter, that if this were to create a problem for their high quality water, perhaps that they would take that step to deny it. But as I'm talking now, would it make you feel more comfortable, Board Member Firestone, if we added language to that effect?
Yeah, so if I may, Board Member Doduk and Board Member Firestone, if I'm hearing the concern possibly, Margie, if you could go ahead, or Ms. Argel, if you could go ahead and scroll up a little bit where we could talk, where we see where the regional board, I'll just keep going up a little bit further, where we talk about the approval. So stop there. If you can scroll down a little bit more so we can span these 2 pages. You see in there, and I'm talking out loud, this is not something staff has had an opportunity to work through, but in the second sentence of 6A is where we see this going to the regional board for review and approval. We could add a clause in after approval, for approval by the regional water board, and then add a clause, comma, after considering and conducting any necessary anti-degradation analysis. Well, you get the idea of the clause. I need to figure out the best place to put it in. And that would ensure that before this approach could be approved, you would actually have that anti-degradation analysis conducted and considered with public comments received on it.
That would really help me.
So I think the clause would go in after approval, and it would be a little bit awkward, but it would be the request is subject to review and approval, comma, following any necessary anti-degradation analysis, comma, by the regional water board after a public notice and opportunity for written comments.
Hey, Michael, this is Laurel. I sent you the markup or the version if you, for your information.
Thanks, Laurel.
Other thoughts from fellow board colleagues on either this edition, again, having a explicit anti-degradation analysis as part of the board's consideration and then approval of this alternative pathway, or otherwise, yeah, thoughts from folks. And we can also separate out this vote, if you will, and take a look at the language for the other 2 items. I think there may be more consensus there, and then we can revisit this conversation as well. So willing to structure it how we'd like now. Looking to my board colleagues, and if you have any further thought on the, again, the offer Mr. Lawfer put on insofar as language around anti-degradation analysis as part of this consideration. Again, here we're talking about subsurface disposal systems, and instead of having to meet the effluent limits that we had set here, being able to do some monitoring to be able to first show and or demonstrate or see if there is degradation happening. Here we're discussing is 10 milligrams per liter, I think it is, you know, an appropriate level. Considering that there are some higher and you know, there are higher quality waters out there, and how do we best provide for the consideration for regional boards to protect those? So, Board Member McGuire.
Yeah, I thank you. I think I'm okay with the anti-degradation analysis. I'm a little bit unclear as to where that sets the bar, and maybe that bar is just frankly unreachable. I mean, we're already talking about, you know, a approach that might be a little bit questionable in terms of benefit, and well, at least there's definitely some uncertainty here. I thought, you know, I do feel that because it does look at first encountered groundwater and holds it to a pretty strict standard in terms of total nitrogen, that is, I think, ultimately will be protective. And we're talking about the area immediately underneath the SDS. We're not talking about the entire aquifer here. So I was comfortable with that. I'm not exactly clear, you know, in my mind, how that anti-degradation analysis might go. But I'm not opposed to, but especially if it's something that's a necessary step of a regional board, then I'm certainly understanding of that. Anyway, just there's a lot of changes, so I'm processing that. So if you want to go to the others and then come back to this, I'd be okay with that too.
Yeah, let's, unless there's further thought or discussion here from other board colleagues, let's go ahead and we'll move on to the other changes. And again, let's go ahead and parse this one off on its own. And hearing the other two, if there's more consensus, we can go ahead and, you know, they can be parsed out as a separate vote ultimately if we need here. But maybe, again, there's a way that with the addition of this language, I think maybe there's comfort for us all. But I think some time here for us to think it through further, unless, again, there's someone that would like to chime in. And if not, then we can move on to the next changes.
So, Margie, if you can go to, yes, perfect. Keep going.
Yeah, I'd go to the, yeah, there you go.
So this is the typo. It should have been, instead of the upper 1 foot of ponds, water in the ponds. And it just was left out. So next. I don't think this, yes, this is it. Okay. So this is our elegant but approach to addressing the issue of making sure that the regional monitoring, if approved, has to be located and screened at the appropriate intervals to ensure, and then we strike the 0.25 mile, that the impacts to groundwater from winery land applications are properly characterized. We already had locations in the upper section, so we believe that this covers both locations of the monitoring wells and the screened interval to ensure that they can assess any impacts to groundwater. Any questions on that?
No, seeing nodding heads. So I think we're good on that.
So I believe that's the end. Is that correct, Lo?
Yeah, if you hit next, it'll either take you to the beginning or, yeah. Thank you, Margie. Just a little more and hit it. What? Yep, that was it.
Yeah. Okay. So I think that you have two options, Chair. You can ask that that the more controversial item be voted on as an independent amendment. And then the remainder, which is the order as proposed and the change sheet 1 and the changes we just read into the record, as a second. Is that correct, Michael? I got that backwards. And you're on mute.
The board can structure it whichever way it wants. I frankly would have a conversation first, could move to the main question, and then an individual board member could propose to incorporate the language that was read in for the effluent limitations for tiers 2, 3, and 4. That's the paragraph 6 language we were all just looking at. Or if you want to have a conversation and make a motion as to whether or not the staff proposal should first be amended with that, it may provide a little bit cleaner discussion, and then we'll rely on a board member to make an appropriate motion based off the results of that, in which we, and it looks like Scott's going to have a point to make in just a moment, but as part of that motion, you would then incorporate whatever comes out of that discussion, and then incorporate the remainder of the change sheet, and of course, change sheet 1. And I do want to remind as we go into this conversation that there are actually 2 actions pending before the board. It's fine that a final motion includes approval of the resolution as well as adoption of the general order with the various changes that have been discussed.
Yes, Mr. Couch.
Yes, I just wanted to, I don't disagree with any of that the lawyer just said. But I just wanted to give you a heads up. I have been having network connection issues with my computer, which occur at 7 p.m. So should I get locked out, I will do my best to call back into the meeting. Hopefully that won't happen.
Thank you, Mr. Couch. I do appreciate that. Okay, well, let's maybe revisit the discussion around, again, the groundwater monitoring and the subsurface disposal systems, and the thought of to give comfort, I think, and to lend acknowledgement to Board Member Firestone's point. Adding anti-degradation analysis is part of the work that the board would need to do in adopting this alternative compliance pathway, if you will.
And my understanding of the language that Michael shared was, or the additional language that Michael shared was also, it wasn't saying you have to do a full anti-degradation analysis. It was like consistent with the anti-degradation policy or in consideration of, so it's not saying that every regional board, in order to grant this, has to do a full anti-degradation analysis.
Correct.
Right?
The language, the clause, as I propose to add it to address the concern that had been raised by Member Firestone, was that the approval would be following any necessary anti-degradation analysis. And of course, there's been a recent series of court decisions that have looked at the issue of what level of anti-degradation analysis is necessary. And that would ultimately inform what the regional board needs to do, whether it can still be a simplified anti-degradation analysis, whether it will need to be a more detailed one, given the nature of a specific plan that's being approved, and whether or not, based on the information they're receiving, they're even going to be authorizing any degradation of high quality waters.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Okay, that's helpful. That's helpful clarification for me.
Yes.
So I feel more comfortable. I'd be comfortable with the vote on all the changes that we've discussed so far.
Vice Chair?
Well, I was just going to make a motion, but only if Board Member Firestone and Doda are comfortable with a motion, including the whole package that we just discussed. In the interest of time, otherwise, yes.
If I might, thank you for that, Vice Chair. Let me go ahead and say this. Adding this additional alternative was not my, shall we say, first inclination, but and I appreciate Board Member Firestone's concern about this, because again, I go back to my comment about, it seems to me like we're moving from prevention to a less preventive measure, let's put it that way. But I think at the crux of what I understand to be Board Member Firestone's concern is this issue of the Regional Water Board and trust in the Regional Water Board to take the appropriate step to protect high quality water in their region. And I think that's, fundamental to our role as the State Water Board, that we set statewide policy and directives, but we do depend on our regional water boards to take the specific action necessary to protect the water quality and the beneficial uses in their region. And so I'm trusting in that, and I'm trusting in the whole process we have where things are, and I don't know, this is where Mr. Lawful might want to jump in. I don't know if someone disagree with a regional water board action, if they might petition that to us. But even if they don't, my inclination is to give that discretion to the regional water board to take the action that best protect the water in their region. And so on that note, I am comfortable with the way this has been proposed by staff, with the language that focused on first encountered groundwater, and with the understanding that the Regional Water Board will conduct the necessary anti-degradation analysis and would deny the request if they deem it to be not in the best interest of the water quality that they are protecting. So, Madam Vice Chair, I am prepared to support your motion.
Okay, so I move adoption of the resolution as well as the order that was displayed and displayed by staff, and with the changes read into the record by Mr. Loeffler regarding anti-degradation and the change sheet. And the only other thing is with direction to staff to further discuss with stakeholders regarding risk factors for the cut point for Tier 4, as well as risk factors for groundwater management, groundwater monitoring. Does anybody have any changes that they want to suggest to that motion? Okay.
Not hearing from Mr. Loeffler, I will second the motion.
Thank you both, and thank you everyone for discussion here. Ms. Townsend, can you please call the roll call vote?
Certainly. Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Board Member Dodek.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. And the vote carries and the order is adopted with the change sheets and changes that, thanks to the good discussion here and input, and thank my colleagues as well for the balancing that we have to do here in public, because this is our opportunity to amongst us discuss what is oftentimes not an easy thing to balance, particularly amongst sometimes the lack of data that you've heard here that we can sometimes certainly be functioning from, but doesn't limit our ability, I think, to strike that right balance. And so just thank you everyone for your work, the long day that it's been, but the worthwhile time needed and taken here for this discussion. So have a good evening. Thank you everyone, and we will see you all in 2 weeks. And so this meeting is now adjourned. Thank you guys. Have a good evening. Take care.
Thank you.